Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I would request everybody to kindly take your seats. The moment has come where we formally start the day. I would request to please put your cell phones on silent or vibration mode. And as you can see on the screen, our Honorable Minister of State for Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities, Home Transport and Industries Department, Government of Gujarat, Shri Harsh Sanghvi ji, आके हमारे बीच पहुंच चुके हैं. As he enters the exhibition area, he inaugurates it, and उसके बाद वो हमारे बीच इस मंच पे आएंगे. आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें और अपने सेल फोन को साइलेंट या वाइब्रेशन मोड पे रख लें. And that happens the formal inauguration. It's early in the morning, and I would request, as the sports power of our nation has come together in this single hall, we would love to hear the energy and true power of all of you this day as we welcome our Honorable Minister amongst us. I'm sure exhibition area की थोड़ी बहुत झलक आपने देखी होगी. बहुत सारे stalls लगे हुए हैं, बहुत सारे organizations अपनी चीजें आप तक पहुंचाने के उद्यम से वहाँ पे उपस्थित है. तो जब भी समय मिले, do visit the exhibition area. Our Minister, Honorable Minister Sir, is now taking a look around the exhibition area.
Hey. Check. Hey. Check. Hey. Check. Hey. Check. Hey.
Why did you give? Ladies and gentlemen, any moment now our Honorable Minister Sir will be walking into the hall amongst us. मैं सभी से एक बार फिर से विनम्रतापूर्ण अनुरोध करूंगी, कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें. And could you please put your cell phones on silent or vibration mode? And well, ladies and gentlemen, from where I stand, I see the future of our sports ecosystem of our nation ahead. So all I can expect is to see that level of energy, क्योंकि आप हैं हमारे भविष्य, आप हैं हमारे वर्तमान, तो आप में वो ऊर्जा हमें इस मंच तक पहुंचाना बहुत ज़्यादा ही ज़रूरी है. As we get ready to welcome our honorable minister, sir, might I request everybody कि एक बार आप सबसे आपकी अनुमति अगर हो आज के दिन की शुरुआत करने के लिए, can I have a round of applause as I start the day, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. It's for the very first time in our nation and खास करके हमारे राज्य गुजरात में एक ऐसा अभियान शुरू हुआ है. Indeed, it is a humongous initiative क्योंकि इससे पहले ऐसा कुछ पूरे भारतवर्ष में कहीं नहीं हुआ है. And being at the forefront of sports, हमारे राज्य गुजरात ने इस चीज को अपने हाथ में लिया कि कैसे पूरे भारत के स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप एक छत के नीचे इकट्ठे आए to discuss and to navigate through in the future. So this day is going to be extremely exciting and I'm sure all of you are equally excited as I am. I would request कि please settle down and once again कृपया अपने cell phones को silent या vibration mode पे रख ले. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach to the formal start of the day, let me take you through the day कि आज का दिन कैसा होने वाला है, what all knowledge, information and excitement we have in store for you. Right after the inaugural session, we'll have our first panel discussion that is going to be on the topic of journey of successful Indian sports startups, investing and sustaining insights. That is definitely going to be extremely fruitful for all our startups here. Then right after that, we'll have a second panel discussion on the topic of technologies and data analytics in sports and emergence of esports in India. And then we have a couple of lectures and workshops. So we have a completely packed day for all of you. एक छोटा सा निवेदन है कि जब भी break होगा, आप सब कृपया समय पे वापस आ जाएं. We will have so much of knowledge sharing today. So we would request you to is kindly join us back on time whenever we break. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. We are now expecting our Honorable Minister, sir, to reach here at any moment. I would request everybody, जैसे ही हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी पधारे, आप सब मेरे साथ मिलके एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनको जरूर स्वागत करें. हमारे लिए ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि माननीय मंत्री जी ने समय निकाल हमारे बीच आज यहाँ पधारे हैं. तो आप सबका प्यार जरूर दें, पूरे ऊर्जा के साथ, with lot of energy and excitement. We will welcome our Honorable Minister, sir, to the day. एक बार फिर से जितने भी हमारे दर्शक अभी तक सेटल डाउन नहीं हुए हैं, आसन ग्रहण उन्होंने नहीं किया है, उनसे मैं अनुरोध करूंगी to kindly settle down. And just to remind you, please put your cell phones on silent or vibration mode. Okay, as we are just a few minutes away before we formally start the day, आप सबको एक बार बहुत बहुत स्वागत है फिर से. A very good morning, and I hope आप सब आज पूरे जोश और एनर्जी के साथ आए हुए हैं. Can I get a good morning back? A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I guess a little louder because I am talking to the present and future of sports ecosystem of our nation, and from what I see it looks absolutely bright and full of energy and full of aspiration. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's very nice. People sitting at the back वो सोच रहे हैं कि हम जरा शांत शांत रहेंगे. Let me tell you, the day is so full of content, inspiration and ideation as well. क्योंकि ना ही हम अभी के जो अभी स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम में बहुत सक्सेस हासिल कर चुके हैं वैसे कुछ लीडर से हम इस मंच पे मिलेंगे, बल्कि उनसे भी मिलेंगे जो आने वाले कल को और स्पेशल बनाने वाले हैं. सो इट इज गोइंग टू बी एक्सट्रीमली एक्साइटिंग. ऑल आई कैन सजेस्ट एंड रिक्वेस्ट कि आप सभी हमारे साथ उतने ही जोश के साथ जुड़े इस मंच के साथ, इस कॉन्क्लेव के साथ, जितने जोश के साथ आज हम आप तक पहुंचे हैं. Few minutes more before our Honorable Minister Sir walks into the hall, and then we start the day. Once again, those of you all are not yet seated, आप सबसे अनुरोध है कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें. We are starting now. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. Might I request everybody to give a huge round of applause as we welcome Honorable Minister of State for Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities, Home, Transport Industries Department, Government of Gujarat, Shri Harsh Sanghvi ji. और एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजनी चाहिए as we welcome our dignitaries as well. Well, once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to first of its kind event, the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave, organized by the Sports Authority of Gujarat in association with Transstadia. My name is Mansi Mishra and I extend a very, very warm welcome to the event, the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave, where present will meet the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to create an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for that to happen, the startup fabric of our nation definitely plays a pivotal role. I'm so happy to inform you that perhaps for the very first time, an event is being organized dedicatedly focused on sports startups in India. Startups from various sports sectors such as data analytics, education, talent identification, competition, athlete management, performance improvement, event management, and esports have come together on a single platform. I also welcome all the stakeholders of the ecosystem, including representatives from Sports Federation, members of the startup community, sports administrators, coaches, students, and members of the media. We would like to thank all the partners of this conclave who have made immense efforts to make this event a success. Sports Authority of Gujarat, Transstadia University, Sportscom, iHub, Startup India, Sportsworks, and The Bridge. Can we have a round of applause for all of them? Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, not only do we have these startups and their founders who have already seen success and from whom we are going to learn a lot today, but also the emerging startups who will shape the future of the Indian sports ecosystem. I would like now to invite our guests, our speakers, and also the top 8 shortlisted startups from all over the country who will battle it out in the pitch book competition that is scheduled to happen to the later of the day. Once again, I would request everybody to please join me as I welcome our startup pitch book competition finalists and our speakers onto the dais. Mr. Aditya Reddy, co-founder and CEO, GamePoint Netplay Sports. Mr. Hitarth Parekh, founder Hyperlab Sport Tech Private Limited. सभी से अनुरोध है जोरदार तालियों से उनका आज के इस दिन में और मंच पे स्वागत करें. Mr. Mohan Kumar R, founder FanPlay. Mr. Murugesh SK, co-founder and CEO, A-Team Sports. Mr. Fani Bhushan, founder, Khelo Football India. Ms. Sonam Thaneja, business development lead, Huddle. Ms. Srishti Jain, founder and CEO, Kolan. Mr. Swapnil Vanish, co-founder and CEO, Play CKC. And Mr. Tanveer Dashwani, founder, Baller Athletic. दर्शकों आप सबसे मैं विनम्रतापूर्वक अनुरोध करूंगी as I welcome our speakers, our guests onto the dais, आप भी मेरे साथ जुड़े और जोरदार तालियों से उनका आज के इस दिन में मंच पे स्वागत करें. It is also my pleasure and privilege to now invite Mr. Abhishek Desai, founder Crick Heroes. A very good morning to you, sir. Please, I would request you to come onto the dais. Mr. Anil Singh, founder and MD ProCam International. Ms. Arsi Yasin, founder and CEO, The Bridge. Mr. Nimish Raut, Global Head Esports, Nodwin Gaming. Mr. Puneet Balan, Chairman and Managing Director, Puneet Balan Group. दर्शकों एक बार जोरदार तालियां बनाए रखें. Mr. Rishikesh Joshi, founder Sports for All. Mr. S. Ramakrishnan, founder and CEO, Sports Mechanics India Private Limited. Mr. Shubhayu Roy, Director, CrickWiz India. Mr. Tenzing Nyogi, Chief Executive Officer, Ultimate Kho. A very good morning to all our speakers and guests and welcome to the dais. And now, ladies and gentlemen, मेरे साथ जुड़े और जोरदार तालियों के बीच let's welcome onto the dais. I would humbly invite Shri Harsh Sanghvi ji, Honorable Minister of State for Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities, Home Transport Industries Department, Government of Gujarat. जोरदार तालियां आप सबका बना रहना जरूरी है. Shri Ajay Patel ji, Senior Vice President, Indian Olympic Association. Shri Ashwini Kumar, IAS, Principal Secretary, Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities Department. Shri R.S. Neenama, IAS, Director General, Sports Authority of Gujarat. Shri Jalaj Dani ji, President, Sportscom. Shri R.D. Bhatt ji, Secretary, Sports Authority of Gujarat. And Shri Udit Sheth ji, Founder, Transstadia University. A very good morning once again to all our dignitaries and a humble welcome to the dais. And now, ladies and gentlemen, हम सब की तरफ से, आप सब की तरफ से शब्दों से हम हमारे अतिथियों का स्वागत करें, ये संभव हो नहीं सकता है. I would request Shri Ashwini Kumar sir to please welcome Honorable Minister sir Shri Harsh Sanghvi ji. आप सब इसमें जुड़े, आप सब की तरफ से ये स्वागत है हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी का जो समय निकाल आज के इस दिन को ग्रेस करने हमारे बीच उपस्थित हुए हैं. जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम सर का धन्यवाद देते हुए आज के दिन में स्वागत करते हैं. Thank you very much. I now humbly request Shri R.D. Bhatt sir to welcome Shri Ashwini Kumar ji to the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this formal welcome is on behalf of everybody who is present here. Once again, a humble welcome. I would then humbly request Shri R.S. Neenama sir to kindly welcome Shri Ajay Patel ji. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अब I would humbly request Shri L.P. Baria sir to welcome Shri Jalaj Dani ji. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the sporting ecosystem of Gujarat has seen tremendous growth in the last few years, which has been possible due to the leadership of Shri Ashwini Kumar ji, the Principal Secretary, Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities Department, Government of Gujarat. This conclave is actually the brainchild of Ashwini sir, and who better than him to talk us through the vision behind the event. May I now request sir to kindly give the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning to all of you, and a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries present here, and a special welcome to our Honorable Sports Minister of Gujarat and also the Home Minister and Transport Minister, Shri Harsh Sanghvi sir, Senior Vice President of Indian Olympic Association, Shri Ajay Bhai Patel, Shri Neenama ji, Shri Bhatt sahib, Udit Sheth ji, Jalaj Dani, all the leaders from sports startups, press, media, everybody, I welcome all of you on behalf of the Sports Authority of Gujarat and Government of Gujarat to the first ever sports startup conclave, which is going to happen in Gujarat, in the country for the first time. So a big round of applause to the leadership of Honorable Harsh Bhai Sanghvi, under whose guidance and inspiration we are trying to do new things in sports sector. And under his constant supervision, guidance and leadership, we are trying to do many things. I would also like to welcome our esteemed guests, speakers and panelists who have come from different parts of the country to share their insight and experience with us. I'm extremely pleased to see most of leading names from the sports startup industry present here today. The growth in the sports sector in India is being driven by increasing demand for sports goods and services. The emergence of new sports leagues and formats, the rise of digital and social media platforms, and the growing awareness and participation of the youth and masses in sports. Despite the great potential for job creation, technology disruption, and impacting a large section of society, the efforts to promote sports startup ecosystem are not very focused, thereby hindering the creation of a strong support ecosystem to cater to the specialized requirements of sports startup. To address this gap, the state government is organizing first of its kind sports startup conclave with the aim of bringing together young entrepreneurial minds and successful industry leaders on a single platform. We are hopeful that the conclave will not only encourage and support the startups who create new products, solutions, and experiences for the sports consumers and stakeholders, but also facilitate collaboration and networking between the startups, the investors, and the industry experts who can provide mentorship, guidance, and funding to these startups. Soon, you will be hearing from some of the best sports persons, industry leaders, successful founders, policymakers, and sports administrators engaging in informative and insightful panel discussion. Many of you would be familiar with the acclaimed TV show Shark Tank, where aspiring entrepreneurs showcase their innovative business concepts to a panel of investors. Today, at the conclave, we will witness a similar segment, the pitch book competition, where selected startups shortlisted after an intense competition of some very interesting startups from around the country will get an opportunity to pitch in front of a panel of judges, Mr. Jalasdani being one of them. So he is also one of the panelists for this pitch book competition. I would take this opportunity to congratulate and appreciate all the participants who have shown their passion and innovation in the field of sports and who will in some sense shape the future of sports industry in India. I would also like to give a special mention to Transtadia University and all the conclave partners, including PwC, for putting together a grand show today. Perhaps an event of this type has never happened in the sports ecosystem of India in the past. I wish all the participants a memorable and enjoyable experience at today's event. मैं आप लोगों को ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि जून में जब पूरे देश के स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर्स की कॉन्फ्रेंस मणिपुर में हुई, उसमें एक ये विचार भारत सरकार की ओर से आया कि स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप पर हमें एक नेशनल लेवल का एक कॉन्क्लेव करना चाहिए। जब वहां से आके हमने ये विचार अपने माननीय मंत्री जी के साथ साझा किया तो उन्होंने हमें प्रोत्साहित किया और नए विचार हमें दिए। ये जो आप देख रहे हैं आज, ये पिछले 6 महीने की हमारी तैयारियों का परिणाम है और इन 6 महीनों के दरमियान कम से कम 4 बार हम लोग माननीय मंत्री जी के यहाँ गए। उनके दिशा निर्देश में, गाइडेंस में हमने इस कार्यक्रम को और बेहतर बनाने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा प्रयास किया है। तो अगर आज ये कार्यक्रम की सफलता आपको दिख रही है तो इसके पीछे पूरे स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात, PwC की टीम, ट्रांसटेडिया की टीम, इनकी मेहनत और माननीय मंत्री जी का जो हमें गाइडेंस और लीडरशिप मिला है, उसकी वजह से हम ये कॉन्क्लेव करने में सफल रहे हैं। आप सब लोगों का एक बार मैं फिर अंतःकरण से स्वागत करता हूं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, sir. Well, it is safe to say that we are at the brink of a golden era for sports ecosystem in India, and right at that very moment, coming up with something that is definitely going to boost the ecosystem very further. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. And जैसे कि सर ने कहा, जिनके नेतृत्व, जिनके गाइडेंस और जिनके आशीर्वाद के बिना ये संभव नहीं हो सकता। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगी हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री हर्ष संघवी जी को to please give us the welcome address. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming our honorable beloved Minister of Sports and Youth, Government of Gujarat, under whose vision this has been conceptualized and organized.
स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में उद्घाटन समारोह में हम सब के बीच उपस्थित राज्य के खेल विभाग के अग्र सचिव श्री अश्विनी कुमार जी, आईओसी के सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट श्री अजय पटेल जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात श्री RS नीनामा, सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात श्री RD भट्ट, स्पोर्ट्स कॉम के प्रेसिडेंट श्री जलज दानी। ये कार्यक्रम के पीछे पिछले कई दिनों से दिन रात मेहनत करते हुए श्री उदित सेठ, मंचस्थ सभी अग्रगण्य एवं पधारे हुए मेरे सभी दोस्तों को मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। આજનું આ મંચ એ સ્પોર્ટ્સ માટેનું ફૂલ પેકેજ મંચ છે। સરકારના મંત્રી, એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેશન ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ, આઈઓસી નું રિપ્રેઝન્ટેશન, પીપીવી મોડલને આગળ વધારતા ગ્રુપ્સ, કોર્પોરેટ પણ સીએસઆર ના માધ્યમથી દેશમાં સ્પોર્ટ્સમાં બદલાવ લાવવા માટે કામ કરતા વ્યક્તિઓ, સ્પોર્ટ્સ અને સ્પોર્ટ્સમેનના જીવન કઈ રીતે બદલાઈ શકે, તેમનું કેરિયર કઈ રીતે બની શકે તે માટે રાત દિવસ મહેનત કરતા સૌ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ અને સ્પોર્ટ્સના અલગ અલગ વિષયો જોડે જોડાયેલા સૌ ડિગ્નિટરીઝ આજે એક હોલમાં સાથે બેસેલા છે। देश के इतिहास में पहली बार स्पोर्ट्स को लेके स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन करने वाला गुजरात ये प्रथम राज्य है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि देश के कई क्षेत्रों से स्टार्टअप से जुड़े हुए प्रतिनिधि का स्वागत करने का अवसर गुजरात को मिला। यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि जो लोग कई सालों से रात दिन एक करके खेलों में बदलाव लाने के लिए अपने नए नए आइडियाज, इनोवेशंस को क्रिएशन में बदलाव ला रहे हैं, ऐसे कई स्टार्टअप्स को पिच बनने का अवसर गुजरात राज्य को मिला। गुजरात राज्य में यह साल 10वां वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट 10वीं जनवरी से गुजरात के गांधीनगर के महात्मा मंदिर में शुरुआत होगी। प्री वाइब्रेंट के एक भाग के स्वरूप में आज स्पोर्ट्स को भी एक महत्वपूर्ण भाग के तौर पे हमने ये स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया है। गुजरात अपने आप में एक अलग ही विचार से चलने वाला राज्य है। गुजरात को स्पोर्ट्स इवेंट का आयोजन करने में एक अलग ही अनुभव हो चुका है। यही स्पोर्ट्स विभाग की टीम ने कुछ समय पहले ही कई सालों से कोई ना कोई कारणों से नेशनल गेम्स के आयोजन में कोई ना कोई बाधाएं आ रही थी। गुजरात स्पोर्ट्स विभाग ने ये चैलेंज को स्वीकार के ये चैलेंज को हाथ में लिया और मात्र 100 दिन के अंदर गुजरात में नेशनल गेम्स का आयोजन हुआ। ये नेशनल गेम्स में भी एक बड़ा बदलाव आया। नेशनल गेम गुजरात में एक नई शुरुआत हुई। प्लेयर्स की फैसिलिटी, स्पोर्ट्स फैसिलिटी, उनके हाइड्रेशन, उनकी व्यवस्थाएं, इसको प्राधान्य देके गुजरात ने नेशनल गेम्स का आयोजन एक हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट के तौर पे आयोजन किया। और वही टीम आने वाले दिनों में गुजरात के कई एसोसिएशंस के साथ मिलकर गुजरात में नेशनल, इंटरनेशनल स्पोर्ट कॉम्पिटिशन्स को कैसे होस्ट कर पाए, उसके लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एसोसिएशन से रिक्वेस्ट करके हमारे आईओसी के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट अजय भाई यहाँ बैठे हैं, उनसे भी हम लगातार अलग अलग टूर्नामेंट्स गुजरात में कैसे लाई जाए, उनको हम कैसे होस्ट कर पाए, देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए प्लेयर्स को गुजरात में हम किस प्रकार से फैसिलिटी दे पाए, उसके लिए डिपार्टमेंट द्वारा रात दिन ये मेहनत की जा रही है। गुजरात आने वाले दिनों में स्पोर्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब कैसे बन पाए, उसके लिए कई पॉलिसीज पे भी डिस्कशन चल रहा है। हमारी स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी में हमने स्पोर्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को भी प्राधान्य दिया है और आने वाले दिनों में आप सबके सजेशंस के साथ वो पॉलिसीज में भी अगर कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होगा, अगर कोई भी बदलाव की आवश्यकता होगी, तो हम वो पॉलिसी में भी आने वाले दिनों में बदलाव लाने के लिए तैयार हैं। आज हमने एक प्रयास किया है कि स्टार्टअप से जुड़े हुए लोगों को एक अच्छा सा प्लेटफॉर्म मिले। आने वाले दिनों में हम ये प्रयास को आगे बढ़ाने वाले हैं। हम ये स्टार्टअप्स को उनका होम स्टेट, चाहे आज बेंगलोर से आए होंगे, महाराष्ट्र से आए होंगे, आप जरूर वहां रहिए, लेकिन आपके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट्स इन फ्यूचर अगर लगाने का आपको अवसर प्राप्त हो तो आपको गुजरात में ही लगाने चाहिए, क्योंकि हम आपके लिए मात्र कोई पॉलिसीज लाना नहीं चाहते हैं। एज एन फैमिली हम आपके साथ जुड़ना चाहते हैं। हमने आज ही डिस्कस किया कि आज हमने ये स्टार्टअप समिट की शुरुआत की है। आने वाले सालों में हम आपके लिए इन्वेस्टर्स यहां तक लाएंगे, हम खुद आपकी कंपनी को पिच करके आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट में किस प्रकार से मदद की जाए, उसके लिए आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं। क्योंकि स्टार्टअप्स को कहीं ना कहीं फंड्स की बहुत ही बड़ी आवश्यकता होती है। फंड्स के साथ साथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में अगर स्टेट उनको मदद करे तो आप सोचिए किस प्रकार से उनका स्टार्टअप ग्रो कर सकता है। तो गुजरात उसके लिए तैयार है। आप चाहे जो भी स्टेट में काम करो, कोई भी स्टेट में आप अच्छी चीजें सोच के लाइए, हम आपको सभी प्रकार की मदद के लिए हमेशा तैयार है। तो आपका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टेट, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होम स्टेट आप गुजरात को जरूर से बनाइए। इसके लिए मैं आप सबका यहाँ पे स्वागत करता हूं। આપણે બધા ગુજરાતીઓ અહીંયા ખૂબ મોટી સંખ્યામાં બેઠા છે। થોડા વર્ષો પહેલા આ બધા તો વર્ષોથી સ્પોર્ટ્સ જોડે જોડાયેલા ઘણા એસોસિએશન અહીંયા બેઠા છે। થોડા વર્ષ પહેલા જતા રહો તમે તો મારા ગુજરાતના ગુજરાતી યુવાઓ જ્યારે નેશનલ ગેમ્સ રમવા જતા હતા, નેશનલ ઇવેન્ટ્સમાં ભાગ લેવા જતા હતા, તમે तपासજો, कोई जूना प्लेयरों ने पूछो। हमारी हालत ऐसी थी कि गुजरात का कोई प्लेयर कहीं पे जाए तो उसको फाफड़ा जलेबी, खमन ढोकले के नाम से बुलाया जाता था। आज ये सिनारियो चेंज हो गया। ये फाफड़ा जलेबी, खमन ढोकला जहां जहां जाता है वहां कुछ करके आता है। હવે આપણે જવાની બદલે આપણા ત્યાં લોકોને લાવવાની તૈયારીઓ થઈ ચૂકી છે અને સ્પોર્ટ્સના સેક્ટરની અંદર ગુજરાત આવનારા દિવસોમાં જરૂરથી આ દેશને અલગ અલગ સેક્ટર્સની અંદર મેડલો અપાવનાર રાજ્ય બનવા જઈ રહ્યું છે। ઘણા લોકો ઘણી ટુર્નામેન્ટ્સમાં આપણે સ્પોર્ટ્સની અંદર જરાક કંઈક મહેનત ચાલુ કરીએ અને જો કોઈ ટુર્નામેન્ટ ગઈ હોય, ઓછા વધતા મેડલ આવે એટલે ગુજરાતે શું કર્યું, ગુજરાતમાં આમાં મેડલ કેમ ના આવ્યા? આ સ્પોર્ટ્સ જોડે જોડાયેલા લોકો સમજી શકે છે કે સ્પોર્ટ્સ સિસ્ટમને બદલાવ લાવવો એ ખૂબ જરૂરી છે અને બદલાવમાં કામ કરવું એ મહત્વનું છે। મેડલ કદાચ એકાદ વર્ષ મોડો આવી જશે તો એનાથી કોઈ ફરક નથી પડી જતો। પેરાલિમ્પિકમાં ગુજરાતના અનેક પ્લેયરોએ મેડલ લાવ્યા, એને અભિનંદન આપવાનું ચૂકી જવું, પણ એક ગેમ શોધવાની કે જેમાં ગુજરાતના મેડલો ઓછા આવ્યા હોય તો એની ટીકા કરવાનું ચૂકવાનું નહીં। આ પ્રકારની રાજનીતિ કરનાર અનેક લોકોને ગુજરાતના યુવાઓ, ગુજરાતના ખેલાડીઓ જરૂરથી જવાબ આપશે। અમે આવનારા દિવસોમાં પ્લેયર્સની ફેસિલિટીઝની અંદર ધરખમ બદલાવ લાવવા જઈ રહ્યા છે। અમારો વિભાગ જે રીતે મહેનત કરી રહ્યું છે, ગુજરાતનું સદનસીબ છે કે આપણી પાસે એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેશન ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ આટલું સરસ છે કે જે પ્લેયરોની નાની નાની તકલીફો માટે મંત્રી સુધી કોઈ આવવું ના પડે અને નીચેથી જ એનું સોલ્યુશન આવે તે પ્રકારની સિસ્ટમ બનાવી રહ્યું છે અને એ જ જાહેર કરે છે કે ગુજરાતમાં સ્પોર્ટ્સની અંદર ખૂબ મોટો બદલાવ આવવા જઈ રહ્યો છે. મારી આપ સૌ યુવાનોને વિનંતી છે કે આપ સૌ લોકો તમારા મનમાં આવેલા તમામ સજેશનો વિભાગને આપો. અમારા તો થતા તમામ કામો અમે પ્રયત્નશીલ થઈને તમારા સૌ માટે બદલાવ લાવવા માટે 100% સંકલ્પ લઈને આગળ વધી રહ્યા છે. તમારી તમામ યોજનાઓની અંદર નાના મોટા જે કોઈ સજેશનો આવ્યા છે એ આવનારા દિવસોમાં એ યોજનાની અંદર બદલાવ આવવાનો છે. તમને જે મદદ મળી રહી છે એ મદદની અંદર અનેક ગણો વધારો થવા જઈ રહ્યો છે અને એની અંદર અમે પહેલી વાર, અજયભાઈ તમને જાણીને આનંદ થશે, જલજભાઈ, ગુજરાત એ કદાચ પહેલું રાજ્ય એવું હશે કે જે તેમની સ્પોર્ટ્સ પોલિસી બનાવતી વખતે અમારી શક્તિદૂત યોજના જે અમારા સારા અને જે નેશનલ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ લેવલ પર રમતા પ્લેયરો કે જેને તે યોજના થકી અનેક મદદો મળતી હોય એ યોજનાની અંદર બદલાવ લાવતા પહેલા ગુજરાતના 2 લાખ પ્લેયરોને ઈમેલના માધ્યમથી અમે ડિટેલ્સ મોકલી કે તમે શક્તિદૂત યોજનાની અંદર હમણાં આ લાભ તમને મળે છે. આવનારા દિવસોમાં શક્તિદૂત યોજનાની અંદર અમે બદલાવ લાવવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. આ બદલાવની અંદર તમારે કયા કયા પ્રકારના બદલાવની જરૂરિયાત છે, તમને કઈ કઈ વિષયની અંદર મદદની જરૂરિયાત છે. ગુજરાતના હજારો પ્લેયરોએ જે કોઈ સૂચન આપ્યા, અમે હમણાં લાસ્ટ બેઠકની અંદર જોતા હતા કે લોકોના જે મેક્સિમમ સૂચન આવ્યા છે તેમાંથી કેટલા સૂચનો લીધા. તમને જાણીને આનંદ થશે 86% જેટલા સૂચનો લોકોના આ પોલિસીની અંદર અમે સમાવેશ કર્યો છે જે આવનારા દિવસોની અંદર પોલિસી ડિક્લેર થશે. આટલું જ નહીં, અહીંયા બેઠેલા તમામ એસોસિએશનને આ બાબતે તેમના સૂચનો લેવામાં આવ્યા. એટલું જ નહીં, પ્લેયરોના ફેમિલીઝને આ સૂચનોની અંદર જોડવામાં આવ્યા અને એનાથી બી આગળ ગુજરાતના ચૂંટાયેલા તમામ પ્રતિનિધિઓને વિધાનસભા દરમિયાન એમના બોક્સની અંદર કાગળો મૂકવામાં આવ્યા. ઈમેલના માધ્યમથી તેમને ઈમેલ કરવામાં આવ્યો કે તમે આ પોલિસીની અંદર જે કોઈ તમારા સજેશન હોય તે સજેશન આપો જેથી ગુજરાતના તમારા વિસ્તારના ખેલાડીઓના જે પ્રશ્ન તમારી પાસે આવે છે એ પ્રશ્નનો નિકાલ આપણે તાત્કાલિક લાવી શકીએ. આવા તમામ સ્ટેક હોલ્ડરો જોડે સજેશન અલગ અલગ લઈને આવનારા દિવસોની અંદર શક્તિદૂત યોજના આપણી ડિક્લેર થશે અને ગુજરાતના જે પ્લેયરોને શક્તિદૂત યોજનાનો લાભ મળતો હતો એનાથી બી અનેક ગણા પ્લેયરોને વધારે આ લાભ આવનારા દિવસોમાં મળવા જવાનો છે. તો તે પ્રકારે અમે લોકો સ્પોર્ટ્સની અંદર કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. અમે ખૂબ ખુલ્લા મનથી, તમે ગુજરાતના સ્પોર્ટ્સ વિભાગની કોઈ બી પ્રકારની તારીફ કરવાની જરૂર નથી. તમે દરરોજ અમારી પાસે આવો, તમને પડતી તકલીફોની ટીકા અમારી પાસે આવીને ખુલ્લા મને કરો જેથી અમને જે કઈ જરૂરિયાત તમારી છે તેની અંદર બદલાવ લાવવાનો અવસર પ્રાપ્ત થાય. અમે ખુલ્લા મનથી તમારા બધા જ લોકો માટે નવા પ્લેટફોર્મો ઊભા કરવા માટે રાત દિવસ આખો વિભાગ તમારા સૌ જોડે મળીને કામ કરવા માટે તૈયાર છે. આ સંભાવનાઓ જોડે જોડાયેલો તમારી આશા આકાંક્ષાઓને સાકાર કઈ રીતે થાય તે માટે કામ કરવા માટે અમે સૌ લોકો તૈયાર છે. આજનો આ દિવસ આપણા સૌ માટે ખૂબ મહત્વનો દિવસ છે કારણ કે સ્પોર્ટ્સ એ માત્ર હવે ખુશીઓ માટે, ફિટનેસ માટે જોડાયેલું આ સેક્ટર નથી રહ્યું. સ્પોર્ટ્સ એટલે આવનારા દિવસોમાં સૌથી મોટું રોજગારી ઊભું કરવાનું સેક્ટર બનવા જઈ રહ્યું. સ્પોર્ટ્સ એટલે અનેક લોકોનું કેરિયર, અનેક ઇકોનોમિકલ વ્યવસ્થાઓ માટેનું સેન્ટર બનવાનું બી આ ખૂબ મોટું આવનારા દિવસોમાં સેક્ટર બનવા જઈ રહ્યું છે. હું હમણાં એક ડેટા વાંચતો હતો કે ઇન્ડિયન સ્પોર્ટ સેક્ટર એ એન્યુઅલી 10% CAGR ગ્રોથ થઈ રહ્યો છે. 5 બિલિયન નું માર્કેટ આવનારા દિવસોમાં સ્પોર્ટ્સ સેક્ટર બનવા જઈ રહ્યું છે. ત્યારે સ્પોર્ટ્સ એને માત્ર ફિટનેસ જોડે નહીં, તમારા સૌના દીકરા દીકરીઓ માટે એને કેરિયર તરીકે લેવાનું છે. આવનારા દિવસોમાં આપણે સ્પોર્ટ્સને અને સ્પોર્ટ્સ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સને ગુજરાત એનું હબ બને તે માટે આપણે સૌ લોકો અનેક વ્યવસ્થાઓ કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. તે માટે હું વિભાગને ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન આપું છું. એમને એક આ અદ્ભુત પ્રયાસ કર્યો છે. અને ખાસ કરીને મારા મીડિયાના મિત્રો અને અનેક લોકો જે પ્રશ્ન પૂછતા હતા કે આ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ જેને પીચ બુકમાં ભાગ લીધો છે એ લોકોને કયા પ્રકારે કઈ રીતે તમે ઇનામ ડિક્લેર કરશો. આ સ્ટાર્ટઅપની કોમ્પિટિશનમાં જે જ્યુરી બનાવવામાં આવેલી છે એ જ્યુરીમાં એક બી પોલિટિકલ કે સરકારી વ્યક્તિ નથી. આપણી પાસે જ્યુરીમાં આપણું સૌભાગ્ય છે કે જેમને એક એક મિનિટ જેમની કિંમતી હોય એવા જલજભાઈ દાણી જેવા અને અનેક બીજા જ્યુરીની અંદર સ્પોર્ટ્સ સેક્ટર જોડે જોડાયેલા પ્રોફેશનલ્સ અને કોર્પોરેટ સેક્ટરમાંથી જે લોકો CSR ની અંદર ખૂબ મોટું સ્પોર્ટ્સ સેક્ટરની અંદર કામ કરતા હોય એવા લોકોની જ્યુરી બનાવીને આપણે સાચા અર્થમાં સ્પોર્ટ્સ સ્ટાર્ટઅપને એક સારું પ્લેટફોર્મ આપવાનો પ્રયત્ન કર્યો છે. અને કોઈ રાજ્ય સરકાર 25 લાખ રૂપિયા જેટલી ઇનામી રકમ સ્પોર્ટ્સ સ્ટાર્ટઅપને આપે તેવું કોઈએ સપનામાં भी વિચારેલું? आपने कभी इतने स्टार्टअप्स के साथ आप सभी लोग जुड़े हुए हो, कभी कोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इस प्रकार का प्रयास करे और वो प्रयास में एक कागज के सर्टिफिकेट के साथ साथ सही तौर में 25 लाख रुपए की राशि, उससे आपका भले मैन्युफैक्चरिंग या और कोई में कोई बड़ा फर्क नहीं आएगा, लेकिन कोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट 25 लाख रुपए की राशि इनाम के तौर पे दे, ये शायद अपने आप में एक बहुत ही बड़ा बदलाव है, एक बहुत ही बड़ा संदेश है. आप सभी का फिर से मैं एक बार गुजरात में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं. गुजरात सरकार के खेल विभाग का खास तौर पे मैं अभिनंदन देता हूं. मैं अश्विनी कुमार जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. आप सभी लोग पिछले कई सालों से रात दिन एक करके गुजरात के युवाओं का भविष्य बनाने के लिए जिस प्रकार से मेहनत कर रहे हो, उसके लिए मैं गुजरात के स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर के तौर पे नहीं, लेकिन गुजरात के एक युवा नागरिक के तौर पे आप सभी को अभिनंदन एवं आभार देता हूं. बहुत बहुत आभार.
एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजनी चाहिए. धन्यवाद हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी का. उनका अभिभाषण ये प्रमाणित करता है कि हाउ कमिटेड ही इज टू ब्रिंग द गोल्डन एरा इन स्पोर्ट्स, पर्टिकुलरली इन द स्टेट ऑफ गुजरात. और आपके ऊर्जा के साथ गुजरात को स्पोर्ट्स के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ने से कोई और नहीं रोक सकता. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी. Ladies and gentlemen, due to some commitments, our honorable minister has to take a leave now. But the program will continue. I would request everybody to please stay seated. And हम एक बार फिर से हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री हर्ष संघवी जी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं कि वो समय निकाल आज के इस कार्यक्रम में आए और उनके गाइडेंस, मार्गदर्शन के साथ इतना बड़ा गुजरात स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव संभव हो पाया. धन्यवाद. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Olympic Association is the governing body for the Olympic movement in India. We all know that India has set forth the ambition to host the Olympics in 2036, and the sports startups in India will play a vital role in realizing this vision. We are fortunate to have amongst us Shri Ajay Patel ji, Senior Vice President, Indian Olympic Association. I now invite Shri Patel to kindly address us. So please.
नमस्कार. गुजरात के स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर, जो होम मिनिस्टर भी है, ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर है, हर्ष भाई अभी हम सबको इंस्पिरेशन स्पीच देके गए. हमारे स्पोर्ट्स के अग्र सचिव अश्विनी कुमार सर, जिन्होंने नेशनल गेम्स के टाइम पे बहुत शॉर्ट टाइम में उन्होंने जो गेम हैंडल की, वो इतना डेलीगेशन करके अभी गोवा में नेशनल गेम हुआ, मगर सर गुजरात का नेशनल गेम्स को सही कम टाइम में सही में कॉम्प्लीमेंट मिले, ऐसा जो गेम हैंडल किया उसके लिए हम सब उनके आभारी हैं। उनके साथ नीनामा सर, भट्ट साहब, उदित भाई, हमारे दोस्त जलद भाई, सब पैनलिस्ट, सभी स्टेट से आए हुए खिलाड़ी, स्टार्टअप्स के लोग, मीडिया के लोग। सबसे पहले तो मैं गुजरात सरकार को अभिनंदन देना चाहता हूं कि स्टार्टअप्स के जो कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया वो सही में पूरे इंडिया में पहली बार होगा। हमारे वड़ा प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई ने अभी इंडियन ओलंपिक कमेटी का जब मीटिंग था तभी इंटेंस डिक्लेयर किया है कि ओलंपिक इंडिया में आना चाहिए। तो बहुत कम समय में ये जो गुजरात ने सब तैयारी की और ये जो स्टार्टअप्स की बात है, उसमें जो ये इनिशिएटिव लिया है, अभी बहुत कम समय में, मैं आप चाहता हूं कि गुजरात की बात आप सबको बराबर पता चले कि गुजरात में आप 4-5 साल में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और एनवायरनमेंट आप सिंगापुर को भूल जाएंगे, ऐसा बनने वाला है। हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर माननीय भूपेंद्र भाई और जो टीम काम कर रही है, उनका जो सपना है कि वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये जो अभी हर्ष साहब ने आपको बताया कि भी आप सब गुजरात में आइए, आप अपने स्टेट में तो काम कीजिए, साथ में गुजरात में आप प्रोडक्शन यूनिट डालिए। और गुजरात ने जो तैयारियां की है, द रन अप टू द ओलंपिक will also create a big opportunity for sports startups. Parents and sports person now have the confidence that sports also is good paying career. They can make a good living with more and more premium leagues taking place. The initiative by the Indian government and state government is also getting sports person to take up sports seriously, thus opening up business of sports startups. So many understanding India is the biggest market for sports startups in the year ahead. आप लोग गुजरात में आए हैं, आपका स्वागत है। और यहाँ जो पीसफुल, इजी एटमॉस्फेयर और है, उसमें आप सबको काम करने का मजा आएगा। मैं इंडियन ओलंपिक पीटी उषा दीदी को बोल के, इंडियन ओलंपिक आपको कोई इसके लिए कोई गाइडलाइन चाहिए, कोई प्लेयर से इनपुट चाहिए, वो देने के लिए एक वहाँ आपको मेल आईडी भी आप सबको भेजूंगा। तो आप सबका कोई भी सजेशन होगा तो इंडियन ओलंपिक आपको हेल्प करने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये जो कॉन्क्लेव किया उसके लिए फिर से मैं अश्विनी कुमार साहब, नीनामा साहब, भट्ट साहब, उन्होंने जो ये इनिशिएटिव लिया है, और गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के चीफ मिनिस्टर भूपेंद्र भाई, हर्ष भाई, उन्होंने टीम ने जो कोशिश किया है, और उदित भाई ने, ट्रांस इंडिया ने ये सब मेहनत किया, उनके लिए उनको खूब खूब अभिनंदन देता हूं। और ऐसे ही कॉन्क्लेव जितना ज्यादा होगा, जितना हम लोग ज्यादा मिलेंगे, तभी एनवायरनमेंट, अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट मिलेगा और एक दूसरे को मदद कर सकेंगे। नरेंद्र मोदी साहब का सपना है સૌનો સાથ સૌનો વિકાસ। તો એ રીતે આપણે બધા આ જે આવનારી જે તકો છે એમાં પ્લેયર્સ, એથ્લીટ, જે બી સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર્સ, એ બધાને ફાયદો થાય એવું આપણે વાતાવરણ બનાવીએ અને એના માટે આપણે બધા સાથે મળીને એકબીજાને મદદ કરીએ। ફરીથી ગુજરાત ગવર્મેન્ટ અને અશ્વિની સ્પોર્ટ્સ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટને ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત. જય હિન્દ.
बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद श्री पटेल आपका for your kind words of appreciation and the motivation and the support that you are ready to provide to make the sports ecosystem even more glorious than it is currently. And now I would request all our dignitaries on the dais to kindly stand for a group photograph so that we can cement this lovely occasion for the times to come. And ladies and gentlemen, एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Let us give a huge round of applause and thank all our dignitaries for their time here to make the inaugural occasion, the ceremony so special with their presence and their kind words, and our esteemed speakers, and also all the good wishes to our top 8 finalists for the pitch book competition. I would request all our dignitaries to kindly be seated in the front of the stage. We'll be starting with our first panel discussion for the day. जैसे कि पहले भी मैंने बताया था, for all the emerging startups, this is going to be a very, very informative panel discussion for you, as the topic is Journey of Successful Indian Sports Startups, Investing and Sustaining Insights. So हमारे बीच बहुत सारे eminent speakers हैं जो अभी के समय में sports ecosystem को आगे लेके जा रहे हैं. उनकी अनुभूति हम सुनेंगे इस मंच पे. अगले 2 से 3 मिनट में हम पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करेंगे. I would request everybody to kindly stay seated. Thank you very much. For all of those who are walking out of the hall, please be back in 2 to 3 minutes as we are starting with the first panel discussion. We are a little behind the schedule, so we want to be on very much on time. आप सभी को अनुरोध है कृपया 2 से 3 मिनट के अंदर हॉल के अंदर आके आसन ग्रहण कर लें. हमारा पहला पैनल डिस्कशन हम कुछ ही समय में शुरू करने जा रहे हैं. धन्यवाद. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I would request everybody to kindly settle down as we are now about to start with our first panel discussion. The topic being Journey of Successful Indian Sports Startup, Investing and Sustaining Insights. It's going to be extremely informative and you're going to get some real-time insights about how to start and operate a successful startup. I would request everybody to kindly take their seats. We'll be starting with our first panel discussion of the day now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, might I request आप सभी से कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें. आज का हमारा पहला पैनल डिस्कशन अब हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं. The topic is, as I have said before, journey of successful Indian sports startups. Investing and sustaining insights. हमारे बीच बहुत ही eminent speakers and leaders जिन्होंने खुद ये सफर तय किया है वो हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं. who are going to share the insights. As our panelists for this session, we will be having on stage Mr. Jalaj Dani ji, founder president Sportscom Industries Confederation, Mr. Saumil Majumdar ji, co-founder, managing director and CEO Sports Village, Mr. Rishikesh Joshi ji, founder Sports for All, Mr. Puneet Balan ji, chairman and managing director Puneet Balan Group, Mr. Anil Singh ji, Managing Director, Procam International, and Ms. Arshi Yasin, Founder and CEO, The Bridge. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Sohail Chandok, CEO of Mumba and co-founder Yuva Kabaddi Series. Just a minute more before we start the panel discussion, I would request everybody to please take your seats. Thank you. right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are all ready to start with the first panel discussion. Alright, so well, ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to please take your seats. We are all set to start with the first panel discussion of the day on journey of successful Indian sports startup, investing and sustaining insights. सभी से अनुरोध है कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें. As we start with the first panel discussion, I would request you to please take your seats. We are quite much ready to start, and all we are waiting is for you to be seated. And as I'll be welcoming our panelists, our speakers onto the dais, I would request all of you to join me in welcoming them as well. We have some eminent leaders in the fraternity from across places, from across the country, who will be enlightening us with their real-time experience. I would request once again to please settle down. And with that, I'll begin by welcoming our panelists onto the dais, though they do not really need an introduction, but I would request all of you to please join me as I welcome them on for the first panel discussion. Our first panelist is Mr. Jalaj Dani ji, Founder President, Sportscom Industry Confederation. Mr. Dani is also the co-promoter of Asian Paints Limited and Director, Reliance Foundation. His passion for sports is the driving force behind Sportscom, a not-for-profit apex industry body to promote the business of manufacturers of sports goods and services providers to the sports sector and make them globally competitive. I would request Shri Dani, and I would request all of you to please give a round of applause as I invite Shri Dani onto the dais. I would request her to please take a seat. Our next panelist for the session is Mr. Saumil Majmudar, co-founder, MD and CEO of Sports Village. Sports Village, which aims to get 100 million children to play through its Edu Sports program. Started in 2003, Sports Village partners with schools, academies, parents, brands, CSR donors and governments, helping them to integrate their goals of holistic development of children, consumer engagement and social impact into programs that help children experience the magic of play and sports. A very good morning to you, sir, and a very, very warm welcome to the panel. Our next panelist is Mr. Rishikesh Joshi, Founder, Sports for All, a national level swimmer who participated across various disciplines of sports at school, district and state level. Sports encompasses everything that Mr. Joshi does personally and professionally. With a pulse on the nervous system of what sporting means for India, he founded Sports for All, SFA, with a rallying call, Ab Jeetega India. Today, the company is India's largest and only tech-enabled multidisciplinary grassroots sports competition platforms. I would request everybody एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे panelists का मंच पे स्वागत करें. And now I welcome our next panelist, Mr. Puneet Balan, Chairman and Managing Director of Puneet Balan Group. The Puneet Balan Group operates in various sectors including real estate construction, film production, sports, philanthropy, automotive and cybersecurity with a strong business presence in India, Dubai and Spain. Mr. Balan is a fervent sports enthusiast, champions Indian representation in global events like Olympics. Uniquely titled as sportspreneur, he owns 9 teams across sporting disciplines, namely World Tennis League, Global Chess League, Ultimate Kho-Kho, to name a few. A very good morning, sir, and a very warm welcome. Our next panelist for the session is Mr. Anil Singh, Managing Director, Procam International. He's the founder and MD of Procam International, the company that promotes the iconic Tata Mumbai Marathon, Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, TCS World, 10K Bangalore, and the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K. Mr. Singh, a national-level athlete himself, has led Procam to build a proud legacy of sporting assets of international scale and pedigree. These include the Mahindra World Open Squash, the World Bodybuilding Championship, WWE India, to name just a few. A very warm welcome to Mr. Singh. Our final panelist for this session is Ms. Arshi Yasin, founder and CEO, The Bridge. A sports media entrepreneur currently leading The Bridge, a pioneer in covering the Olympics and a lesser-known sports in India. She is an ardent sports enthusiast and a firm believer in sports as a tool for social change. With a decade of experience in storytelling, she has successfully created a media publication of greater repute. I would request everybody to give a huge round of applause and welcome our panelists. And I would request our panelists to kindly take their seats. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the moderator for our session, we have with us Mr. Sohail Chandok. Hailing from a family of sport and the arts dating back 3 generations and following in the footsteps of his brother Karun Chandok, India's Formula One racing sensation, Sohail was perhaps destined for a life with sports and media. He is one of India's leading TV presenters, sports commentator and analyst, having worked with Star Sports, Sony Sports Network and Jio Cinema. He is currently one of the country's leading faces and voices of sports and television on global sporting properties such as Indian Premier League, Pro Kabaddi League, ICC Cricket World Cups, Tennis Grand Slams, the Olympics, etc. He is the CEO of U Sports, taking charge of Pro Kabaddi League champions U Mumba TT, and the upgrade Mumba Masters in the Global Chess League. A very good morning.
Thank you.
And I hand over the session to you.
Thank you. Yeah, just do a little intro here then. Thank you. So good afternoon. Just check that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to everyone. I think everyone's heard already from the Honorable Minister. We've had a great start to what should be a very memorable day. And as you can see from this panel, it's a very esteemed panel, and I'm very honored to start the panel today with lovely ladies and gentlemen on this esteemed panel. But I think what's amazing is we've got a room filled with a lot of people with a like-minded vision for what sport should be in our country, where sport should head, and also for the thought process that we have in this room, because a lot of us speak about India being a truly sporting nation. I think to even eclipse what that is, to actually surround what that is, takes some doing. We'll attempt to do that here as well. And when we think of the insightful conversations, we will unravel stories, we'll unravel challenges, nuggets of wisdom as well, as we explore this dynamic intersection of entrepreneurship and sports today. So I think we'll head across, because the first thing I want to do is actually just define the word startup. When you think of what our government defines as a word startup, it's a very loosely thrown word around, and you know we've had a chat about this in the sort of prelim to this panel, and it was one of the biggest talking points because today the word is thrown around very, very loosely. But to define it, remember the word startup firstly means the government of India defines it as an entity which has been in existence for 10 years or less and should have an annual turnover not exceeding 100 crores for any year since incorporation. So I just want you to keep that at the back of your minds because that is the basis of this conversation, and I can now take a seat and head across to my family for today, I should say, in many ways. But guys, let's proceed and firstly bring on the conversation, right? And Jalaj bhai, I will come to you in a bit on the role of the government as well and a bit more on where the startup ecosystem is. But firstly, when I say startup and sport, what comes to your mind? Because we've heard so much, there's so much positivity behind startups. There's always this talk of fundraise and where the funds are going to come from, investors, VCs. But just speaking about the startup space and sport, the amalgamation of both, where does that sit with you?
No, I think it's all about young people, it's all about technology, it's about the demographic dividend that India is all about. And let's just see, I think in the last few months, whether it was the Olympics, whether it's the Asian Games, whether it's the Commonwealth Games, many other platforms, how the Indian athletes have done. And I think this is only the beginning. The second is, of course, the tech part.
Yeah.
We have so many of them here, more importantly in the crowd here. The importance of technology as far as young people are concerned, they work very differently. They are born with technology. And e-gaming offers such a huge potential, and I'm sure there is a lot to learn from some of them in the room as far as something like that is concerned. But before that, I just want to thank Harshbhai, who's not here, but Ashwini ji and also Udit. I think what an effort. I think they deserve a round of applause
Absolutely.
for what they have put together. And more importantly, the people who are in this room, I want you to remember this day because this is where it all started. I think as we meet year after year on this, you will realize you were part of the first time when it happened. You were the pioneers. This is where the foundation was laid. And we have been made lots of offers by Harshbhai today in terms of what all can be housed here, what all can be done here besides capital. And I think I look forward to working with all the entrepreneurs here in role of mentorship or whatever else to help thousands of them bloom as far as Gujarat is concerned. Thanks.
Wonderful, great start. Thanks so much for that. And I think, funny story, I remember we were commentating on the Asian Games recently, and suddenly at the back of your ears, you're thinking, okay, Asian Games, but you've got Ronaldo to Maradona, Maradona to Pele, and I'm thinking, what's going on? And that was the power of esports. FIFA was being played at the Asian Games, and you start to understand how some of our thinking needs to change. A lot of us are purists when we think of sport, but I think the entire dynamism of sport is that it's moving forward to places that a lot of us may not even comprehend. And I think that's where it's important to be able to bridge that gap. And to bridge that gap is where I will turn to Arshi, because Arshi, that's precisely what you do. But just tell us in your mind, why are sports startups, and importantly successful sports startups, important to India's present and India's future as well? Because in your own words, you guys are bridging the gap in India's sporting ecosystem, trying to build a community that's coming together for sport too.
Yeah, so, good morning everybody. See, the role of startup is of immense value, and especially in the last 1 decade. But before coming to that part, what you have asked me, what is my definition of startup? As per, although you read out the definition, there are 3 words that are extremely critical, which combines the value of a sports startup. One is reform, what change we are bringing, what we are set out to do. Second is sustainability.
Absolutely.
How we are doing what we all are doing, right? All of us. Third is obviously the monetization and the profit bit of it. So these 3 words are extremely critical to me as an entrepreneur while running a sports startup, right? Now coming back to the question that...
I'm going to come back to that and spend a lot of time on sustainability, because I think as someone who runs a sports startup myself, we know that is the be-all and end-all of a startup. So we will spend some time on that later.
Yes, yes. And coming back to the rise of the number of entrepreneurs and sports startup, that is a very good indicator as a nation, right? What we are doing. And all of us, again, especially in the last 1 decade, because we at Bridge, we are focusing on the Olympics and the lesser known sports, right? And honestly, nobody saw this as a business a decade ago. But we are able to do, and in terms of making it into a sustainable business, that is a lot more important thing. And each one of us on this panel, we have identified one problem statement, and then we are relentlessly working towards fixing it, right? So overall, it brings us closer to making our nation as a sporting nation.
Absolutely.
So that's what I feel.
Fantastic. Puneet, I'm just going to come to you because while we're speaking about sports startups, I always have a smile on my face when I see Puneet wherever we go across various leagues that we're both a part of as well. But where did it come into your mind, Puneet, to start investing in sport? Because you not only do it from the lens of a team owner across various disciplines and various sports, but I know you also invest a lot of time and money in a lot of youngsters across various sporting disciplines and really encouraging the youth of India to play more sport.
Hi, good morning to everyone. First of all, before I answer Sohail's question, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Gujarat, the Sports Authority, and Udit and his whole team for having all of us here, for giving our own insights as well as listening from the audience also later. So, Sohail's question is, yes, he's always seen me, and I think most of, at least 3 leagues where we are commonly together as team owners. We have been investing, when we talk about sustainability, I think, or investment. So I think investment itself is sustainability. And getting into sporting was as a passion, but it's now turned into business. But when we have turned it into business as a group, proudly to say that we are the only group in the country who owns 10 teams in various franchise leagues. And especially when you say various franchise leagues, the most important thing is it's non-cricketing.
Correct.
So it's not cricketing leagues.
Yes.
And close to 60 athletes we have in our sports division whom we are sponsoring or taking care of everything. And we have seen the results of that. In the latest Asian Games, we had Rutuja Bhosle, who's one of our athletes who's won gold medal in mixed doubles. And I think sports, investing in sports or having so many teams as a passion turned business, but it's a long-term vision.
Right.
I think everyone here on this panel who owns teams, who are part of various franchise, know it. It's not like any other business where you...
it's a slow burn. And often a lot
it's
of
a white elephant. It's a white elephant. But those who want to be there for a long term can be in this game, but who doesn't look to be at the long term will not be in this game.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think that is the key to everyone in this room. You're not going to get overnight success when you invest in sport, but you have to understand that we're kind of at that pathway where IT was a long time ago. There's a boom that we all want to be a part of, but to be a part of that, you need to invest now to reap the rewards of it down the line. I think that vision is very, very important, and that commitment towards sport is extremely important. I'm going to turn to my right because there's always an interesting viewpoint when Anil is around. And Anil, I just want to come to you because it's hard to call Procam a startup. You guys have been around a very, very long time.
Please call me a startup. I would love to be called a startup. Too many years have gone and this is the result.
No, 10 years has passed. We can't call you a startup at all. But yeah, you will get a great valuation out of it. But Anil, just defining success, right? For a sports business, how do you define success? Because there are so many metrics. There's impact, there's profitability, there's sustainability. Where do you look to? There's now the fundraise value and valuation, which is such a big part of it as well. But as a more traditional sports business, how do you define success?
But let me start by saying I'm delighted to be back in Ahmedabad and Gujarat because I studied in Rajkumar College in Rajkot.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm hugely connected with Gujarat, and that's where my formative years were. And also good because my mother was Parsi. And I learned Gujarati, so I've been practicing with Kunal and my driver, and it's fantastic. So, welcome. But it's lovely to be here. You know, there are these, you know, when we were talking about startups, I'll start with that because we're talking so much about it. The only pitfall I'd like people to be a little wary of, when you talk about investors and you keep putting that word startup, you're going to be looked upon as such. And sport is not a startup. And business of sport, now, I'm not talking about the technology part of it, that you could define in any way, but the business of sport is actually quite simple. It's passion and connect. So if you're passionate, you're connected, and vice versa. How do you define success? I think for many of us, the old way forward has been IP driven.
Yes.
And it's been so IP driven that that's what ProCam did. We have done from almost anything to everything, whether it's World Open Squash, whether we introduced WWE into the nation, whether we started the running revolution, power boating, you know, squash, the World Open of Squash was done. So if you really look at the kind of body of work we did, it's very IP driven, but IP driven with a difference. We were very keen and very conscious that how do we create a legacy for our sport? So what are we proud about today? What is ProCam proud about? If you look when we touch squash today, India has 10 players in the top 100 men and women in squash.
Correct.
If you look at tennis, whether we were nurturing Leander and Mahesh and building at that time with Lotto and other brands, we redefined tennis in many ways. So whether it's running, today running is a $450 million annual industry in India alone. So the idea, the most important thing from that point of view when we say IPs is how do we ensure that the road traveled has a way, a method. Still, sport is not complicated. We make it complicated. If you can understand the fabric of sport, you know, who would ever imagine India to be the #1 running nation in the world today? Sorry, not #1, the fastest growing running nation in the world today. Who would imagine the #1 amount of people traveling all over the world for running events are Indians today? When did we see that coming 20 years ago? No. But I'll only put it this way. No, it's a very tough question to say what. To me, sport is understand the fabric of sport. Think big. If you don't think big, it will never even be small. But the wonderful thing of thinking big is you can draft a road, and you'll be shocked to know that it's not that difficult when you think big. And it looks, oh my God, I don't have the monies. Oh my God, I don't have the cloud. Today we shut 5 cities in this country down. Shut it down. We never had the cloud when we started. You know, so, and you've got lovely people. I mean, I'm so happy to be here. My dear friend Udit, we've been talking about me coming to Trans Stadia. Look at what he's done here. It's superb effort. I mean, I really mean it. Well done, Udit. Really fantastic stuff. This is, if we can all come together on these kind of wonderful, you know, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's technology, whether it's sports IP, whether it's people like you can talk about it. I think India is really evolving. 108 medals at the Asian Games should be a very hardcore proof of that. A very hardcore proof of that. So, but I would say, think big, tell stories. Life is about stories, and sport is specifically about stories. It's not about, you know, the score only. So stories, think big. Don't worry about the contract. The contract is not what the paper it's written on. But you must be able to bend. So I've got a few philosophies that I practice. But it's just wonderful to be here. And before I take up 3/4 of everybody's time, I don't want to do that. But it's so wonderful to have people like Jalaj, who my brother is very close to and is very fond of. And he's been such an important part of our. So it's just wonderful to be here and to see wonderful people who are doing so well, like Somin, who was part of ProCam at one time, actually started as an intern. So it's just wonderful and great. I hope I can. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm just going to go across to both of you actually. On Sports for All, on Edu Sports as well. There's such an impact where you're trying to drive more people to sport. Where did you identify a unique opportunity? Because there's a lot of people in this room thinking, I want to get into the sports startup space, I want to enter the ecosystem, but do I need to? Where do you identify the gap and then the unique opportunity, and what makes you then take that next step?
Hello.
Rishikesh?
Yeah, hi. Firstly, good morning everyone, and thank you so much for having me out here. Sir Udit, thank you for putting up this wonderful thought leadership initiative. And yeah, so I mean, it's very nostalgic because when I was 10 years old, I told my father that, I want to do something in sport. I think that's when I started up. And nothing actually happened at that time. And in 2016 is where, our Prime Minister actually launched the Startup India initiative. And I was, fortunately invited to one of these lovely amphitheaters in Delhi where it was announced, and some of the biggest founders of the country were there. And me and my colleague were at that Startup India function in Delhi. And 611 startups were invited, and there was only one sports company in that. So, but that time we felt really scared. Who's going to even look at us? And today, there are more than multiple just sports startup conclaves happening in India. So in literally in a span of 7 to 8 years, the narrative of Khelo India has, engulfed us, and it is really, showing the way forward. So I think that at the start, I would like to kind of say that, once India decides to do something, we actually make it happen. And coming to startup, I mean, we started in 2015, where startup was not even a word at that point in time. But it was a very, you can't start up saying that, अरे कुछ करना है तो चलो शुरू करते हैं, right? It's not. Correct. I think a lot of your, things get written down deep down inside, and if it's like a burning desire to change something, as Arshi said, as to find what is the problem, and then to find, the quality of the solution that you are applying to that problem, and the scale at which you can apply it, will really define the success or failure of any new initiative in sport, as I would kind of call it. So yeah, I mean, I'll keep it at that and allow Saumil to answer the participation.
I'd love for you to come in, because I completely understand, right? I think, firstly, adaptability and moving with the times. I mean, for me, I'm sitting here in the hat of a sports entrepreneur, not as a broadcaster, because I saw the same trend, right? We started what was Kabaddi Adda back then as a digital company. We then moved to a phygital and now a purely physical company with the Yuva Kabaddi series. And I know there's a lot of sort of transition that you have to do as sport evolves, as the ecosystem evolves. So just tell us from your lens, the adaptability, the need for innovation, and to sort of move with the rapid changing times, because it's moving very rapidly in the world of sport in India.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thank you, sir. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure and honor. To your question, just in the context, I started my journey in sports as sportswear in 2003.
Correct.
So celebrating a 20th birthday this year. Thank you. What Edu Sports started in 2009.
Yeah.
What many people don't know about is the first 5-6 years, as an entrepreneur who was enthusiastic, passionate, thought he was smart, thought he could solve the world's problems, thought he could change the world. I just couldn't find a model that would work to get kids to play. I thought I was trying to solve a very simple problem of getting kids to play. That's it, as simple as that, in a sustainable and scalable manner. And I thought it would be easy. My Excel sheet showed me I'll be a millionaire in 6 months multiple times. I have many of the Excel sheets. Now they work. After 6 years of trying all kind of models, apartment complexes, grounds, academies, apps, cricket, selling tickets for the Cricket World Cup, finally we knocked on school doors. So Edu Sports actually, in hindsight, might have been the last desperate throw of the dice, saying, I had to make this work.
Correct.
And
it's often the case, isn't it?
Yeah, and partly it's also ego. You're like, why can't you solve this problem? How difficult can it be to get kids to play? It has to be easier than this, but it turns out to be a lot more difficult. To your point on innovation and so on, I think what we found was that the world outside has a lot of goodwill for sports and sports entrepreneurs, but that goodwill translating into business reality is a big gap. And it's time. It took me a few years to tell myself, stop counting the pats on the back. Because the pats on the back keep you going. And start counting the money in the bank, and which is reducing very quickly. And the pats on the back we get, and a lot of entrepreneurs we get lots of pats on the back. But you have to cold-bloodedly. I'm also a Guju, born in Baroda, so also that helps to ask myself where is the money coming from. So let me pause here.
Yeah, that's a great point to leave me with, because that is the problem, isn't it, Jalajbhai? When you think of sporting businesses that need to go forward, we speak of sustainability, we speak of the need to grow, but you can't grow without the funding. And there is a big role here for the government as well. The government can either be a roadblock or be an enabler. So how big a stakeholder is the government? Where do you see the role coming in? Because as we heard today, very encouraging signs from a lot of places, but how does that translate quite physically for many startups?
Yeah, I think one of the acronyms or terms everybody in sports understands is TOPS, which, as you know, is the Target Olympic Podium Scheme. But I'll just take the same letters and say, I think for anybody to be successful as far as this space is concerned, the T should stand for technology or talent. And I think there has to be a lot of work that needs to be done around both these areas, because it's your people who will make you successful. And there are many examples besides sports in other space where people or the talent has been a differentiator. And I think the people in the room are so young, I don't need to tell them the importance of technology, but everything can pivot around technology. So that is, I think, becoming a very important piece. O is for me operating model, and we just heard just now for an entrepreneur who had the determination, how many operating models, how many times you have to pivot, and every one of them here has a story as far as something like this is concerned. So I would say don't get discouraged. I think have that stamina, have that belief in yourself, in your team, and you have to pivot your operating model continually till you run into something that resonates well. The P is for partnership, what you wanted me to speak about. Sports, education, they are all state and central subjects. Absolutely. The importance of sports is very different now than we had few years ago. And it looks very bright as far as the way ahead. And I think in many things, Gujarat is leading the way. We have had partnerships in Nadiad for a center of excellence, for district level sports school here in Kapadwanj, and many other things that we are trying as far as Gujarat is concerned. And many of them, Gujarat has actually led the way and has model partnerships. But infrastructure, people like Udit have what it takes to create. Most of us can't put capital in infrastructure. I think there is a big role that the government has of creating infrastructure, but also sustaining infrastructure.
Right.
I think if you talk of DPI, which is the digital public interface that's there, whether it's Aadhaar and other things, I think there is a role for creating a digital platform as far as sports is concerned. Many of you have startups around that. But imagine if we can successfully lay that out as an information highway, and then everybody can tap into that. It'll be so much more viable for all businesses as far as that is concerned.
A super highway for sport.
Yeah, and I think it's something that we need, and it's something maybe it needs to start from right here. If I may say, this can be the Gangotri or the Janmotri of that. And if I'm here as a Sportscom president, I have to say my colleague Kavita is here, and there is a lot of work we want to do as far as partnerships is concerned. And please be part of a movement like Sportscom and help us do that, but that's on partnership. And S is for sustainability.
Yes.
And I think sustainability comes in many different ways. Is it education? Is it sports? Is it health? Is it fitness? Is it women empowerment? There are many ways you can build your narrative around sustainability. And there's a lot of money in the world that's available today which was not there in the past as far as sustainability is concerned. So keep that in the front. Sustainability also means profitability, and it is becoming or free cash flow, whichever way you look at it. So I would go back and look at that TOPS as the mantra for doing it. But I don't think it can be done any other way, whether it's the international or the Indian Olympic movement. If you see the national sports federations, we discuss infrastructure, training programs, supporting the athletes. I think everybody has to come together, the private sector, the NGOs and the government. And you have some other model states. I think what Odisha has been able to do in the area of sports is again very exemplary. And we need many more models like that. And I'm sure if that happens, we'll get many more medals.
Thank you. I think the new form of TOPS is a nice takeaway from that, Jalaj Bhai. So thank you for that. I'm just going to go over to the big question, right, of fundraise versus impact versus profitability. Because as you said, Saumil, there are times where you think the world is collapsing. I mean, we went through it in COVID where we ran a digital business, but there was no live kabaddi going on. So then we were down to not much money and you're thinking, now what? But actually, when you're finally desperate and you scratch the surface, our pivot actually made us now a profitable company and we go forward with that, right? So I guess you have to also realize that finally, where you end up is not where you think you started from. And I think for all of us sitting here, it's changed so much. And Rashi, I want to come to you on that because there's such a big question on funding, the right investors versus just the money. And for me, I know we went through turmoil where we had a greedy old co-founder, thankfully not a part of us anymore, and we had the right investors supporting us, understanding that situation, and today we sit here thankful for it. So just the question of pure money versus the right investors, because this is a room searching for investment, 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 but when you get the money, you're also very accountable for that money. So how do you strike that balance between money versus the right investors as well?
Okay, interesting question, Suhail. See, first of all, it's very important for all of us to understand that we are here to build sustainable businesses in sports, right?
Yes.
And as Mr. Balan said, that we have to think long term. There is no other alternate way of making a sports business sustainable apart from thinking long term. Now, there are very few investors and players who trust in this long term game.
Exactly.
Like very few. And in this era where, you know, everybody wants instant result, you know, and thanks to social media, there is so much of instant gratification, which is satisfying our dopamines every moment, right?
Yeah.
So, the point here is that, okay, let's say if you're raising X amount of money, and that's a big money, right? Please understand that whatever the amount of money is, it will get exhausted today or tomorrow. That money is an enabler to build a good business, but money is not the only factor. Rather than that, it's very, very important to find the right investor. So as an entrepreneur today, if I have to collaborate with, let's say if I'm getting more money versus the right investor who is investing not just money, you know, staying involved a little bit.
A strategic partner.
Yeah, that I would choose the latter one first. That is extremely important. Again, circling back to the keyword here is long term. Because we all know, and kudos to Saumil, because he is like the resilience which he has shown in so many years, right?
Yeah.
And in business, in sports, it is, and again, like putting your, without being too adamant about your ideas, right? As founders, this comes as our nature that, you know, we think that, oh, our idea is superb and it will work, right? But it doesn't happen always like that. It's important to be focused, and at the same time, it's important to collaborate with like-minded people and also listen to what the audience is saying, what your customers are saying, what your, you know, business partners are saying. So in a nutshell, yeah, to answer your question, Suhail, the right partner is more important, the right investor is more important than just the money part of it.
Completely agree, 100%. And I think I'm just going to turn to you, Saumil, because you know, you've been at this a long time. And as Archie said, today we're living in this very quick, everything needs to be quick, right? Shark Tank, I mean, we were the first and only, I think, sports startup that went on Shark Tank and secured funding. But therefore, everything is expected that, okay, you've got the funding, things are going to fly, right? But therefore, when you think of sustainability, you think of this long-term track, how do you actually go about securing the right investors? Where do you even target investment? Because again, we're speaking to a room that are looking for investors. They might have the best ideas in the country, but they're lost if you don't have the right VCs, the right investors backing you.
So raising funding is a day-long topic, and people like Jalaj know more. But as an entrepreneur, I think one important question to ask is, do you actually need external money?
You need it, yes.
There's a timing when you need to raise money. In my context, from 2003, 2008, I did not have a model that I could feel confident to go to an institutional investor. So I did not. I had access, I had networks, I had reach. I went to friends and family and got small amounts of money from them. Now the class of capital is very important because friends and family and small amounts of capital from each friend and family gave me a longer breathing space. 3-4 lakhs from 20 people suddenly adds up to a lot.
Yeah.
But those 20 people are not losing their sleep as to what your venture is doing.
Yeah.
One person giving me 80 lakhs will be in my house sitting saying, what's going on? Where is your business, right?
That's great advice.
It's a very important piece as to what class of capital do you raise. Institutional capital is not the only class of capital. The second, and therefore, when do you raise it is a question of when you have a model that is proven. In our case, we raised institutional capital only after we got EduSports model. We signed up 10 schools. We could see a model which is profitable at a unit level and see a large TAM, the classic TAM, proven unit economics and so on. Only after that we went out to institutional capital. Till that time we did not. And lastly, what worked, and I'll stop with that, is sometimes as entrepreneurs we start out with a too narrow a definition of a business. So if you're a sports tech guy, you want to say I'm a sports tech, and the market is giving you a business for sports ops, and you're saying no, I will not do it. I will not do it because I'm a sports tech guy. Sometimes it helps to just, so in our case, in hindsight, I don't know, it's all hindsight. We are alive, so we have hindsight and gyan to give. In hindsight, we defined the canvas as sports. Anything in sports we're willing to do.
Yeah.
We were completely agnostic to what in sports.
Right.
So sometimes that also helps you kind of roll with the punches, and you get quite a few of those.
Yeah, lots of them. Thank you, that's great advice as well. Puneet, I'm just going to come to you on the investment side, right? Because as you said, it is a slow burn, you're thinking very long term. How do you assess how much you want to spend, where the spending stops? Because quite often, it's not as commercially viable as you would expect. Multiple leagues aren't commercially viable for the first few years. Some aren't commercially viable at all and they shut down. So where do you stop the burn? How do you assess where the burn stops and where it continues?
See, when we are having so many teams, we know that few teams will make money for us, few will be not making money. But the other teams that will make money will sustain for the other teams.
Like a good stock.
Yeah, good stock to go on. Yeah, it's like the intraday or share market. You know, I would be proud to say, as my friend Tenzin is here. So one of the properties that we own teams is the Ultimate Coco.
Yes.
Which is last year it was season 1.
Yeah.
And when we signed the team, it was too short time, but we were able to get 1 or 2 sponsors only. And that too, I will be open to tell that nothing more than 50 lakhs.
Yeah.
But the franchise fees and player expense was close to 5-6 crores a year. But this time I'll be happy to say that we are able to cover our cost with the sponsorships.
Well done.
So that is what the league
and well done to Tenzin as well then.
And I would thank him for all his efforts. So what we do is basically, there are few leagues which we feel is not going to be sustainable.
Yeah.
Like one of the leagues which is happening now is the Tennis Premier League in India.
Correct.
We have gone ahead and bought a team in World Tennis League, which is globally.
Yeah.
So then this would be our last season with the Tennis Premier League. We'll be moving out.
Right.
And then go with Global Tennis League. So our team is looking into permutation combinations. We have few right stocks, which you are also a part of. So we know those right stocks will make money for us and support the other teams also.
Fingers crossed, Puneet. 100%. Yeah, please go ahead.
You know, I would like a little bit, I think it's important to actually create differentiations because we are using this conversation of sports and funding and investment as one whole conversation.
Yes.
And it doesn't work like that in sport whatsoever. Procam started from a veranda in my house, okay? And we never needed funding till the pandemic hit us. And that's because our turnover from X came down to literally 5% of it. So because our sport, it was closed. There's a very, I think technology part of it requires funding.
Yes.
The other part of it requires organic growth. And let me differentiate why. Sport, there is no quick fix to sport. And there is no shortcut. And always remember, what transpires on ground or on the court is what is finally creating the business of sport. There is, without what's happening on ground, without the sport actually taking at any level, there is no business of sport.
Yeah.
So the moment you understand that, and all are extremely, why did I use the word IPs? Because finally it's what happens on ground that you can maximize, you can amplify, you can monetize. There is no sporting event in the world that you have to lose money. Outside, no sporting event, I guarantee you, that you will need, unless your planning, your journey, your entire plotting. You see, giving birth to a sports IP is no different than giving birth to a baby. It requires nurturing, it requires, investment, looking after, and all the rest that goes with the baby. I would really appreciate if we could make those differentiation when it comes to sport. Because when you are getting into technology, it's about getting people engaged.
Correct.
Engaged for what? Is it to view? Is it to play? And I'm not getting into gaming.
No,
let's take it. I'm not getting into gaming at all. So anything, whether it's amplification, whether it's a business of sport in terms of endorsements or anything, or extensions, it all starts on the ground. Yeah. And the reason many of people, I just heard a comment here that leagues have failed. It's failed because it is just terribly constructed. And more, when I say terribly, I don't mean it's financially terribly constructed.
No, absolutely.
Okay? When these federations charge crores of rupees, what for? I'd like to know what for. We are doing their job. Yeah. What for? When you turn around and say, pay the federation 20 crores in an ISL or whatever, play this, play that, for what? And if you want them to do, then the body has to reinvest that 20 crores to creating. How do you expect to have a Coco franchise and get more than 2 spots? That's only because Puneet was behind it. Not many people would have got it. Yeah. But it's such a fantastic thing to do. Such a brilliant thing to do. We need it. We need it. But if you don't structure it well, and if you can't keep on building, you will only make money when there is passion and connect. So your entire journey is how do I get people to connect? The job of every single promoter of sport is simple. At every single corner, build bridges. Bridges, that bridge could be for somebody who likes Bollywood and that doesn't even care about sport. Yeah. Find the sink, build it. Moment he gets on the bridge, he gets off the bridge, he's where we want him to be. He may journey back a bit, he may journey back a lot, but you have to get people to touch and feel it. Yeah. So our job is to keep building bridges, not 20 miles apart. And when I use that, it's from a, it's not in terms of distance, it's in terms of different people we want to touch. Yeah. The difference between advertising and sport, you must know, advertising is the right to choose. Sport is to ensure that choice is you, sponsorship. No. It's a completely different lens. When you pitch, when anything. So all I'm saying is, let's not put it all into one bucket. No, because finally, if you're doing a sports technology, you're dependent on rights fees. And if the rights fees are not going to completely annihilate you, there is no touch. Yeah. So you have to bridge that gap. And therefore, if you want investment in sport, if you want investment into your business, you can't just, if you do technology, that's when the word startup becomes the main fundamental on my head and in front of me. Right. When you look at a startup, I want return, I want to get out of it, it took Star still hasn't broken even. We all know, right? It's taken them 15 years to even look at it. Yeah. So it's all, and we just don't, you look at the leagues. Look, it's the costs. It's absurd.
Yeah, I'm going to pause you there for a second. I think you can see the passion with which Anil is speaking, because there is such a big element to it. I had a call recently from a league that is about to begin at some point, and I won't say when, with an ask of 15 crore rupees for a new site. And I said, so how does this make sense financially? He said, no, you're going to make 100 crores in sponsorship revenue. I said, do you understand what the market is like at the moment? I mean, as Puneet, as you said, it's people also that need to understand the commercial viability of buying a team in a sports league and also getting the right type of owners. There are many leagues that fail because the right set of investors, the right set of owners aren't actually a part of it.
You're right, and very important, nothing. This is a very, I'm glad you brought this up. I'm sorry about not coming in, but I'll just put it this way. Do you know that when we start today, the running move, there are 1,789 timed running events in this nation. Yeah. 1,000 people lace up every day. ProCam, just ProCam on its own is the single largest sporting philanthropic platform in Asia. We have raised 500 crores for over 2,000 NGOs. Yeah. 1,500 NGOs. So my point I'm trying to establish is, in 2002, not one person ran. My opening presentation was a dog below a bench and a man sleeping in the afternoon. Yeah. So, but how did we build it? So as a promoter, we created 5 buckets. Pride and prestige, charity, benefit to Indian athletes, showcase of India to the globe, and communal harmony. Now, everything we did, we ensured that either of these buckets kept getting filled in rightly. Right. We never went outside that. Yeah. And today, it's a $450 million industry in India. Correct. 900 crores of sponsorship in cash comes into running in India. Wow. Yeah. And India owns 5 of the world's leading races. The Tata Mumbai Marathon is the 6th largest event in the world. The Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, the #1 half marathon on planet Earth. TCS World 10K is the #1 World 10K in the world. Tata Steel Kolkata 25K is the #1 25K in the world. And we've just got the World 15K. Yeah. So, can you believe that India could do that? Can you believe that a bib at a Tata Mumbai Marathon can go up for a lakh of rupees? It's all doable. Let me guarantee you. It's just that you must know when to let the bullshit be bullshit and let these wonderful leaders of sports federations know where they are. You got to do it your way. Just get their blessing. Don't ever fall for this trap of having to listen to them. You own the IP. You decide its fate. It's your baby.
So let's pause there on that, because I think there's 2 sides to the coin as well. And thank you for the passion, because I think there's a lot of truth in what you say as well, Anil, at all times. But yeah, Ashish, sorry, you want to jump in as well?
Yes, I'm just... so the point here is that the founder should be very aware when he or she wants to raise a fund. Correct. As a founder, please note your primary job is to build a sustainable business and not raise fund, right? Raising fund is a catalyst to what you are doing, but it's not your primary job. Yes. And please note that with every fundraise, with each penny, it comes a responsibility. I mean, you are taking someone else's money, promising X return, right? So no one is trusting you with their money if you are just burning the money, right?
And there's an equity cost to it as well. I think you're diluting your own say in the business. You're diluting your own take on where you think the business is heading in some sense as well. I think that's something that we do have to keep.
Equity division is definitely one part of it. But again, like you have to, as a founder, you should know that for what trade-off you want to do that.
Do you really need it?
Yeah, and I would like to add on one thing here, that at times, a situation of crisis makes us a better entrepreneurs.
Yes.
COVID was a brilliant example, because COVID forced us to be innovative, to be experimental in our ways of functioning. And please understand that every idea, like money is not the only thing that will solve the problem, right? As Mr. Anil said, that passion, yes, again. So summarizing what I'm trying to say here is that only raise fund when the time is right, when you want to play big.
Yes.
Because then if fundraising is the only job of a founder, then you are just, being a salesperson at a large scale, right? Absolutely. You're not actually focusing on building the business. Yeah.
No, I completely agree with you. And I think, again, from my personal standpoint, same thing, right? We did one fundraise when we just got going. We've then been sustainable with our business, and we haven't needed to raise funds. We're now looking to raise funds in the next 6 to 8 months, because we're looking at scale and going across the nation with the youth form of Kabaddi as well. So I'm totally with you. And we did this with the purpose of getting the right people on board, knowing where the monies are coming from, knowing that we could be profitable in that model, and saying, okay, if we don't need the money, we don't need to just because the climate is right to fundraise, right? That's often what you're told. The climate is fantastic, go out and raise funds now, right? But you don't necessarily need to. But Jalaj bhai, I want to come to you because we've heard a lot from Anil on that front as well. And Rishi, I'm going to come to you on creating a team as well after this. But just on the government side as well, and federations, it's a tough space, isn't it? Because on one front, sport is evolving very quickly. It's changing hands. You've got a lot of private players who come in and perhaps not done the right job with the sport as well. So it is a tricky balance, isn't it? For a federation to say, okay, I'm going to hand my interests over to you. I don't know yet whether it's in safe hands or not. How does a government therefore show enough faith, and how does a government know that they're going to get that faith repaid by a private equity fund or an investor that might come in and say, okay, I'm going to take your sport and grow it, just as PKL or ISL has done?
So, first of all, there was a lot of discussion about when to raise money and how to go about it. I don't want to forget that we are in a startup conclave, so I just want to say my piece on that. I always say we have invested in 8 companies. We are now the largest manufacturers of robots in India. We are one of the fastest growing in drones. But I always tell the founders, there is valuation and there is value. And don't get mixed up between the two, because when you get up in the morning and you see things, oh, iska valuation itna ho gaya, iska valuation itna ho gaya. Don't chase valuation. Value is what matters. It's the people who work with you in the company, it's what your customers feel, it's what your partners feel. If you get that right, whether it's your technology piece, whether it's the culture of the organization, whether it's your governance practices, then the valuation will eventually come.
Absolutely.
Because honestly, what's the use of a valuation? Valuation only matters when you want to sell the company. Till you don't want to sell the company, it shouldn't really matter to you what the valuation is. When I joined Asian Paints, we were a 1200 crore market cap. We are now 3,30,000 crore market cap.
Wow.
And there was a takeover bid on Asian Paints at 1600 crore market cap. So from that it's gone up 200 times, and people told me, the most respected people in India told me, you are crazy not to sell the company. And it was not about anything else. As long as we could add value, we stayed in the business. And we are still in the business.
Yeah.
So I would say keep valuation and value as 2 separate pieces. Sorry, Anil won't like this, but I still think Procam is the first startup in the Indian space. As far as sports is concerned.
No, it was.
And I want to give it the credit that it deserves. As far as our friend here, I think he was a poster boy as far as sports itself, as an athlete itself is concerned, but the kind of transition he's making in multiple roles is again commendable. What you have here is a first lady on the stage since morning. I think we need to see many more of these, because that's the only way the sports community and the environment will change.
And the panel will look better. And the panel will look better.
Did you know that there are 10 leagues in India? Till I met Puneet today, I didn't even know there were 10 leagues in India. And he's not even participated in some of them, as he told us.
Yet. I'm sure he'll get there. Look at the smile on his face, 100%.
And I think that just shows the promise as far as the startup space is concerned. That if you think of ideas and you want to do things, and you could be, many of you could be supporting many of them. And I think that's what it is about. And Rishi, I've known him for decades, and I get tired of his enthusiasm. Because every time he raises capital, I get worried about the investors, to be honest. But he does it successfully and he delivers, and he has the credibility to do more and more of that, which again I think is a learning for some of you, and I think that's why he's on the stage here with all of us. I think there's a lot to learn as far as resilience is concerned. Going back to partnership, and Kavita I introduced, but I want to introduce, Kavita, just get up so everybody knows who you are. But I want to introduce Dheeraj here. This is a person who works with Ministry of Industry and Commerce in Delhi. And government has a scheme today, which you know is the PLI scheme, which is Production Linked Incentive. Government wants to do one for sporting goods. But we don't have a proposal today to give it to the government, is why he has come here to listen to all of you. So please walk up to him and tell him what your challenges are to make your industry competitive.
You're going to be a busy man.
Government is coming to you. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
And that's what we need more than anything else. And somebody like Vidyushpat who's walked in now, CSR in sports is again something he's championing as far as Sportscom is concerned, because we realize more money can come in sports through government funding.
Yes.
And that's what we need. To even WADA and other testing, because we want to keep the sports clean, is where he's passionately working about. So there are a lot of people in the room. I think use this opportunity to talk to them. It's very easy for me to sit here and say partnerships means this, this and this. These are people who are making it happen. Talk to them and make a difference. One person, one time makes a difference. I don't think it happens any other way. So stay at it if that's what you are passionate about, and you will see things change. From what it was 20 years ago to today, we have heard it. I think much more of all this will happen. That's all I would say.
Thank you. That's fantastic advice. Rishi, I'm going to come to you because we're getting to the end of this discussion. I've just got one question for all of you after this. But firstly, because I know the startup culture is tough, right? There's a lot of startups where you hear of toxicity in work culture, pushing the button of every employee to get the most out of them, squeeze the most out of them. How do you build a good culture? How do you pick the right people to work with? Because for sustainability, you need a team around you that believes in it, that is positive, and radiating what you believe in as well.
I mean, you know, when I kind of ventured into sport so many years back, I didn't care about, you know, what kind of HR policies or what kind of scope of work, etc. I'm like, give me anything and I want to do it. You know, give me 24 hours of work and I want to do it, right? And I think that's pretty much a very, very important part, because I think your passion is only equal to your persistence, and that's pretty much what is needed in sport. So I think that's the first fundamental understanding that we need, because working in tech companies or working in banks or working in corporates, you know, allows a lot more of, you know, freedom, leeway, etc. When you're working for a startup, right? It's like, at least in my case, I started off with my own money. Whatever little I had, I started off with my own money. We raised money only 2 years ago. Until then, so every rupee that I was paying anybody was coming out of home, right? It was literally that. So if that guy said that, you know, I have to go for a 4-day Diwali vacation, I would feel like, how can you go for a 4-day Diwali vacation? And I had worked for 9 years, I had worked in Reliance, and I still worked with the same intensity and passion, right? I didn't care. Holiday mila, nahi mila. So I think teams get built in the process. I mean, so like it's a very organic process. It's a very passion-driven project. It's like, you know, your energy rubs off on each other. And every day when you are, I think even you're moving forward one step, right? I think your team, that's the best way to keep your team together.
Yep.
If you're moving forward every day. I mean, there was a point in time where for 9 months we did not have money. Not a single person left our company. We didn't have electricity or Wi-Fi in office. These are all real stories.
Yeah.
But we still knew that we were moving forward each day, you know, and I think an employee of ours actually postponed his wedding by a year. And today, I mean, you know, once you have the wherewithal, because the intent is always there to, you know, grow the team, keep it together, but you don't have the wherewithal when you start off. That's when, you know, your transparency as a founder, your integrity, your realism is the key ingredient which will build your foundational team. And I think to pass on those foundational values as your team grows is the single most difficult thing to do.
It is.
Right? Because...
and to find people that believe in that same cause,
Yes, because then you start seeing that, you know, and that's where you have to also give 2 steps as a promoter, because you're not going to find all of them like that.
Yeah, and also talent won't come to you in a startup because the pay is always going to be lower than your traditional companies that you might go to.
Startups are paying more money, at least in sport, to get there, because the resources are some handful, right? I mean, and there was a time, if I look back when I worked at ProCam, I'm like, sir, kuch bhi kaam de do, main karunga. Paise to soch bhi nahi raha hu abhi. So I think this room should be extremely grateful, you know, to where India has come in sport today. That you have a college, and you know, Transtedia has its own sports management institute, and you walk out of there and you're going to get a job. So I think it's flourishing, but be at a place where you think you're growing every day. Be very selfish when you're working. Selfish does not mean you're not working for your organization or your team members or your bosses, but are you waking up every day for yourself? Right? If you're going to do that, you're always going to be getting better.
Thank you.
I think that's pretty much how I'd sum up teamwork.
No, thanks. And I know we're sort of running out of time, but I'm going to quickly ask each person here to, in under 10 or 15 words, in the interest of time, what advice would you give aspiring entrepreneurs and startup enthusiasts in this room on the evolution of where India is heading with startups, and also just any pieces of advice? Rishi, we can start with you. 10 to 15 words in the interest of time.
I don't know what advice honestly to give, because if you're mad about it, you know, if it's like, I started out of frustration. I didn't start out of passion or anything of that sort, but it was so personal. I think it was a very personal battle journey for myself. I wanted to change my life. The only thing I knew I could change it with was with sport. I did not know anything else. Like, you know, I'm out of 40 years, 35 years I've been around only in sport. So I started off as a swimmer, and then I didn't know anything else to do. But I wanted to, you know, I wanted to make
an impact.
Stand up on both my feet. I'm like, this is all I know what to do, because if I wanted to start a business, I wouldn't have been sport. For sure. Today, if you ask me to start a new business, I won't start it in sport. But if you get there, like persistence, and like every day if you feel you are growing, every day if you think you have traction, right, that's that pat on the back, as Somil said, does, you know, make you see the light of day at some point in time. So
Thank
I'll
you.
leave it at that.
Thank you. Puneet, 10 to 15 words, or less. Less is more also. Yeah, perfect.
So I'll just tell all the entrepreneurs and people who are looking to be a part of startups or new startups that live your dream, live your passion, and sports has also become one of the passions and jobs in India. And only one thing small is, because your startups, you'll be going to investors to ask investment, but when you take the investment, do the work with clean intent and clean heart. That's it.
Good advice. Thank you. Ashi?
Yeah, so as entrepreneurs, I feel, I don't know if all of you will agree, but we have more bad days as compared to good days, right?
Yeah.
So it's extremely important for all the people here and even the aspiring entrepreneurs that we all need to take care of ourselves, right? And in pursuit of being persistent and being resilient and chasing a dream, we should not become foolish to end up working so much. We all are seeing these days people are burned out, right? And I'm a strong propagator, and I talk often about work-life balance because, see, again, coming to long-term, if we have to play long-term, our bodies, our physical health, our mental health, it needs to be good and healthy and happy for a long term, right? If we have to, it's a long 20, 30-year-old game, and if we are not fit and fine and happy and healthy, we won't be able to walk that far. So again, requesting all of us, we all need to take good care of ourselves. Only then we'll be able to build sustainable businesses.
If you can't sustain yourself, how do you sustain your business? Good advice. I like that. Jalal bhai?
No, I would just say picture abhi baki hai. I think future is great for Indian sports. And if you have been an athlete, and many of you in the room are, you learn the word resilience. You are as good as your last game and you bounce back the next day. I think that's what business is all about. So you are here as an entrepreneur now. Welcome to the club. Lambi race ka ghoda banna hai. So you got to bounce back every time something doesn't happen.
Great advice. Anand?
Just a few, I call them a few founding stones. First of all, when you are creating a budget for an event, please, we get very worried about pitching big, thinking big, or how will they take it. Don't ever compromise your vision. Don't ever. Doesn't matter. And because the moment you compromise your vision and you want to make a penny, you're going to find yourself always cutting corners from that day onwards till the end of time. Remember that, number one. Number two, if you are a promoter, don't ever let people call you an organizer. That's a wrong fundamental. You are not. You're a promoter. Okay? Never allow people to say, oh, this country is very, he organizes. He's an organizer. We are not organizers. We are promoters. We are responsible from everything, including the bread on our employees' table, so our colleagues' table. We are responsible. Think big, tell stories, and be inclusive. Sport is inclusive. Nothing is exclusive about sport. Doesn't matter what it is, at what level, because sport is about passion and connect.
Lovely, thank you. Salman?
I have two words. One is a 6-letter word, one is a 4-letter word. A 6-letter word is called demand. And my thought is that if all of us believe sport is so powerful, so nice, so good, then why are we not able to get the market to give us the demand that we think we are so smart, product is so good, everything is working, then that market has to show demand. If the market is not showing demand, either your product doesn't work or the market is dumb, which is unlikely. Therefore, your product doesn't work. I think that focus on demand, with a lot of focus on supply. Over the last 20 years, I've seen so many very, very smart people come in and go because they focus on supply of their product or service, not on a demand side. And I think that's one very important reminder. We get carried away by these pats on the backs, and I keep coming back to that, and we think we're into a good thing, but the real pat on the back is from the demand side. And the 4-letter word is called cash. I'm in Gujarat, so I don't need to mention that. But companies die not because of leaders, not because of passion, lack of good ideas. Companies die because of lack of cash. And therefore, the focus on cash while balancing passion and outcomes is a very important piece.
And I think I would like to end by just saying 3 little things. 1, passion. If you don't have it in sport, you can't sustain. 2, as Jalaj bhai said, bounce back ability. We learn it in sport as athletes, but you need it more than ever because you'll have 10 bad days, but that 11th good day makes up for it. And 3, an old quote from Bruce Lee, be like water. Because I think water finds a way to maneuver around obstacles. You get a lot of obstacles, a lot of challenges. So be adaptable, be open to change. You will need to change a lot in a startup, and that's the only way to sustain. So to all of our panelists, thank you very much. I don't think we've got time for questions from, we do have time? Yeah, okay, fine. We'll take 1 or 2 questions, just a show of hands for anyone. Yep, the gentleman with the glass. If we can get a mic up to the gentleman there, please. Yeah, yeah, there's one there. There's one there.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I run a small bike store here in Ahmedabad, and I'm closely associated with the Cycling Association here. So I somehow feel that there are many private races which also goes on, and there are very Cycling Federation of India also conducts a lot of races. So I feel that somehow, somewhere there is a lack where if the players participate in some of the private races and the federation doesn't allow to participate them in their races or something like that, the government is here involved already. So how can we make sure that the athletes do not suffer in such situations?
Okay. Who would you like to address that to? Anil, I think you're best placed to...
He is organizing many private races, so I mean...
Sorry, I couldn't understand a word you said, my friend. I'm so sorry. Just repeat that.
So he runs the cycling...
He runs the cycling?
Cycling company. And similar to you, he runs cycling events now.
Okay.
So he's talking about the merger between government-run events, his cycling events, and how to get more people...
Oh, for that I'll have to sit with you separately and have a conversation. I wish there was a short answer. There isn't, and I don't understand. Government and... What were you saying about that? Government is...
Yeah, ostracized, exactly, yeah.
See, basically there are players who want to participate in private events, but maybe Cycling Federation of India doesn't allow them to participate them, and they are disqualified to participate in the national games.
Ostracizing athletes who are participating in private events from the federation.
I'll talk, I need to understand that a little better. But I'm not clear what you're saying, so I can't follow that. So forgive me, I won't be able to...
Anyone else want to take it?
I'm happy to talk to you after this.
Speak to Anil after this. See, his question is essentially, if I'm a cyclist and I'm cycling if I'm cycling in a federation run event, but then choose to go to a private run event, I'm then ostracized by the federation and can no longer further my career as a cyclist.
Not anymore. I've never heard something like this in the last 15 years. I mean, was true. I've never heard, and I assure you, because there's nothing like a government event. These are all private events. All events are done by promoters. Government just does the things like the Asian Games kind of fun, which is with very different rules. No government will stop you internationally or nationally. If they can't provide you the exposure, then there is no way you can succeed. So I don't believe that exists today. And if it does, it's just very isolated, or somebody's trying to, just make a quick buck off you.
So
I would suggest next time you punch them.
I will jump in here because we run the Yuva Kabaddi series, which is a sanctioned event, right? And we've got the Pro Kabaddi League, and there's a lot of other Kabaddi leagues that happen where players that play those leagues can no longer be in the running to play Pro Kabaddi, right? What we do is we get a sanction from the local state government. So we've done a Yuva Kabaddi series in Tamil Nadu, in Haryana, in Andhra Pradesh, in Rajasthan. We speak to the local sports authorities. So that's a state sports authority there. So the sports minister of Tamil Nadu, of Rajasthan, and then we get sanctioned by them. If you get that sanction, then there's no...
And you need that, because if you don't have your event sanctioned or connected, please understand, sport is a journey. The pinnacle is a journey of decades upon decades, in many cases, right? Yeah. If you start at the age of 10, you're really going to hit it about 25, 30. So the point is, and also when you're creating an event, if you remember one thing, sport which is rebel, like whether it was the Packer series, whether it was the old world circuit of tennis, whether it was the not the IPL, the other one that came, no, not IPL, ICL. Where are they today? Where are they? They don't exist. So the point, and why? Because sport has to have sanctions, legacy, for it to have the legacy of its own. Otherwise, it's rebel.
So just as a piece of advice, before you even get to wanting to put an event together, my advice would also be just get your sanctions in place beforehand, because otherwise you're burning money and with no room.
And that also gives you help from the international federations, openness, touch points, so much. If the it's how we did for rugby. When we took over rugby was 107, India was 176 in the world. And we as pro-cam raised 30 crores for rugby, which then showed that we could go to the IRB, those it was called IRB, now it's called World Rugby. We could go there and get funding for them for development. So it's all possible, but you have to legitimize your event. And yes, So if you're saying your events are not and you want to do your own without legitimacy, and then you're facing that, I think they're doing right by giving you the problems they are. So then you should not be doing it. But if you're legitimizing the thing, then that doesn't exist anymore as far as my knowledge goes. But if you're not legitimate, yes.
Thank you. I think take this offline. We're all here. We can have a chat on that as well. I know we're out of time. Sorry, so I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all our panelists and our moderator as well. You were amazing. And for all the questions, probably we'll do it when we have the lunch time and the networking and everything. Well, all I can say is we have heard this proverb, grass is always green on the other side. And now at least we have tools to reach to the other side. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. I would invite on stage Shri L.P. Bariaji to felicitate our panelists for their contribution, for their insights. I would request her to please come on stage and felicitate Shri Jalajdhani ji. And ladies and gentlemen, if you may please join in the felicitation with a huge round of applause, as the insights, the talk that we had is definitely going to be an enabler for all of you in the times ahead. I would request Shri Bariaji to kindly felicitate Shri Saumil Majmudar sir.
Thank you.
I would request now, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Rishikesh Joshi ji. Thank you. अनुरोध करूंगी सर से कृपया फेलिसिटेट करें श्री पुनीत बालन जी का, चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर पुनीत बालन ग्रुप. I would request sir now to kindly felicitate Shri Anil Singh, Managing Director, Program International. Thank you very much. I would request her to kindly felicitate Ms. Arshi Yasin, founder and CEO of The Bridge. Thank you very much. I would request her now to kindly felicitate our moderator of the session, Shri Suhail Chandok. Thank you very much, Shri Baria. I would request all our panelists and our moderator to come together for a group photograph. Sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very quite insightful panel discussion on journey of successful Indian sports startups and investing and sustaining insights. Can we have one final round of applause for all our panelists and our moderator? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our second panel discussion for the day, as we live in the digital era where we live half of our lives with technology. So our next topic is on technologies and data analytics in sports and emergence of esports in India. As our panelists for the session, I invite onto the stage our first panelist, Shri S. Ramakrishnan sir, founder and CEO, Sports Mechanics India Private Limited. Sir is a notable figure in sports industry, particularly for his contribution to sports data analytics in India. He is the founder and CEO of Sports Mechanics India Private Limited and was the first performance analyst for the Indian cricket team from 2003 to 2007. With over 2 decades in the sports field, he initially shifted from a banking career to sports and technology. He played a critical role in introducing video analysis and cricket analytics in India around 2000 and established Sports Mechanics in 2006. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir, to the panel. Our next panelist for the session is Mr. Nimish Raut, Global Head Esports, Nodwin Gaming. New age sports and marketing person who switched to esports from 2013-14 and made his mark across the Southeast Asia region. The switch to mainstream esports happened with Riot Games, followed by an India lead role with one of the best esports team in the world, currently working on suitably sports ecosystem project for the South Asia region. I welcome sir to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, our third panelist is Mr. Shubhayu Roy. I would welcome and request her to kindly come on stage. Mr. Roy is leading CricViz in India as a director. CricViz is the world's leading cricket data and insights company. Prior to this, he has served as the South Asia head for Perform Group and head of brand solutions at Sports Kira. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today as our panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, might I request everybody कि आप सभी मेरे साथ जुड़े और जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे पैनलिस्ट का स्वागत करें. Our next panelist for the panel is Mr. Abhishek Desai. He is the founder of Crick Heroes, world's largest platform for grassroots cricket. Before Crick Heroes, he co-founded DigiCorp, a software design and development firm based out of Ahmedabad. He is a computer engineer by profession and enjoys sports, movies and books. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is Ms. Sonam Taneja. She is the Business Development Lead for Huddle. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है मैडम आपका. Very good afternoon to you. And ladies and gentlemen, as the moderator for the session, I welcome Mr. Radhakrishnan Srinivasan. He is a seasoned and versatile sports broadcaster, hosted the Cricket World Cup for the ICC. Besides extensive broadcasting experience, is also recognized as a TEDx speaker. Having hosted 3 ICC World Cups, UEFA Euro 2012 and FIFA World Cup 2014, and the UEFA Champions League and the Pro Kabaddi League, he catered to diverse audience across a variety of sports in the subcontinent of Middle East. Furthermore, he has held leadership position in programming, editorial and production verticals at various stages in his 21-year-long career. A very, very warm welcome to the stage. And I would request our moderator to take over the proceedings from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. We're about 45 minutes to lunch, so we'll make it sharp, quick, and meaningful right here. It was just wonderful to hear the speakers speak. In the first session, it was all about startups and what are the pitfalls, how do you define success, how do you get funding, how do you make money, just things that mean so much. As ever, it was lovely, wonderfully hosted by my good friend Sohail Chandok. Anil, as ever, was firing. Lovely to have you all with us. But I guess at the outset, I must say that I need to thank the Sports Authority of Gujarat for ensuring that all of us are under one roof. I want to just start off this by being very, very selfish. The reason why I say that is I just wish this was 2002 and not 2023. Because in 2002, when I stepped on and tried to figure something that I wanted to do in the field of sport, I had absolutely no idea what I wanted to do in the field of sport. And therefore, I think when we look back and look now at the year 2023, I think every one of you seated, especially if I were to call you the backbenchers in a nice way, I think it's great that you've had this opportunity to listen to all these eminent speakers who have spoken and who are about to speak as well. Let me just probably, not necessarily to the people who are sitting in the first few seats, people at the back, it might be a naive and at some level it might even be a stupid question to ask. How many of you follow sport? If you can put your hands up, please. People at the back? Awesome, right? When I'm talking sport, how many of you follow cricket? and cricket alone? How many of you follow football? I know these are all redundant questions, right? Football? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there are a few disappointed Man United supporters there. I'm sure there are a few happy Arsenal supporters out there. And Man City came back and did all right last evening. So I'm sure there are a plethora of fans who are supporting a variety of sport. I'm sure Transstadia here was buzzing not too long back with the Kabaddi superstars out there on the mat. And I can't see Udit just yet. I'm sure he'll be walking in at some point in time. But first up, I think a huge round of applause to Udit in particular, even though he's not here. He might just have stepped out. The reason why I say that, and the reason why it's important for me to thank Udit, is because I think almost about a decade back in Mumbai, there was a conclave that was organized by Udit, right? So that conclave was essentially to think about, or probably dream about, a facility such as Transstadia. A lot of people attended that, a lot of speakers came in there, people from the UK who have built facilities, but not many were actually willing to buy the idea that such a thing could be possible. And to stand here in the very same facility that he had envisioned almost a decade back is quite surreal, to say the least. Right. The reason why I asked you quite a few questions right at the top was very, very simple. Because when I look at the panelists out here, firstly, when I look at somebody like Nimish, I feel I'm a bit overdressed for the occasion. Just wonderful to have you with us, Nimish. I mean, just pretty cool, actually, because I was just thinking about what I should be wearing for such a proper professional conclave, but that's just stunning. Just makes things a lot easier for somebody like me. But honestly, people who are out here on the stage kind of are people that I go to every day of the week, right? The reason why I say that is very, very simple. Somebody like Ramki, who's seated there, he's been there in the industry forever now. From the very first time he walked into that Indian dressing room in 2002, 2003, the John Wright era, probably around at that point in time, when people actually questioned what was the laptop actually doing in a teen's dressing room. So that's where he started, and this is where he is at the moment. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we simply cannot imagine a world without technology, right? When I'm looking at somebody like Subayu, who's seated here, I was a part of the ICC, doing the ICC Cricket World Cup very recently. If I want to understand where Josh Hazelwood was going to bowl 90% of the deliveries to Virat Kohli, right? And which ball of which over is going to be a slower delivery and a back of the leg delivery, or possibly a Yorker, this is where I go to, because he has the data that he was able to supply to me. Crick was able to do that, right? And when I'm off work, sport is my passion, simply that. But if I want to understand where I need to play, who I need to play with, and what I need to play, it just could be any sport, whether it's futsal, whether it is tennis, whether it's badminton, probably Sonam is the person that I would lean on to, because in Huddle, they've developed a model using technology where I'm able to identify what I'm interested in, who I can play with, and most importantly, where I can go and play there as well, right? And then I get across to somebody like Abhishek, who's sitting at the far corner, very, very quietly. Look, we all love to play, but we all want to be recognized. And that is something, through technology, he's been able to do that, because at the grassroots level, if he's able to give a shout out to every one of those individuals, even if it's very, very amateurish, I think that is a huge boost to the ego. Not just ego, but also the fact that you might be a talented individual, but it's just you needing to be recognized, and that recognition is provided by him out there. And therefore, in every little sense, and Nimish, coming back to you, I know I started off with you, but I'm a gamer myself. So I go to my friend's place and I do FIFA pretty much every weekend. I mean, I'm there, we sit after dinner, we do FIFA forever. So much so that you have a bit of a swollen thumb and stuff like that. So I'm sure there are plenty of gamers here. So what we're essentially trying to do is we've got the entire ecosystem with you out here. So what we're going to do is fairly simple, but it's going to be interesting as well. First things first, right? There was a lot of people who spoke about what a startup is, how to make money, where do you get your money. That is something that we shall be concentrating on, obviously. But technology and data analytics and in sport and the emergence of esports in India. For people who are entrepreneurs, for people who are willing or wanting to get into the field of sport, the avenues are right in front of you. And therefore, you can pick and choose where you want to enter and how you want to enter. So a variety of avenues, the business of sport, the opportunities that exist is something that we shall try to cover over the next 40 to 45 minutes. And with that, let me get across and start off the discussion. Right. Yeah, if I'm audible right at the back, I think it's only fair that I start with Ramke, who's seated to my immediate left. 2003 is what I spoke about. It's 20 years, 2 decades that we are talking about, from an Indian dressing room that was extremely perplexed about what you are doing there to where we are now. What's the kind of journey, A, you have had partly, but B, technology has had and therefore helped where we are at the moment?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. You know, it's been a fascinating journey from being a cricketer aspiring to play for the country. Not only a cricketer, I was playing multiple sports, but went on to play cricket at a certain decent level. Played up to junior state on the state problems, faded out after that. Got into technology and couldn't keep away from sports, converged sports and technology. And we were the first ones to introduce visual-based coaching in India. And when I went into the market, and how many of you are coaches here?
How many coaches here? Lovely.
Okay, awesome. So when I went there and showed the coaches, I wanted time from the coaches. They didn't give me time. The very sight of a computer drove them away. So they didn't want to really participate in any discussion with me. I didn't have money to buy a laptop those days, so I used to carry a big desktop, literally begging all the coaches to watch how technology can make a difference to what they are doing. But all the coaches were insecure. Even the great Dennis Lilly was insecure. Can you believe it? So when I went there, even Dennis said, can you produce fast bowlers? And I replied to him back saying that nobody produces other than their parents, and then got into showing him what can be done. And it took me some time for me to convince him, but yeah, we convinced him, and he became a big fanboy from there. So coaches came up with the famous KISS concept, keep it super simple. So everybody said don't need all this. In fact, one of the earlier association I went, they said they formed a committee. The committee didn't have anybody who has touched a laptop. They were supposed to evaluate my value add. And I'm boldly saying B. Arun, because B. Arun, the bowling coach, former bowling coach of India, he boldly came and owned up, saying, Ramke, I was one of those coaches who resisted you 18 years back. But when he was a coach of the Indian team, he realized the importance of what we are doing. And most of them didn't understand what we were doing, right? Even in IPL, the teams are spending money, 90 crores, on gut feel and intuition.
I would love that, actually.
Yeah.
About a few crores on gut feel and intuition.
So yeah. That's where gut feel and intuition. B. Arun said that all these are not needed. He gave a recommendation to the committee saying that all these are not needed. Naked eye is enough. So that's where we started. But he was quickly able to realize after 18 years that what we were doing was very, very critical to what a coach is supposed to do, how it can augment. And we are all talking about artificial intelligence. It is not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. So the coaches augment the technology, and the technology augments them. So it's important to not be away from technology. The possibilities are very different. It took me 15 years to mature as a cricketer. For any athlete life cycle, it should be the same. But in the current day, with the current possibilities, can we reduce the development life cycle using technology? So I think that starts the base for the discussions today.
No, absolutely. I think what's also pertinent is when Ramki was talking about the fact that 2003, I think what's also important in the context, Subayu, I'll get to you on this, because in the context of things, in 2003, what we were about 6 or 7 years into internet at best. Because I remember those days when we were doing our post-graduation, we used to go to the cafes to check our emails, who nobody used to send actually. We just wanted to go there and browse a few websites. That was all it was at that point in time. And therefore, you can understand where Ramki is coming from. But Subayu, you're a young man. You know, I mean, so much has changed. Surely in terms of the product offering and the variety of things that goes into the background, how humongous a task it is for aspiring people. What would you look at? What are the kind of people that you look at, and what is it that you look at?
Thanks, RK, and thank you everybody for having me here. A very good afternoon. The humongous task that you talk about, it is from a data perspective. Let's first face the fact that if you as entrepreneurs are the frontline warriors, we are at best your pistols or your bullets. We are an enabler. But to enable you properly, and there are different scales at which tech enables an entrepreneur, this kind of analysis that we're talking about has grown to a massive scale. To go back to the earlier example that you gave, Josh Hazelwood bowling to Virat Kohli.
Yeah.
Right? Now, what enables an analyst to say where this next ball will land? There are people sitting in a room in Leeds, in Chennai, in various other places in the world, who are looking at match after match of cricket, and for every delivery, there are 50 to 60 data points being tabulated. Just wrap your head around that for a second, 50 to 60 data points. So the bowler's name, the bowling side, the line, the length, the kind of shot that was offered, the kind of connection between the bat and the ball, all of that is tabulated. Now, once you have kept on collecting this data over a period of years, you have now gone to a place where you have, let's say, a database of around 3 million deliveries. So next time the Hawkeye camera tells you that the ball has landed at X and Y coordinate on the pitch and has bounced to a height of Z and has taken Y degrees of swing, that ball has been replicated in that database 10,000 times. And in those 10,000 times, a certain kind of shot was offered and a certain decision was made by the player, and therefore, from very simple if-else logic, the system says that this next ball from Josh Hazelwood should ideally land in this spot. Or why would 90% of his deliveries be focused around a certain spot in 3D space? Take it a step further. I just tell a system that here is 2.5 billion deliveries of data, right? And I don't tell the system anything else. I don't build an if-else logic around it. But I believe the system can learn. I believe the system can teach itself various ways and creates pathways to arrive at a certain conclusion. Now you're talking about a supercomputer, essentially talking to people. Now this segues into a portion that, being a 90s kid, late 80s, early 90s, I have been born in a family with 2 bankers as parents, and every dinner table conversation was around how computers are going to make their jobs redundant. How every banker will lose their jobs and you will one day walk into a bank with only computers on the tables. As Ramki sir rightly said, there is nothing called real artificial intelligence. In sports at least, where it's human effort, human endeavor, that's what we celebrate. Data exists because a certain trend has been established. Heroes are created because they break those trends, right? You do not celebrate a batsman coming in and scoring 4 runs off the last over of a T20 and winning a match. But a cramping up batsman taking on a powerful bowling attack, smashing it all over the park, becomes a hero. That human achievement is where that humongous effort comes from. It's a collaboration of computing power, according to the Moore's law, which grows 1.8 times every year, and the ability of human intelligence to utilize, harness, exploit that power to the betterment of the sport.
I know we sometimes tend to gravitate a little bit more towards cricket, but I would probably look at it and say it's pretty much the same or getting there with respect to other sport as well. For example, the PKL, when we talk about the Pro Kabaddi League, in terms of a raider up against a defender or a particular kind of a defender, whether it's the left or the right cover, depending on the raider, there is enough and more data that is available in this point in time to predict a pattern of play, so to speak. But, so if I can get to you on this, when we talk about data analytics, there are 2 parts to it. fundamentally, right? One is on-field performance with respect to athletes in terms of what they are and what they drink and how they can improve their performance. It's also about so many things off-field. And that is where you come in, isn't it? I mean, the premise might be fairly straightforward, but how did you go about understanding what people exactly want and therefore connecting people and getting people to be there on the ground playing the sport that they enjoy?
Thank you for that question. I come from the recreational sports field, which is for people like all of us who would rather play a game of badminton or football or cricket with our friends before we go to work or after we come from work. This goes into the fitness, the wellness space, what I call sports as a way of life. And when we started Huddle, we were an offline business. We were doing events for people like us over the weekend who wanted to play sport. And soon we realized that there is a big missing link in terms of access to these sports facilities. And obviously the software involved and things like that. And I can proudly say that today there are lots of micro sports entrepreneurs that we are empowering. People who own a football turf, a badminton facility, who want to do coaching but also want clients like us who would love to play a sport as a way of life. My vision is that sport replaces morning walk, what morning walk is to our parents' generation, right? So in terms of that, technology has really empowered how an individual accesses these sports facilities. With ease, they get a notification when they book a sports facility, right? It's as simple as that. They don't have to wait in queue for hours to access. I remember going to a government sports facility where I had to wait for 50 minutes for a 40-minute slot time to get my badminton court. So that is the consumer, the player side of things. On the other side, a person who owns a facility, they have to spend like 1/10 of the mind space on their business in terms of what they were spending earlier. Their analytics, I mean their pricing, their occupancy and everything, and a whole lot of things, they come from the software directly, right? And that's what's enabling them to make more sports infrastructure, which is what is enabling people like us, adults, to play more sport, and even children. So I firmly believe that for India to truly be a sporting nation, the common man needs to play sport as a way of life, and that is what technology has been able to enable so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's fascinating to listen to that, because when things started, when you had these artificial turfs initially, at least in Mumbai, we kind of used to call somebody randomly, because that's the number that we had. And we said, okay, we are 8 or 10 of us, we'll call this guy, and he'll say, okay, that's 600 rupees per 1 hour. And if you're switching on the lights, that goes to about 900 or 1,000 per hour, and then you go and play football, and we wouldn't know who has booked what, and then the other guys who jump in and say, we've got the booking and whatnot. I mean, things have become a lot easier on that particular front. But Abhishek, if I can come to you on this, because I think as much as we call, say, people like us amateur sportsmen, right? But the passion and the pride that we have in our performance is as much as anybody else would have, right? So, I mean, I play tennis almost twice or thrice a week in my complex. But the way I play tennis, I almost feel that I'm out there competing with the greatest players in the world. But the fact of the matter is, we have 4 friends who are competing. Is that the whole idea of you creating a platform which will give a sense of recognition to people who believe that they can?
Absolutely. So that was definitely one fundamental reason why we started Crick Heroes. But I think originally, essentially what we wanted to do was solve problems of ourselves as cricketers. So, you know, we used to play cricket over weekend, just the way you play tennis. And we had been playing cricket for almost 10 years now. And, you know, like before 2016, a very few number of matches were getting recorded digitally. So basically, after every game, when there are discussions around the game, you know, who played well, who is in form, who is not in form, etc., right? And sometimes these discussions also become heated arguments, etc., right? Obviously,
sometimes, did you say? I thought most of the times it does get heated.
Many times, even if it happens like, you know, with friends.
Yeah.
So they are all passionate discussions, and these discussions were happening without any data, because either those matches were not recorded or they were recorded on paper-based score sheet. So that's when the idea came that, you know, why don't we at least start digitally scoring our matches so that whenever we have such discussion, at least there is some backing to it with the help of data. So that's how the journey of Crick Hero started. But very soon we realized that recognition should be a very, very big part of our concept because, like we firmly believe that cricket has this status in this country, like #1 sport and all, and cricketers are like God because millions of cricketers like us play cricket. Sure. If people were not playing cricket these passionately, the cricket would not have reached where it is right now. So yeah, for those reasons, we wanted to make recognition a fundamental part of Crick Heroes. And we started with very small recognition activities like after end of every match, automatically player of the match, batter of the match, bowler of the match will be generated with the algorithm. Tournament series recommendations will be given to the organizer with the help of app. We started recognizing talented cricketers all across India and all across the world. So for example, if somebody scores, let's say a century in, let's say 35 balls, which happens very, like a lot of times actually, like we recognize them. We recognize team who has been consistently winning 10 matches in a month or something like that, right? So all such small recognitions, which as you rightly said, may be a very small deal in terms of like whole scheme of things. But for us, there is no bigger achievement than these ones.
I love the fact that you said 100 of 35 balls happens so often these days because there was a time when 100 of 37 balls, was it Shahid Afridi? That used to be the big deal actually, but yeah, things have moved on at a rapid pace. But let me get to Nimish actually in terms of how esports has progressed over the years. I'll be very honest with you, Nimish, because at this age, my wife thinks I'm a bit mad because I sneak out, a couple of times post dinner to my friend's place and all I do is gaming. But I know for a fact that the progression of esports has been tremendous. I'm sure in this audience, how many gamers out there? There you go, with a hoodie there. Yeah, don't want to stereotype, but yeah, I love it. Yeah, but in terms of it progressing so much, it's been enormous, isn't it? Because again, I go back to that point that we made just a while earlier, because internet was a problem at one point in time, but you've got almost everything going for you. How much has it progressed? What was that inflection point, if I may ask you? You want to take this? Yeah.
Before I start, I'd like to say that I'm very happy that as a part of the video game industry, I'm the only one representing that industry right now. But we are bigger than what people think.
Sure.
We, I guess, are going after being the second largest sports in this country after India, after cricket. And, but yeah, I must say it's phenomenal. I think, just to give you an idea how big esports is, the last big tournament that happened globally registered 130 million concurrent viewership, which is massive for a game called League of Legends. When it comes to India, in fact, in the next 3 days, there is going to be the BGMI BMPS finals happening in Trans Stadium itself.
Yeah.
You won't be surprised if you see 10,000 kids outside the stadium trying to get inside. We saw the same happening in Mumbai as well. It's exactly the same as any other sport, right? I mean, say, it's got the same passion, it's got the same kind of, grind that you need to do. People need to work hard. Athletes train for 8-10 hours a day. And it's a sustainable business as well. The most important thing that everyone wants to discuss on this panel right now, gaming is the future. It will make money. It's already making a lot of money. And whether we like it or not, our kids are growing up with the internet. From a tech perspective, the best example I can give you, my son lives in Mumbai. He probably has more friends outside this country than in this country because he plays video games. It's a massive way to communicate. It's a massive skill set to have in today's age. We were like the middle people, right? We had internet and we didn't have internet. We grew up without 4G or 5G.
No, in the first few years we had internet, we didn't know what to do with the internet,
And today's kids are growing up with internet, I think they don't even understand the concept of Tata Sky anymore. For them it's like Netflix. Anything they want to watch is Netflix. Anything they want to consume is Swiggy or Zomato. And anything they want to do for entertainment is not cricket anymore, it's video games. And 10 years down the line, there'll be a panel like this, and I can promise you one thing, there'll be 6 companies in the space of video games.
Sure.
And maybe one cricket company, you know.
Yeah, in terms of challenges of technology, in terms of the use of technology, let me get to you with respect to Huddle. In terms of what are we looking at, and what's the kind of explosion that has happened with respect to technology and its usage, therefore?
So speaking from the B2B side, there is resistance, and there are different trends across the country. Some cities are more progressive than the others. To begin with, there is a slight resistance, but from the sports facility owners,
okay,
right? And like I say, I'm a salesperson, so I eat no for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it's become a habit now. But you start with no, we don't need this. Sab acha chal raha hai. And then when you explain the software to them, there is an aha moment of wow, this can really do a lot. This can save me a lot of costs and maybe help me grow my revenues to the next level and really make my customers really happy. The past month I had an instance of double booking and the customers were really, really unhappy. So speaking on the B2B side, there is resistance sometimes initially. But like I said, there is adaptability. Different cities in India have different trends. On the B2C side, the customers are really, really loving finding new players to play with. That's I think a very, very important, because in today's times when people move for jobs, they move to different cities, they are looking for communities, and sport being a slightly niche field, it's hard to find people to play with unless you are on a platform or a community which is dedicated to sport. So the change is happening, slightly harder on the B2B side than the B2C side, I would say, but there is adoption of technology, and once you adopt it, there are great benefits that people are seeing.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned that, because I mean, I remember days when we used to sheepishly stand next to a badminton court or a tennis court, just hoping that somebody will allow us to play. So I mean, you're solving many problems for the coming generations. But Ramki, I mean, you've been in this field for a while now. So in terms of technology per se, you did touch upon very briefly about augmented intelligence. Can we go a bit deeper into what you mean by that?
So from being a passionate sportsman, the journey of being a passionate businessman in sports started. And since I was with the technology and analytics as the foundation layer, I had the opportunity to be sport agnostic. It's not only with having made a difference to the Indian cricket team, then I got more confident, went to Michael Nobbs, who was then the hockey coach of the Indian hockey team, and told him this is what I've done in cricket and I can replicate the same in hockey. And thankfully he gave me an opportunity. And thankfully the team also qualified for the Olympics, for the 2012 Olympics after a long time. So that got us into the hockey team. Now we are 15 years old with the hockey team, Indian hockey team. Another incident, a feather in the cap, because of the technology, I didn't know anything about high jump. So we worked with, thanks to Sports Authority of India, they gave me an opportunity to work with Sahana Kumari, a high jumper who was not expected to qualify for Olympics. They said she'll be very lucky if she qualifies for Olympics. So as a case study, we went and worked with her at NIS Patiala. We did about 300 jumps of hers and found a pattern. With just a small handicap, we found a pattern that every time her takeoff was close to the bar, she was hitting the bar. And this, we brought it to the notice of the athlete and the coach. They were not aware because coaching was done with the naked eye. And when we showed them the video in slow motion, high frame rate, they were able to find out what exactly was the problem. And within a month, you won't believe it, she remodeled and qualified for Olympics. So just with a handicap, and I didn't know anything about high jump, with just a handicap, we went and enabled somebody to qualify for Olympics. So that's the power of technology, data, analytics combined together. So any of you who wanting to venture into technology startups, sports startups, think of it as a horizontal which can power any sport, any stakeholder. Today we can power any stakeholder, whether it's the fan, whether it's the administrators, whether it's the coaches, selectors, players, or whether it's the brands and media houses. all the stakeholders can be catered to if you have a strong platform. And with the AI and generative AI stuff, whatever I thought 2 months back, I had to change my plans today because it's become obsolete. So that's how fast technology is progressing. So I would urge everybody to adopt technology and realize the maximum potential. Because look at it now, you can help somebody realize his true potential with the help of technology. So you're augmenting somebody's intelligence, you're augmenting somebody's skill. And how, imagine if you can, augment, curtail the development life cycle of an athlete. Today, the parents don't have a time. They don't want to wait for 15 years. So can you change your coaching methodologies? Can you have a system which can produce champions within a short period of time? So we found out with a French goalkeeper, he was conceding more goals when it was hit below the waist. And all the above shots at him above the waist were blocked. So that information, we gave it to our PC guys, and they were able to exploit it. So every bit of information, every bit of data will help you gain that extra edge.
No, it's interesting that you did mention about football, because there have been instances, Subayu, in the world of football where you've played a goalkeeper for 90 minutes and probably extra time, but when it comes to penalties, you've changed goalkeepers. I mean, that has happened, and we've seen that so many times in the past, thanks to technology. But also would want you to take us through, look, broadly, it's great to hear that technology helps us immensely, right? But in terms of equipping yourself, in terms of the manpower that is required to, say, work for somebody like a CricViz, what is it that you would want out of people? And if you want a third party to support your system, what is the kind of thought process that youngsters should have going forward?
Right. This is going to be slightly long, so bear with me. Part one, the kind of people that we look for. So the way at least CricViz works and most professional data analysis companies work is there are two approaches to the same data. As Ramki sir was saying, that there was somebody looking at a video and deriving a hypothesis saying that the takeoff spot has to move for the high jumper to clear the bar, right? That's the hypothesis that an analyst develops or a coach develops by looking at video. This analysis is then verified looking at the data. If there is data saying that of the 200 jumps that she's done, she's succeeded in 60 of them, she's failed in 140, and in those 140 jumps, the takeoff spot was consistently within 6 inches of a certain point, then you have a validation of your hypothesis. This is human intelligence that is supported by data. The second team within CricViz is the data science team. They are not looking at the videos at all. They have no idea who the jumper is. They are saying that if I take a certain athlete's takeoff distances and I plot them against a universe of 1 million high jump takeoffs, I am seeing a higher failure rate, and therefore I have a hypothesis that says this person's takeoff spot is a mistake. They will then go back to the video and validate that hypothesis, right? So you have two kinds of people. One, who are agnostic to the sport. We don't want them to be passionate about a player or fan, because we want them to take a dispassionate view of data and be data scientists. And then there's the second kind of people who are possibly ex-athletes themselves or have played the sport at a certain level, have an instinctive understanding of the sport, and says, okay, if this bowler is coming over the wicket and is far away from the stumps, he's getting much more in swing than he is getting when he's closer to the stumps, right? Let's take this to a data scientist and validate. So people-wise, that's the two kind of people that we are typically looking at. To the wider question of use of technology and how it kind of helps, if you look at, and this is particularly true for entrepreneurs out there, and I believe there are a few, sports industry is two-dimensional in its broad structure, at least field sports. I'm not talking esports because that's a very different and very interesting field altogether. If I look at the performance as a vertical, right? You have grassroots level, gully cricket. Then you have clubs, which has some kind of teaching, some kind of structure, some kind of coaching. Then you have league teams. There is money involved. You have an IPL team, you have a PKL team. Then you have an elite layer on top where select few are making to the national team. And then a few select countries make it to an Olympic, or make it to a World Cup, right? That's your performance vertical. You start at gully cricket, you end at the World Cup or the Olympics. Now, across all of this is a horizontal, which is commerce, right? Let's say, if I take cricket as an example, the intersection happens somewhere around the IPL. IPL is where money comes in. Why is the money coming in? Because the brand needs to get hold of the fans. The brand is paying for media company to buy the rights of IPL, who in turn are talking to branding agencies, who finally get hold of publishers, who ensure that the fans get visibility of the brand using the sport as a vehicle. A little complicated, but give it some thought later, it'll clear out. Now, as a startup, what you're doing is looking at this ecosystem and saying every box in this matrix has its own needs. Some of them are fulfilled and some of those are unfulfilled. And the very reason for your startup to exist is because you address an unfulfilled need. Now, choosing the technology that enables that is absolutely crucial. Back in early 2000s, a Norwegian company had devised this technology that could detect a missile in flight. They took it to the US Air Force, trying to say that I have this optical technology where my lenses will detect a missile coming towards your aircraft, and then you can maneuver away. The US Air Force did not buy it, but somebody in that room knew the commissioner of the NFL. And he then called up his commissioner of the NFL and said, here's this technology that can read numbers on a jersey from a distance. Are you interested? This company, TrackApp, got sold to NFL. NFL had its player tracking on its broadcast. And TrackApp eventually got bought by Chiron Higo, and that became a huge sports technology, which started off by being military. Technology is not built for sports. Your use of that technology or the use case you build around that technology has to suit the need that you're fulfilling. And that is where your value addition as an entrepreneur comes in. The knowledge of technology contextualized to the need that you're solving for. I hope that made sense.
Sure, absolutely. It does. Yeah, you can be generous with that. Sure. Don't have to be apologetic for an applause. Yeah, Nimish, I mean, in terms of technology, right, esports, when I just look at where does esports and sport, when I say sport, I mean, I'm just obviously referring to physical sport, where do they come together and how do they come together, if they do come together? And in terms of technology, it almost sounds, for an organizer of an esport, it's a humongous ecosystem that you need to create. So where can people fit into that, and what are the categories or boxes that you would imagine where people can fit into that?
I think the first part, we're all trying to figure it out.
Sure.
I think sports and esports, technically esports is sport, so differentiating between sport and esports is something that I personally don't like.
Sure, fair.
But I understand the question. There have been a lot of federations and a lot of physical sports who have now acknowledged the power that esports can bring to their sports as well. And I can give you an example. The NBA, I was actually talking to somebody at the NBA the other day, and in the US, what they've started doing is, at a school level now, they don't let the kids play ball anymore. They actually introduce the NBA 2K video game to the kids. It's much faster for the kids to learn the rules and how to play the game at a young age, because they're playing it on a regular basis. And then when they're 7 and 8 is when they actually start playing ball properly. And the transition of trying to explain the rules and trying to explain how the game works is completely eliminated now. Because by the time the kid comes onto the ground, he already knows the rules of the NBA, he knows who the stars are, he knows what he wants to achieve, which team he wants to play for. He's already a big fan. So they start like this army of kids now who just want to play the ball. Sure. Versus the other way around, where I spent 6 months trying to teach you the basics of what the sport is supposed to be. So that's the perfect example I can give right now.
At a macro level, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Nimish? Because, I mean, I'm almost visualizing a flight simulator, for example, right? You know, I mean, to physically go and train every time out there, it might take...
Yeah, it's also very cost effective, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you might think it's expensive to get a PlayStation, but for a market like the US, it's much easier to install a television and have a PlayStation, and then a class of 100 kids can actually play the NBA 2K and learn basketball. at a very, very basic level.
Sure.
Then me trying to build a basketball, backyard, and then having so many balls and having so many coaches and bringing them outside to play. So that's one example I can give where esports and sports kind of complement each other in a big way. To answer the second question, esports is an industry on its own. Surprise, I was just listening to what Ramki was saying about video analysis, and it has exactly the same kind of structure that the sports industry has. So the jobs are very similar. The career path is extremely similar. I've seen you do a lot of commentary on TV. We have shoutcasters who do exactly the same for video games.
Sure.
In fact, surprisingly, when we did the BGMS season 1 with Star Sports, your good friend Jatin was actually there for the finale, and he actually plays BGMI. So he actually became the commentator for a video game tournament, and vice versa. Again, we have analyst desk as well. We have a lot of data that actually gets captured from the game itself. So unlike us trying to have cameras from the outside, because you're playing the game, BGMI has 16 in-game cameras. So literally at the switch of a button, I can change the different angles from which somebody is actually trying to shoot another player.
Sure.
It's extremely interesting. As I said, when you look at it for the first time, you feel like, ye kya ho raha hai? Like, what the hell are these kids doing, right? They're all on their phone and they're like, but if you understand the game, you realize the strategy involved, the manpower involved, when I used to run a team called Fnatic, we had a coach, we had an assistant coach, we had a yoga teacher, we had a fitness trainer, we had a nutritionist. So it's exactly any other sports team. My athletes would get up at 8 in the morning, they go to the gym, they'll come back at 9 o'clock, they would practice from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock playing video games, then they'll do a yoga session in the evening, then they will stream for another 4 hours on YouTube because they also have to make a living by entertaining people.
Sure. And
that would be the routine from Monday to Saturday, So it's an industry on its own. My only recommendation to anyone who wants to get into video games or the business of esports, you cannot be in esports and not play video games. I would say it's extremely hard. It's one industry where I've seen in sports, you have to be passionate about sports, but of course you don't need to play the sport to be in the business of sport. It's a little more difficult for esports. I would say you need to at least have some passion or play some video games. And a few minutes back you asked people how many of them are gamers, and only 2 people actually put their hands up. If you have a smartphone and if you have even Candy Crush installed on your phone, you are a gamer. The definition of a gamer is not somebody who just plays video games for a living, but if you play video games while you're waiting for your bus, waiting at the airport, you are a gamer. Everyone in this room is a gamer. Whether you play Candy Crush or Ludo doesn't matter.
The minute you said Candy Crush, a couple of faces they lit up. I think they're already thinking about the levels to which they have gone and how many more levels that they need to achieve, because I've got a couple who play Candy Crush. Yeah, what you?
Just wanted to weigh in on that sports and esports bit.
Sure.
And I know it's lunchtime, so we'll keep it at a really short. I think from the field sports perspective, esports is solving a problem. All field sports are reporting a loss of audience from tier 1, 13 to 18 audience, right? The youngest, the most urban, the highest paying audience is being lost, and lost to the enemy here being the esports. And now sports are now trying to use esports as for the lack of a better term, an entry-level drug to bring people back into the fold of the sport.
I like how you're seated together by choice or chance.
It's actually very interesting because I was also at another conference for Cricket Matters, and there were a lot of gentlemen from the ICC.
Yeah.
And I asked them this question. I said, this year's World Cup, there were at least 20 different gamers who were given unlimited access during the World Cup. Like, we had access to go onto the pitch, we could meet the teams, we could meet the players, and I just wanted to understand why did they do that. And then I realized, we actually sit on 200 million kids who watch us every day on YouTube, and the ICC can't reach them anymore because nobody plays cricket at that level anymore. Like, it's a sad situation, but cricket as a sport lives in this country. But trust me, I'm not saying this, I'm an ex-Star Sports employee. I love cricket as well. I play cricket as well. But in the next 10 years, trust me, video games and esports will give cricket a very, very strong competition when it comes to media revenue and when it comes to brand sponsorships.
I mean, you can already see that. I mean, the Asian Games, I mean, you could see the kind of development that we have had. But I think just going back to that fundamental question, Abhishek, in terms of, look, yeah, it's great. I think we did speak about this offline as well in terms of a startup, in terms of how you invest and where you invest and how much you invest. I mean, that's a critical question. And where does that investment come from? And what is the output in terms of revenue? I mean, that's the fundamental question that we go back to, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think some of the members in our previous discussion talked about it. It's very, very difficult to monetize sports, specifically in India. And you know, even though we are like one of the largest platforms for grassroots cricket, you know, definitely we have our own set of challenges to, you know, like figure out the right set of monetization from the platform.
What was your big one?
Subscription is definitely one of the big ones. But again, you know, there is a lot of room to grow over there also. So yeah, that's there, and then it's a freemium model. So basically, we also sell premium features and selling those premium features. But you know, it's very, very difficult to explain the value, or probably, you know, we're still work in progress. So yeah, I think from monetization perspective, it's a challenge. Having said that, we do get a lot of high level of engagement and a lot of love from our users for building this platform. And you know, it has been like more than 7 years of journey. And you know, even today we are growing at a rate of probably 50-60% season over season. In some cases, even more than 100% season over season. So definitely the growth is there. For us, you know, like sooner or later we'll figure out the right set of monetization channels for our business. I think as a startup, I think in previous panel discussion, they also defined what the startup is. We believe the startup is, you know, a company started to grow very, very fast. I think that is the fundamental, you know, like definition of startup. If you are not growing very fast, you are not a startup, even if you are a 1-year-old company. So, you know, as far as we are growing very fast, I think we will figure out a way to get investment, invest that money in the right channels, and, you know, like eventually get the money out of, you know, like the user base somewhere. So I think, yeah, fundamentally we should focus on investing the right amount at, you know, like places which helps you grow very, very fast.
One of the things I just wanted to ask you about Huddle is the fact that because we are talking about investment, we are talking about people. Before I throw it open to the audience, we're just about running out of time there, is I think with respect to Huddle, there's been something interesting that has happened in the past with respect to an Ajinkya Rahane coming on board, right? I mean, we normally talk about companies signing up ambassadors, and predominantly ambassadors who stay as ambassadors, who promote the product. But I think Ajinkya Rahane's case is slightly different, isn't it? He's not only there to promote the brand, but he's got equity associated with it. So, I mean, how did that happen? Because that could throw open a lot of possibilities in terms of how a startup, a company looks at an individual.
Absolutely. When we were looking for a brand ambassador, mentor to come on board Huddle, we had lots of thoughts. Football and badminton are our most played sports on the platform.
Sure.
And also a football turf doubles up as a box cricket turf as well. That's also very, very popular. But we strategically chose a cricketer for the love this country shows to the sport. And we spoke to many people. We wanted someone who would just not merely lend their name, but also contribute and support and believe in the idea. And we found that kind of a mentor in Ajinkya Rahane. Yes, he's on our cap table. He gives us his time. He gives us his ideas. And I think what really it helped us was attract users as well as get us more legitimacy with investors, get us more it opened a few doors for us. And that's the kind of thing I think a strategic partner who believes in the vision can bring to the table, and we've had a great experience working with Ajinkya.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you were discussing about the aspect of multi-purpose court, who better than people like us from Mumbai coming all the way, understand multi-purpose course? Because when I look at Gujarat, when I look at Ahmedabad, every time I come here or go to Baroda, I look at the space that is, and I go, wow, there could be a cricket ground there, there could be a football ground there. And coming from Mumbai, you play basketball, you play tennis, you play everything on the same court, multi-purpose court.
Yes,
Yeah?
it's
I mean,
fascinating to us,
yeah.
people who grew up in Delhi. And I just want to add something about Ajinkya. He's a true sports person in that
Yeah.
sense. He recently partnered with us for a pickleball event. That's an
Oh,
upcoming
nice. That's a
sport.
big thing now.
Absolutely.
That's a big thing.
And the power of sports as a way of life is becoming so big now that sports like pickleball and paddle are coming up, which have a lower barrier to entry. A short story there. The last weekend, my 65-year-old father-in-law played his first pickleball tournament against a few 30-year-olds. He won one match, and he was very excited about that. And I think that's the power of sport that we are trying to unleash, that anybody can pick up a racket and access a sports facility if they wish to. And we are called the diabetes capital of the world and things like that. And I think movement for that is very important, and sport can be a great way to that. And yes, Ajinkya Rahane has been supportive of us on both the investor side, the partner side, as well as the consumer side.
Lovely, lovely. We're just about running out of time, so maybe we can take more than just one question, perhaps. If I can throw it open to the floor. If anybody has a question, you can put your hand up. Yeah, please, gentlemen there. If you can get the microphone, you're right next to that, I guess.
My question is to Nimish.
Yeah.
Nimish, I'm from AISTS. You had a very interesting session there earlier this year. So you brought up the point about the NBA introducing the sport to the kids through a video game. Any other sports that you see where this is being adopted as a strategy, especially in India?
I've not seen that directly in sport, but I've seen that at a school level. So at Nahar School, where my kids study, they actually started teaching music through a game called Roblox. If everyone knows, Roblox is one of the most popular games in the world with children, mostly within the age group of 5 to 15. It has around 300, 400 million players on a monthly basis. There's a game called Adopt Me inside Roblox, which is basically a music-based game where the job of the kids is to basically go access music schools and check out different instruments, and then also like they kind of give you different tunes, and then you kind of figure out whether it's coming from the guitar, whether it's coming from different parts. I think it's very interesting again. It's a way to introduce music to children in a manner that's fun and gamified. So I think any instance where something can be gamified and made it interesting for a young or a child to get interested in, and then of course if they want to pursue real music, they have to go and they have to go and actually learn the guitar, right? But the interest can come from a game like Roblox. So I've seen that happen. There is another interesting game called Minecraft, which again is specifically for kids. It's a fabulous game. It teaches you everything from architecture to interior designing to how to build things, how a bridge is made. And again, a lot of schools have now started utilizing the power of Minecraft to teach basic stuff. Again, interest in architecture, interest in interior designing, interest in aspects that normally normal school life does not teach you. I think it's also time has come where the actual schooling system should also change, I guess. A lot of stuff that we learn in school never gets implied in real life. And I think video games actually teaches people to learn things that are going to be relevant for them when they actually become older and get a job. Another example I can give you is, and this is with the US Army, as a part of the training, when you get recruited in the Army for sniper, you actually play Counter-Strike 2 nowadays. They prefer people who can play video games and show their sniping skills. Depending on a certain level, it's a different program altogether, but depending on how good you are at your sniping skills in Counter-Strike, you then go to a physical program to actually train the next level snipers in the US Army. So there is tons of these examples where I've seen how video games are utilized as a recruiting ground for things that people need to do in the physical world.
I think just to add on to the gentleman's, to your point there, is I think even in, please correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I'm sure people would know that, even, when you operate on something like your football manager, which is something which is very popular, the skill sets that you are exhibited does count for so much in terms of you being recruited to some team. I mean, we've had instances in the world of football where it has happened. So I think in terms of what we go through online, there is a tremendous amount of prospect of getting things offline as well on the physical side of things, right? Any more questions? Yes, please. A microphone, which is gentleman there, yeah. Let's just go.
Hi, I'm Karthik, I'm from Hyderabad. So I just wanted to ask, this is open for the panel, so what technologies you see will actually play a key role in growing the whole ecosystem as a whole? There are analytics is there, there's a cricket ecosystem which is growing, there is another analytics company, but keeping all these aside, what else are needed for the growth of the ecosystem, even on the broadcast perspective also?
Yeah, anybody that wants to, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, multiple technologies are there, and like you rightly pointed out, we have to look at it as a horizontal. We have, I think, infrastructure as a service has really picked up in our country. Many of the infrastructure which are built are fantastic, and Udit, congrats to Udit for creating such a wonderful facility for the world to look up and look at India very differently. Going forward, if we mix it up, make it a phygital approach towards game development, have the physical infrastructure mixed up with the digital infrastructure, which can cater to multiple stakeholders in the ecosystem. I think technology and analytics can cater to multiple people. People were going gaga or live streaming earlier. But in my opinion, live streaming is like a VCR of old days. You have to go forward and backward to watch whatever you want. But on the digital, you can watch whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want it. That kind of personalization is a possibility, new possibility. And with the GenAI, the kind of new possibilities emerge where creating content for multiple stakeholders. So I can create content for helping the team strategize better to win games, or I can be contributing to content for engaging the fans very differently. So today, by adopting analytics and technology, then the possibilities become very, very different. I think it's important for the government also to step in and create. In fact, the other day I was discussing with the DG Sai, and seeded a thought in him where the government can invest in creating a centralized AI platform which can then be provided to all the federations. Because each one need not invest on their own and burn their fingers. And the rate of development in the adoption is very slow. Instead, the government can invest in it and encourage all the federations to be part of that, making use of that platform. That way, the rate of development will be much, much faster. Adoption rate will be much faster, because the biggest problem is not about the availability of technology, but the adoption rate, the resistance to change, how that is going to be managed, how our coaches are going to be educated on what are the new possibilities are, so that the coaching methodologies don't remain archaic. Let's move on with the new possibilities.
If I may, in 1850, had you asked somebody what is the next new technology that you see in movement, they would have said faster horses, right? They would have not said cars. Technology trying to guess what's coming next is fairly futile. We've seen that in our lifetimes. A word of caution to all the startup guys out there, and I'm taking these extra minutes to kind of specially tell them, we often get embroiled in buzzwords, right? AI, generative AI, big data, blah, blah, blah. That's going to be buzzwords and they're going to look fantastic on your presentation, right? Do not start believing in that yourself. If you can stay true to that original mission, the original problem that you're trying to solve, and technology, whatever shape and form it comes in on that particular day, becomes an enabler in your endeavor, I think that's when technology does a great job. The moment the cart is placed in front of the horse, and you start thinking that technology is what I want to aim for, and everything else that opportunistically comes my way when I'm working on the technology, that I don't think is going to go great for your business. Just
Slightly counter to Subayu to make the conversation more spicy.
I thought we were the broadcasters, but that's fine. Go for it.
I mean, there are so many youngsters out here on the technology side. Can you imagine? Probably we may have very shortly we may have a coach residing on your phone, your personal coach. Today everybody has a physical coach. Your personal coach can be residing on your phone, guiding you on a day-to-day basis, like what ChatGPT is doing for many people today in multiple areas. So those are the new possibilities which are there, and the kind of the technology, the development which can it can bring about is humans, and the adoption, as I said, everybody has to adopt. The earlier we adopt, we can make India a superpower in sports analytics as well. We are the poster boys of sports, business analytics in the world. Why not in sports? So I think all of us join together can make that happen.
I just like to add to what he said. I think somebody in the panel before this said, just keep it simple. I think there's a very thin line in trying to complicate stuff, even with technology, right? I'm going to probably shoot myself in the foot by saying this as somebody who plays video games for a living. But because I work with a lot of youngsters, I can tell you one thing. There is a movement where a lot of the younger generation now wants to not stay away from technology, but they want simple technology. They don't want things that are too complicated. A lot of times what happens is we follow what the world's doing, but the actual world moves away from it. I tell this to brands all the time. There was a time where all brands were investing in Facebook. Today, trust me, not a single youth is on Facebook. It's people like you and me in the 30s and 40s are still on Facebook saying hi to our friends, But the actual audience has moved out. The same is true with Instagram. They tried to use Instagram. Kids moved on to Snapchat. The kids are always running away from what we create. So keep that in mind. If you really want to connect with the youth, you need to feel like the youth, look like a youth, That's why the long...
Thanks, Nimish. Thanks so much for that.
I just want to add, I'm sorry, I'm just taking a minute.
Fine. We all felt good.
Yeah, so if there is more time here, I would I would like the panel to add one point about the community technology for community building and fan engagement. I think this is one of the key things which is missing in India, and even in the grassroots, even in the esports or cricket or football, we see there is very less engagement happening on the fan engagement. Thank you.
Would you just want Abhishek to respond to that, please? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, so I'll just give you idea about a couple of use cases which we are trying right now. So, I agree with, his point that obviously you cannot put, cart before the horse, so technology is also that. But, we have found some use cases, let's say, where AGI, artificial generative intelligence can help. So, for example, recently only we did an experiment where the match commentary, based on the match commentary and the data, automatically post-match presentation in the audio format gets created with the help of AGI, right? And pre-match report gets created with the help of AI. So those kind of things, plus we are also spicing up our commentary, which again gets auto-generated with the help of ChatGPT. For example, give a commentary like Harsha Bogle or give commentary like Ravi Shastri. Let's say, and the grassroots cricket matches are now getting commentary of those levels with the help of AI, which could not have been possible before. So, these kind of technology, these kind of changes will be, are now possible with these technologies. So computer vision and AI, I think these two technologies are going to make a huge difference in sports, according to me.
Right. That smile says it all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Lovely. Lovely. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much to all our panelists and our moderator for that excellent session, to the point, and we had a lot of information. Endless possibility in the sporting ecosystem if we integrate technology and innovation. Thank you for that. I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, and we'll have those questions in about 5 minutes when we break for lunch, and we'll have our dignitaries present there one-on-one for a conversation. But right now, before we break for lunch, we would like to felicitate and thank our panelist and moderator. I would invite Shri Vishmay Vyas, Sir, Administrative Officer, Sports Authority of Gujarat, to please come on stage and felicitate our panelist, Mr. S. Ramakrishnan, Founder and CEO, Sports Mechanics India Private Limited. I would request sir to please felicitate Mr. Nimish Raut, Global Head Esports, Nordwind Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's about lunchtime, but can we have a round of applause? Our panelists were extremely generous with their time and their thoughts to make this fruitful. We request sir to please felicitate Mr. Shubhayu Roy, Director, CricViz India. Thank you very much. I would request Vyas to kindly felicitate Mr. Abhishek Desai, Founder, Crick Heroes. Thank you very much. I would request her to please felicitate Ms. Sonam Taneja, Business Development Lead, Huddle. And I would request her to kindly felicitate one of the most eminent broadcasters and our moderator for the session. I would request Sri Vyas to kindly come on stage and felicitate Mr. Radhakrishnan Srinivasan, sir. Thank you very much. I once again thank all our panelists and our moderator for this excellent session. Thank you very much for your insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, you will have time for a one-on-one interaction, if possible, with our dignitaries, with our panelists, with our speakers during the lunch break. That is going to be for 45 minutes. Before that, I would request our panelists and our moderators to kindly come together for a group photograph. And everybody, we'll be starting with a workshop on various funding schemes for startup at 2 p.m. sharp. We'll be having the presence of Mr. Gaurav Thareja, Assistant Manager, Invest India. I would request all of you to please join us for lunch and at the second floor Marigold Hall, and join us back maximum by 2 or 2:15 p.m. as we'll be starting with a workshop on various funding scheme for startup. Thank you very much. Please join us for lunch.
જે તમે આપણે કામ જોઈશે ને 215 મિનિટનું કાર્ડ આપાય ને તમારું એ હા તો એ શોએબને કોઈ કોપી કરવાનું
For all of you till now, and post lunch is a time where everybody feels a little gloomy. But might I request, let's start the second half of the conclave with a lot of energy. Can we have a round of applause? If the day has been quite fruitful till now. People sitting over here, they are rather busy discussing something with each other. But let's start, everybody. Do I have everybody's attention before I invite our speaker for the workshop? Yes? Can I get a yes? So I do have. Welcome back. Well, till now we have been hearing and insights about sports startup overall. But right now we are going to have some insights as on to how to get funding. That is definitely going to be a very, very important topic for all of you. The workshop right now is on various funding scheme for startup. And the speaker, we have Mr. Gaurav Khareja. He's the Assistant Manager at Invest India. So this is going to be very, very informative. I want everybody's attention and I request to please put your cell phones on vibration or silent mode. May you please join me with a round of applause as I welcome on stage Mr. Gaurav Khareja.
So, good afternoon one and all. Thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you so much Gujarat Sports Conclave team for having me here and giving us this opportunity to talk about what Startup India is, what are the various schemes that are launched by the government to assist startup scale up and especially the funding aspect of it.
हाँ वांधो नहीं.
So we'll talk about the genesis of the Indian startup ecosystem, how this initiative was born. Back in 2016, Mr. Shri Narendra Modi launched this initiative to help entrepreneurs scale their journey. The initiative was set up on 3 strong pillars, first being simplification and handling of the process. This pillar focuses on easy entry and exit for startups to take that risk, to plunge into that river of innovation and make sure that they can scale up their ideas. Second is providing various funding support and incentives. I will be talking about this in detail in further slides. And the third is industry academia partnership. This conclave is a perfect example of how the whole ecosystem comes together, how we converge various stakeholders to make sure all of us benefit and grow together. So these are some quick facts highlighting the Indian startup ecosystem journey till date. We are the 3rd largest startup ecosystem across the globe. As of date, we have more than 1 lakh startups registered with the government. 50% of these startups come from tier 2, tier 3 cities. On average, each startup generates direct employment of 11 individuals. And on the Startup India website, we have more than 600
તમારે
KPIs
કાર્ડ
registered
જોઈશે હું
users.
તો એમને પૂછી લો ને
So
એમાં
this is the
કાર્ડ
plans
માટે
of the innovation growth story. How back in
એ ઘેરથી
2015
બીજા કાર્ડ
we were
લઈ
just
આવો
a
ને
mere number close to 500, and now how we have scaled up our progress. We had a handful of unicorns, and today we boast a good number of 111 unicorns who have made the nation proud with their extraordinary achievements and innovations. So to build the ecosystem, we need to focus on 5 key areas. We need to recognize the startup through easy government policies and reforms. Second, we need to create a strong funding pipeline. It's very important for startups to financially sustain themselves in the market. It's very important for investors as well to rotate the capital that they have. And I think startups are positioned at that apex point wherein investors can get the best out of it. Third is capacity development. In a world which is technologically driven, it's very important for us to keep abreast about various new tools and technologies that exist in the market and how we can leverage them to make ourselves better. Fourth is mentorship and handholding. India is a country wherein we have experts and leaders in every domain, and how we can bridge the gap of the generations prior to us and use the knowledge that they have created over the years and put it into our businesses. Last but not the least, we should tap into the domestic market, but we should never forget that we have to go global. Local should be the approach, local at heart, but global at mindset. So we should focus on not only at India as a market, but also global avenues. So this is a brief about how sports startup landscape looks as of now. So 43% of these startups have at least one woman director. 2 panels ago, there was a startup which is a DPI recognized startup named as Huddle, which was represented by a woman co-founder. 38% of these startups are coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. This defines the untapped potential that lies in the districts of India that we can still avail. Gujarat is the 4th largest producer of sports startup. So there's still a long way to go, but we should recognize the effort of the Gujarat government that it's paving the way for startups in such a niche category. And these startups have directly employed close to 3,000 individuals. We can see the trajectory of sports startups, how they have grown year on year and have made a trademark for themselves in the industry. On the right hand side of the screen, we can see how mature these startups are. These are in the late stage of funding and in their journeys. A lot of them have raised funds, some of them are in their early traction and have validated their products as well. So how can government help these startups enhance their potential? So the step 1 is that you need to get recognized by the government. So it's an easy definition that the government has set up for these startups. You have to be either a private limited company, a limited liability partnership, or a registered partnership. You should not be more than 10 years old as an organization. You should not exceed 100 crore INR as revenue in any of these 10 financial years. And you should be focusing on either innovation, scalability, job creation, and wealth creation. Once you satisfy all of these conditions, you will be recognized by the government in less than 7 years. So these are the various offerings that government provides to startup across life cycle. So in the ideation stage, we provide various student entrepreneurs with idea bank of things that they can pursue beyond their classroom walls. We provide them with seed funding. Again, I'll talk about it in depth in the next slide. And hand-holding support to make sure that they navigate through the market through easy processes. As and when they grow, we provide them access to incubators, learning and development programs, pitching sessions, showcase, venture funding capitalism. So the 3 schemes that the government has launched to help startups now. First is a fund of funds scheme. It's a 10,000 crore corpus which is focused on startups that are in their late stage. So the money is routed through alternate investment firms, IIFs, and it has helped establish 14 unicorns out of the 111 that we have today. Second is a seed fund scheme. It's a scheme which is focused towards startups at their early stage. So startups who are less than 2 years old can avail the benefit of this scheme and can get a grant up to 50 lakhs. This is a scheme which is jointly run by the government and a network of strong incubators that Startup India has built over the years. And third is a credit guarantee scheme wherein we provide collateral-free loans to startups. Earlier, banks and financial institutions were hesitant. They didn't even know what startup as a term exists. Through continuous improvements in the government mechanism and sensitization workshops, the government has negotiated deals with leading banks across India to make sure that entrepreneurs do not have to face any hurdles while they are getting their loans sanctioned. Apart from that, there are various funding masterclasses that are held on the private side in collaboration with a lot of accelerators, investors, and incubators to help startups groom themselves in case they go for any pitching. So we have certain global funding opportunities wherein we take in startups to various countries in Europe and America and help them pitch in front of global investors. We have virtual investor connect session wherein we mobilize domestic funds through various VCs present across India. And last, we have a lot of government interventions in the sense that we collaborate with fellow ministries who have spare funds and help them route through the startups that are benefited by Startup India. Investor Connect is a virtual platform that was launched earlier this year. It's an AI-enabled platform where there is a live matchmaking going on with VC firms as well as startups. Startups can go and register themselves, mention the areas that they want to fund themselves, mention the sectors. Parallelly, we onboard a lot of VCs who make a commitment in terms of matchmaking to the efforts of the startup, and they can shortlist them by their interest. As of date, we have 82 VCs and AIFs registered with us, and more than 100 startups have already benefited under this scheme. Apart from financial assistance, we also provide qualitative engagements through mentorship and handholding to groom entrepreneurs in their professional journeys. So this is a snapshot of Startup India portal and the various services that the government provides at free of cost to all the entrepreneurs. MAR portal is very unique. Again, it's an AI-enabled portal which helps connect mentors across the globe with startups in India. These mentors are seasoned experts who help these startups navigate through difficult market situations. And at times, they're so closely involved in a startup's journey that they end up being an investor for one of these startups. It's really important for someone who's starting on their entrepreneurial journey to have a guiding force around them who can help them navigate through difficult situations. Last but not the least, we are providing access to markets. So startups that are registered by Startup India, they are given a lot of exemptions, even for the government e-marketplace. The acronym for that is CHECK. So you do not need to have prior experience, or you do not need to have an X amount of turnover to be eligible for any public contract. If you are a DPIQ recognized startup, you can directly apply for that particular scheme. Apart from that, we get you in touch with various leading central government initiatives to help you position as a leading supplier of various demands of the government. On the private side, on day-to-day basis, we connect with Fortune 500 companies, help them solve their consulting problems through the rich database of startups that we have. These are a few indicative names of the companies that we have collaborated in past and continue to do so on a regular basis to help startup tap into the private markets. When we are talking about global schemes and how we can move beyond Indian geography, we have bridges with close to 20 countries. So bridges act as a soft virtual corridors to help startups expand into these nations. So we have tied up with embassies and our counterparts in these countries to make sure that the visa processes and the facilitation processes for Indian entrepreneurs to enter into these markets are easy. So this brings us to the end of the workshop. So we always say, what is the new big idea? The new big idea is India because of the potential that lies in this country. Thank you so much, everyone. Feel free to reach out to me for any questions that you may have. Thank you once again. So if anyone has any question, feel free to raise their hand. More than happy to address it for you. Workshop was pretty successful. I could not see any hands raised up. I'll be around if in case you want to connect one-on-one, have any queries, feel free to reach out. Thank you. Have a lovely rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Shri Gaurav Thareja ji. Lot of information packed in around 10-15 minutes. That was quite an impactful workshop. Nobody literally had any questions. But just in case you want to have one-on-one conversation, Gaurav sir is right there. You may reach out to him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to the next workshop, not exactly a workshop, it's going to be a session. And let me also remind you that we have our pitch book competition starting in another 30-35 minutes oddly. So all the very best to our top 8 finalists. That is going to be one interesting competition. The next session that we have is on the topic of India 2047 Roadmap to Startup Nation. जैसे कि आप सभी जानते हैं, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो अमृतकाल के बारे में जब पहले बोला था, तभी बात हुई कि 2047 तक to create a self-sufficient and aggressively leading economy that already we are at this current point in time. And with all the things going on, जितने भी उद्यम, जितने भी प्रचेष्टा किए गए हैं अभी तक, we are positively, I think all of you will agree with me that we are on the right track. On that note, it's time to welcome our speaker for this session. But before that, जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पे students हैं, I really want to know just the students here because major part of our conclave was for knowledge sharing. तो आप तक जो knowledge हम पहुँचाने की कोशिश में हैं, आप सब उसमें, are we successful in that? Or it's a very quiet audience. Is it so? खाना खाने के बाद सब कोई थोड़ा ठंडा पड़ जाते हैं. After lunch this happens. People sitting at the back, do I have your attention? Yes? And people sitting in the middle area, do I have your attention? Because this is for the very first time, something like this has happened in the entire country. I'm sure we should take a moment to feel proud that across the states, Gujarat took the initiative and leadership to bring such an initiative जहाँ पे sports startups को इकट्ठे लाया जा रहा है. The students back there, the young generation who are going to be the light bearer, the torch bearer of this, I'm sure आप सबको थोड़ा तो गर्व अनुभव इस बारे में होना चाहिए और अपने लिए भी एक बार जोरदार तालियां दीजिए क्योंकि हमारी सरकार ने अगर ये इनिशिएटिव लिया है, it is because they see the potential in our youth in creating major milestones in the coming time. जो पीछे बैठे हैं आप लोग गर्व अनुभव करते हैं कि नहीं? गुजरात में और अहमदाबाद में ऐसा एक स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव जहां कि आज से पहले भारत में कहीं नहीं हुआ है. अभी तक जितनी भी बातचीत हुई है, जितने भी सेशंस हुए हैं, all the insights, I want especially the people sitting at the back, समझ नहीं हो रहा है, आपसे जुड़ने का मौका नहीं मिल पा रहा है, बट जो पीछे बैठे हैं मुझे लग रहा है कि वो शायद मोबाइल में व्यस्त हैं या फिर बातें सुन के बाद में हम सोचेंगे इस बारे में उस दौरान में घुसे हुए हैं. Is it something like that? Just I'm addressing to our audience at the back. Do we have you? Yes. A very good afternoon. You are saying in a very low voice, so I'm going to make my pitch even lower. A very good afternoon. Should I make it a little higher so that I can get your voice as well? The voice of vibrant Gujarat. Good afternoon. I think the energy can go a little bit higher than this. Alright, so going forward, I'm sure all of you are looking forward to, जैसे सुबह हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा था कि pitch book competition हो रहा है जिसमें ना सिर्फ we are going to meet the emerging startups but also for the very first time, probably not something that has happened before, एक cash prize भी रखा गया है for all our winners and also those who do not win. First, second और third position के अलावा जो हमारे 5 स्टार्टअप्स होंगे जो फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड इन पोजीशंस में नहीं रह पाएंगे, उनके लिए भी हमारी तरफ से एक कंसोलेशन प्राइज है. एंड कंसोलेशन प्राइज एज अ कैश प्राइज है दैट इज समिंग अप टू 1 लाख ऑफ रुपीज. सो आई थिंक दर्शकों इस बारे में एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. इट्स ऑलवेज व्हेनेवर आई सी कॉम्पिटिशन, इट्स ऑलवेज अबाउट celebrating the winners but very rarely celebrating also those who have made it to the final point. And I'm sure with number of I mean, almost we got 64 applications from across the country to participate in the pitch book competition, out of which we had 8 startups who were shortlisted by the jury to battle it out here in front of all of you and our esteemed judges to decide who will be the winner this year in the pitch book competition. We are overwhelmed by the response that all of you have given. So all that action is about to begin, but apart from the first, second, third, as I said, हमारे 5 shortlisted finalists को भी एक consolation prize दिया जाएगा. And also, I'm sure all of you have an idea कि first, second, third में किन को कितना prize, cash prize मिलने वाला है. Let me just spell it out for you. The first prize winner is going to get 10 lakhs of cash prize. So that's a huge sum. Yes. As we proceed, I will keep you filling up with the pitch book competition, the details on it. But right now, as I said, it's time to start with our session. This session that is solely on the topic of session on India 2047, roadmap to a startup nation, a self-sufficient nation. And our speaker, ladies and gentlemen, आप सब उनको बहुत अच्छे से जानते होंगे. I would request कि उनको बहुत सारे प्यार के साथ और सम्मान के साथ मंच पे स्वागत करें. Our speaker for the session is Shri M. Nagarajan, collector, IAS collector, Mehsana, Gujarat. Well, he has a working experience of 22 years in various government departments, including Indian Railways, Indian Audit and Accounts Department, and Reserve Bank of India, and also the Indian Administrative Service. So I won't take much of your time, and I would request everybody to give a huge round of applause and join me in welcoming Shri M. Nagaraja Sir, IAS Collector, Mehsana, Gujarat.
Very warm good evening to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank Sports Authority of Gujarat, Government of Gujarat, Grand State University for putting this together. There have been so many startup events happening all the year round, but having something specific for sports, which is very much relevant and important for today's youth. And sports is important to youth and entrepreneurship is important to youth. So sports startup is, I think, the golden word for all of us to build a better tomorrow. So in that sense, I have come here to share a few words on what we all could do together to make India a startup nation, and what role could sports startups also play in this. Why startup nation? We already have this vision given by Honorable Prime Minister, and we are a population with more than 65% population under 35 years of age. And we have a demographic dividend, and if we are going to engage them positively, we are going to get it as a demographic dividend. And sports is the best medium to do that. And if we fail to do that, we will be creating a demographic liability. So it is very important that we turn this opportunity into the real thing before it becomes a challenge. And today's forum provides the right place to discuss these ideas. So you all know about Startup India, I don't need to say much. And all our startup ecosystem stakeholders here. And it was launched in 2016, and the main aim was to make job seekers into job creators. I have a thumb rule. If we are able to convert 10% of any cohort into entrepreneurs, especially value-oriented entrepreneurs who think about solving large-scale problems which India face, we will be able to engage the other 90% productively. So how do we identify, catalyze, support, and help the entrepreneurial 10%, the innovative 10%, the creative 10%, the go-getters 10% into supporting the rest of the population? That is something which we all can work on. And we all know that the startup data the registration data, if you see, from 400 startups in 2016, it has gone into, startup scale up to 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh startups in 2023. And we have the Prime Minister himself driving this agenda, so we have enough support to make this a reality. So generally in India, the 3 pillars of support to startups. We can look at 3 things. One is the simplification and handholding, because they are all very fledgling ventures, ideas that are requiring a lot of nurturing and support. Funding and incentives, of course, very essential. And third is incubation and industry academia partnership. So in this third pillar, I am sure today's conference is a great industry academia partnership. Trans-India University proving themselves to be a leader, thought leader in the sports startup arena also. So what is the need for the startup and innovation? Many times people ask me, sir, you are an IAS officer, why do you think about startups so much, or why are you supporting startups? I have a small backstory about it. In the year 2020, this Abdul Kalam's book, Dr. Abdul Kalam's book, India Vision 2020 came in the year 2000. So that time something around, I had a thought, I was trying to write the exams, I was thinking becoming an IAS could be the best career opportunity, and I was also working hard for that. I thought, can India really be developed in 2020? That time it was looking far-fetched. It was looking like utopia. And okay, it's a good thing that Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam himself has said it, but we don't know how to do it, or we didn't know whether we will really do it. So now 2020 gone, I can see that a lot of transformations have happened. We have achieved a tremendous success, but we have still not reached the place that we really wanted to go, and there is still a lot of work to do. And in these 25 years, I have moved from this side of the stage to this side. Now who are those people who are on this side of the stage and who will be on this stage in 2047? That is the generation that we need to target, who are right now in schools, they are in high school, they are in your class 11 and 12, they are in colleges. In next 25 years, they are the generation that is going to lead India into this Amrit Kal, what is the name that has been given. So it is very important that we nurture startups, because they are changing the rules of the game. That is what Honorable Prime Minister also said. Can you play?
देख रहा हूं, फिर एक बार देश के सामने एक मौका आया। इस ऐसे कालखंड में हम जी रहे हैं, ऐसे कालखंड में हमने प्रवेश किया है, और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि भारत के ऐसे अमृत काल में, ये अमृत काल का पहला वर्ष है। इस कालखंड में जो हम करेंगे, जो कदम उठाएंगे, जितना त्याग करेंगे, तपस्या करेंगे, सर्वदिन हिताय सर्वदिन सुखाय, एक के बाद एक फैसले लेंगे, आने वाले 1000 साल का देश का स्वर्णिम इतिहास उससे अंकुरित होने वाला है। शक्ति और मेरा भरोसा, युवा शक्ति में सामर्थ्य है। आज मेरे युवाओं ने दुनिया में पहले 3 स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में भारत को स्थान दिला दिया है। विश्व के युवाओं को अचंभा हो रहा है भारत के इस सामर्थ्य को लेकर के, भारत की इस ताकत को देख करके। आज दुनिया टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है, और आने वाला युग टेक्नोलॉजी से प्रभावित रहने वाला है, और तब टेक्नोलॉजी में भारत की जो टैलेंट है उसकी एक नई भूमिका रहने वाली है। भारत में जो कमाल कर रहा है, मेरे टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटी के युवा भी आज मेरे देश का भाग्य गढ़ रहे हैं। छोटे छोटे स्थान के मेरे नौजवान, और मैं आज बड़े विश्वास से कहता हूं, देश का ये जो सामर्थ्य नया नजर आ रहा है, और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, हमारे छोटे शहर आकार और आबादी में छोटे हो सकते हैं। ये हमारे छोटे छोटे शहर, हमारे कस्बे आकार और आबादी में छोटे हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आशा और आकांक्षा, प्रयास और प्रभाव वो किसी से कम नहीं है। वो सामर्थ्य उनके अंदर है। नए ऐप, नए सॉल्यूशन, टेक्नोलॉजी, डिवाइस। अब देखिए, मेरे देश की 100 जितनी स्कूल ऐसी हैं जहां के बच्चे सैटेलाइट बना करके सैटेलाइट छोड़ने की तैयारियां कर रहे हैं। आज हजारों टिंकरिंग लैब नए वैज्ञानिकों का गर्भाधान कर रही है। आज हजारों टिंकरिंग लैब लाखों बच्चों को साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के राह पर आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरणा दे रही है।
So we can understand that it's not just about vision, the execution steps, the infrastructure towards it, the methodologies towards it is all very clear. It's now only a time about how we can realize this. And we talk about tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the potential is still very much unrealized. That is what I want to stress today. How we can diversify and make our ecosystem more inclusive, go for places and find out young talent. It can be done both in startups and in sports also. We are doing the same thing. And this kind of thought process where we are just having a vision. It was in 2020, it was just a vision. There was no strategy, there was no methodology, there is no steps. Today everything is clear. And when Prime Minister has mentioned we are number 3rd largest ecosystem right now. If we are going to go into tier 3 and tier 2 and tier 3 cities, then we will be the number 1 ecosystem as far as overall sports innovation, overall startup innovation is concerned. And I am sure that sports also will have its own share in this. We can see this how this Gujarat ecosystem has developed. This is data of up to 31st October. In Ahmedabad, DPIIT recognized startups are nearly 4,000. Surat something around 1,300, Vadodara 1,000, and Rajkot. Apart from these 4 major hubs, there are also different towns. Like say, I am coming from Mehsana. There are 150, 200 startups who are DPIIT recognized. An equal amount of startups are yet to apply for this recognition. So we can, freely double this number about the kind of active ecosystem that's happening in all the districts. We have 33 districts in Gujarat. Now extrapolated to 750 districts of the country. You have 750 into 10, 7,500 hubs, which can be extended to each and every local, town and villages, and then connect this biggest demographic dividend where we are talking to. They can be engaged in any type of endeavor, and it is my as a sports person from inside, in my mindset, I believe that sports is the best way to engage young minds. There is no age bar for sports, so sports startups have very big opportunities in realizing this dream of building this diversified ecosystem. So what makes this Gujarat ecosystem more vibrant? For the last 3 years, Gujarat has been number 1 in the top performer in the startup space ranking by Government of India. Why? The point is we have got Bangalore or say Hyderabad and all, because there is something which is Gujarat is having which these ecosystems are missing. If you go 50 km out of Bangalore, where is the ecosystem? If you go 50 km out of Hyderabad, where is the ecosystem? But in Gujarat, if you go to any tehsil, any district, there is some ecosystem, there is some activity going on, some chamber of commerce is doing something, some university is doing something. Say in Mehsana, there are 3 universities which are having incubators and they are supporting startups. That is across the entire state. More than 150 university-based incubators are available. So the spread and the depth and width of this ecosystem is what is poised to bring more dividends in the future. And here we have government supporting 4 policies, all focused on startups. The industrial policy, then the student startup policy, which I have spoken about how to harness the young minds in the schools and colleges. And there is funding also provided in the policy, up to 2.5 lakh rupees for any idea. And in school level it is 20,000. And so far 9,000 ideas have been funded, and more than 1,800 patents have been filed under this policy. It has been in operation for more than 7 years, and the process is very well matured. And there is a scaling up grant of say 20 lakhs, and the industries department is providing 30 lakhs under the nodal institution scheme. So there is a hierarchy of growth avenues for startups. And again, you mentioned this is all sector agnostic, so sports startups are also most welcome to engage with these stakeholders and take advantage. The biotechnology policy is there, and the IT startups policy is also available. So if there is an IT-based startup in sports, they can surely take advantage of this. And we have full support from the top leadership. Honorable Chief Minister himself engages with the startups on a regular basis in whatever forum available. He even regularly hosts startups in his residence, especially to find out the challenges faced by the young entrepreneurs, how they are able to work in the ecosystem, what is their support needed for them, and the obstacles that they may face in working on their ideas. So this kind of commitment from the top leadership gives a clarity of vision for anyone down the line to actually work on this agenda. This is the overall ecosystem, the value chain, how I have mentioned that how the startups can scale. Many of you would be in the idea POC level, or you would be in your MVP level now, or you in your go-to-market stage. So you can place yourself in this where you can take advantage of this. I am sure that the broader ecosystem is also available there to support you, but this is specifically about what the government departments are doing. So in the innovation and early stage, we have the SSIP policy, which I have mentioned. We even give patent grants in that. And institutional support we give for universities and other organizations to build their acceleration and incubation infrastructure. The startup policy also I have mentioned where seed funding of up to 50 lakhs is available. Then iCreate is another top of the class incubator which is working on supporting startups. Right now they are more focused on electric vehicles specialization. And the startup policy of industries department also gives great support. And we also have an investment arm. How many of you know that the oldest investment vehicle supported by government is from Gujarat, and it is more than 30 years old? Gujarat government undertaking has been investing in startups since last 30 years, even before the word startup came in the venture. It is called the Gujarat Venture Finance Limited. Even today, for the scaling up startups, they take equity in the range of 5 to 10%, and their ticket size is somewhere around 3 to 5 crores typically. So, and they are funding very actively. Even last week, the Gujarat Startup Conclave was declared where GVFL emerged as one of the major venture fund investor. Of course, they don't do it alone. They work with all the angel investors and other funds and even family offices across in Gujarat and across India also. So this kind of vibrancy provides the greatest opportunity for the entrepreneurs to focus on their core objective rather than looking for, trying to reach out to fund people. So another important iconic organization is iHub, which is the Gujarat Student Startup and Innovation Hub. When I had discussed about how a village entrepreneur working on his idea can come up to the district level, and now he wants to go to the state level to work on his idea, say come to Ahmedabad and all. So this building has been inaugurated just a week ago, and it has 1.5 lakh square feet of space available with 500 startups can be housed with co-working space, separate accommodation for boys and girls to stay there, and it has a full residential facility. They have co-working space where you will be able to rent some seats. So this entire support system is available in one area, and also access to mentors and is also available here. So this is one of the many options that are available here, but for the students from Tier 2 and Tier 3, this is going to be a very good anchoring institution. And we all know that Gujarat is emerging as a startup ecosystem, but we also had our own unicorns which are very homegrown. How many of you know that BharatPay was founded in Gujarat? Can raise your hands? Anybody? How many of you know that BharatPay was founded in Bhavnagar? Shashwat Nagrani, the original ideator of this idea, he worked in his college with his teammates in Bhavnagar. After that, he took Ashwin Govara as a co-founder, and then the rest is all available in history. So we have a homegrown unicorn, and there are many more BharatPay and other people who are still working in our playing side, but we are not able to identify them. So unless we are open to the opportunity, the talent that is available here, it is difficult to spot. And second is Apna, is Nirmit Parikh is from Apna, Ahmedabad, and he has built a LinkedIn-like platform for blue-collar workers, and recently they have shifted to US and of course made the unicorn mark. These are just two examples I am making. We have a lot of other people who have done well. So the dynamism that this ecosystem has is only getting better. So on a long-term scale, what is a trend that we can visualize for the startups? I'm sure that all of us sitting here are going to be associated with this startup space for say next 20 years. So how is this trend going to be? So I made some guess where, between 4 waves that we can see. In 95 to 2005, there is a global capital and global teams. That's what typically Google, Facebook and all used to do. Then we had the next wave of global capital but local teams, which is like Flipkart and all the first generation of people who made it big. And then now the current stage where we are going on is local capital and local teams. Now you have, in the last 1.5 years, more than 35 family offices have been registered in Ahmedabad alone for funding the startups. So there is a lot of local capital now that is getting involved with local startups. They are not going to Bombay, Bangalore or Delhi to find the investable startup. They are locally investing, and they are all very curious to understand the local opportunities. Same way now, after 2025 it will be local capital and global teams. When Gift City like example we have, where there will be funds incorporated in India, but they will be working for the whole world and extended to Dubai and Singapore, even European countries. So this is the sort of we can look at how this trend wave is happening. This is one single diagram which explains where you can be as a startup in this whole journey. As I have mentioned, in ideation, pre-incubation, we have iHub and other organizations who are doing the FIDA level funding. Then at the incubation level, government grants are also available. So up to early stage, as I mentioned, up to GVFL, this entire journey is facilitated. This can take anywhere from 0 to 3 years. And after that, you can go into venture funding, which has now taken very much sort of flavor of the season now. And then ultimately to IPOs, both in SME IPO and also in the general IPO. So the idea of how to build a startup nation, what we are doing, we may be proud, not just for Gujarat, but as the country as a whole. We are number 3 top ecosystem in the world and all that. But what we are there is like a small triangle on the left side. And if we are able to scale the idea innovation creativity level at the school level, at the college level, say 10x or 100x, then that much the pyramid is going to go high. That much of new startups, new opportunities are going to come. So there are a lot of innovators that are to be supported in proper way of approaching the problem solving, find the good problem statements that are worth solving. So right now, in this current stage of evolution of our ecosystem, we need to focus more on idea level and POC level innovations, which is where the role of government is very important. After that, the startups can be on their own in the wild. So idea level, then we have at the age group also in the 13 to 18, we should promote more about innovation. Then in 19 to 25, we should promote about innovation, patenting, prototype and seed funding. And above 25 is idea to enterprise, which is what we are all looking at. So there are different structures that are available to support this. So another thing is the hub and spoke model, which I have just discussed, where about some central organizations like iHub and iCreate who anchor at the state level. In Hyderabad, you can think it's Telangana, or in Bangalore, some other equivalent institution like NSRCL, IIM Bangalore, or somebody who is taking leadership at the state level. Then we can have our district hubs and taluka level hubs connecting up to the village level. This includes small towns also, which are say 10,000, 15,000 population. And different colleges would be the anchor points to actually engage with the youth. So this hub and spoke model where universities can act as incubator and accelerator, and we have to promote local youth to solve the local problems. You can't expect a guy from Ahmedabad to solve a problem of Dahod. You got to empower the guy in Dahod because he is feeling the pain every day. And how do we empower him to think like a global team, say in design thinking, how to approach a problem and how to go. There is no cost to, there is no infrastructure needed to spread ideas. You just need to have the intention, and that is what makes it very interesting. And also organic connect with the state and national ecosystem so that they can easily move up across the value chain and co-innovate with local industries. Say for example in Mehsana we have largest spice market, Unja. So food processing is a big opportunity. We have McCain there setting up their frozen foods division. We have Fanidar Food Park. We have Maruti Suzuki. We have heavy industries, a lot of heavy industries making big equipments there. So how do we encourage local youth to innovate the problems, statements of these industries itself, and how the industries can mentor these local youth because they are available there only. It's going to be very costly to bring someone from outside and parachute them for this innovation. So innovation can be built into a culture provided we engage across the stakeholders. And, there is a lot of back and forth that should be promoted more. There is a lot of things happening, but it is too little for the opportunity we have. That is the point I want to mention here. So District Innovation Hub, we have started Amrit Mehsana mission where we are working with schools, colleges, startup communities, and also corporate innovation, which I mentioned. So these 4 blocks can be explored in each and every district. So the key takeaways, I'm in the last slide. So key takeaways are that we should build a hub and spoke model so that the ecosystem gets more diversified and more length and breadth also increases. And we are moving from a city-based ecosystem to a state-based ecosystem. Now Bangalore or Hyderabad is not just going to be the ecosystem. Beyond Bangalore initiative is also done by Karnataka state government. So there is a felt need for going beyond the cities, and of course cities will have their own advantages, but the pipeline is going to come from other than cities. That is what we should focus on. And we need to transform the local HNIs to become angel investors. The typical, in Gujarati I can say, 2 taka, 5 taka, the investment kare, we should tell them now go put into a fund and go to a startup, have a structured entry plan, exit plan. Desi investor ko na suit boot pen ke usko VC banana hai. So desi to VC type of, and that's very easy. Like it's happening, it's really happening. It's not like I'm telling something. I've seen a lot of early movers taking advantage of it. Say in Rajkot, Gandhidham, all the Chamber of Commerce, people who are interested, even Ahmedabad Chamber of Commerce, Gujarat Chamber, they have a startup committee and they are pretty active and very much engaged with the overall ecosystem. So this is a model that we can replicate in all the states. I am not here to just say that Gujarat is Wawa or Gujarat model is great. It's good to learn from everyone's best practices, and I think for building a startup nation, what Gujarat is doing is very useful. There are strengths in other states. Every state has its own strength. Say even Chhattisgarh, they have a different strength. Northeast, Assam, Guwahati, they have a different strength. But the components for building a startup nation in 2047 is what is a scalable and replicable model that Gujarat is building. I'll be happy if other states also take lessons from it and scale it faster, even better than Gujarat. So startup should be, startup investment should be an asset class. Mutual fund, post office investment, stocks, and gold. Then there should be a 5 to 10% asset allocation in startup also. So that kind of a feeling comes. Then mutual fund sahi hai, say startup fund sahi hai. Isme aa jayenge. That is not going to happen very fast. So when it gets diversified, what happens is that you get a truly representative market of investments. Demand supply is also getting dynamic. That creates more opportunities, and people building monopolistic things will go out, and true competition, true value, and true merit will get a chance. I am sure you all will like true merit to get a chance. So and the last is to promote venture building and accelerators to support startups. Passive investing, laid back investing is gone. What we need is skin in the game from the early stage entrepreneurs who really want to work with the startup, who are buying into the vision of the startup, who are buying into the vision of the entrepreneur. I can see a lot of entrepreneurs here whom I have met struggling for last 2-3 years, just getting into the first pilot, making into the first few lakh of rupees, but they are into it. So if you are able to relate to the pain of that and you want to support them with your knowledge, network, mentorship, so then many of us who missed the bus for India 2020 can probably contribute in 2047. That is what I feel, and that's why I am here today. That if there is something that I can do better, is to engage with the youth to help them realize their potential. And we all know that government is a sunset industry. There is less jobs coming out and more opportunities getting created outside that. So things look more interesting in this sector. That is why I think we all should work on this. So these are the key takeaways, and thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank Sports Authority of Gujarat and Grand Stadium for taking this leadership. And I am sure this is going to be a marquee event in the coming years. And I was also part of the jury, so I had very interesting startups, and I saw a few of them in the stalls also. Pretty amazed to see the kind of work, especially using technology in startups, and also some people who want to develop local talent in schools, etc. So big kudos to all of them, and I wish them all the great luck. Thank you very much.
If you have any question, we can take one question for sir. I think so. We have a very intelligent audience. They got it exactly what they wanted to, and there are no questions. Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. I think quite insightful and interesting perspective. Mutual fund sahi hai, the startup fund bhi sahi hai. It's going to just remind us that the startup ecosystem has the power. If in a proper, conducive environment, it's going to turn out to be a force to reckon with. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our third session. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about startup or any beginner entrepreneur, two words instantly come to your mind is, first is funding, second is valuation. So we did cover up the funding part in the first workshop, and now moving on to the valuation. Our next session is going to be on the importance of patenting and startup valuation technique. And our speaker for the session is Mr. Viduspat Singhania, Managing Partner, Krida Legal. He's also the co-author of the book Law and Sports in India. He is a member of the Election Oversight Panel of World Athletics and has been on World Civic Appeals Committee. He is a founding member of Sportscom, a sports industry body, as well as has been a member of FICCI National Sports Committee and many more. He has also previously been on the legal committee of All India Gaming Federation and Federation of Indian Fantasy Sports. I can go on and on, but it's now time to welcome Mr. Viduspat Singhania.
Fortunately, I don't have a presentation, but I've been listening to my questions, so detailed presentation as well as Tanisha detailed presentation. What I am going to do is take a step back. What I am going to do is take a step back. There are two key questions that every startup needs to answer before they actually go into the startup. The first is, what are the things that any person venturing into startup needs to be aware of? That is, before I get into a journey of getting into a startup, what do I need to get aware of? And second is, what will the investor look at eventually? And I think these are the two questions that should come to any tech startup's mind before they get into this journey. The first question is, what do you seek to do? Is this unique or not? If I'm coming into a space, am I coming into a unique space or not? To that extent, the first thing you need to look at is, are there any existing people in this market? And do these people hold any patents or any IPs? Patents, so let me just break it down into 4 aspects. Patent is basically protecting a process. Copyright really is something that protects an idea in a written form or in a literary form. A trademark is something that protects a brand and a design is architecture design. So it protects really the look and feel of a product. And I think these are the 4 aspects of an IP that every startup needs to look at, and depending on what kind of a startup they are looking at, it leads to them. So like just for an example, I'm giving you an example of a shoe manufacturing company. Now Nike came out with these shoes called Nike Alpha Plate shoes. These were shoes which had carbon plates within them and had cutting edge sole over it. Uniqueness was that it was helping athletes perform 4% better at the elite level. So that was what the uniqueness of the product was. Somebody else could come out with something like a Fitbit. I don't know whether you've seen Fitbit or not. That was to be the initial wearable technology. They were looking at taking the product, the elite level athlete measurable product to the mass public. To be frank, Fitbit started off only as an app. Then they went into the smartwatch industry. Then they went into the ventilator industry. I think clearly because of COVID. And then they have come into the digital payment wallets. So literally look at the journey where they started from. They started only from an app. They realized that there was a market for wearables, so they went into that. Then they realized that there was a market for ventilators, smart ventilators, basically measuring oxygen levels were going down during COVID especially. And then now they go into payments because they're realizing that people are going to be tapping and just paying out. Something that I think Nagaraj and heard about BharatPay. So again, that's something that in the Fitbit journey, where they started with a unique problem and then they evolved. Dream11, again, Gujarati owned, so let's just get there. It started with a product called Daily Fantasy Sports. Earlier we heard of Fantasy Sports, which was basically you make a team and you play season long, but this became a daily fantasy sport that you could make a team every day and keep playing on it. And what they were looking out is like it's a mode of entertainment. So that is the problem that they were entertaining, that fan engagement, how to keep fans more engaged with sports. The issues, as I said, the shoe company was dealing with the issue of enhanced performance. Only 4% of the public they were dealing with. Dream11 is dealing with fan engagement or larger entertainment industry. And Fitbit is dealing with the industry or the issue of ability of a common man like me who does not play sports much, to be able to track my activity. Now, what is the technical expertise? I think that is something which a startup also needs to understand before they, or at least the people or the entrepreneurs who are getting into a startup need to understand before they actually take that journey. So, like just again giving you examples from the 3 sectors. From the shoe sector, basically there are 2 challenges that they have to face. One, the technology to make that design workable so that it would achieve that enhancement of performance. And second was the key tie-ups with the elite level athletes so that they would train with them and wear them. With the Fitbit, there were 2 levels of issues that they had to address. The first was software, that is the software which could process that data. And the second was the hardware because there was no measurement, no technology was available to measure or sensor those aspects that they needed to pick up. Dream11. I don't know whether you've heard of Dream11. I'm sure most of you would have heard of Dream11. So they needed a software to essentially get people on the same platform to play. They needed the data from live sports to come in so that they could relay that or bring it into the software. And the third, they needed a handicapping, and that's something that people don't know, but in sports book also it happens, where they need a sports book to make the odds. So similarly, Dream11 needed people who could make the points or make the point system based on which you will play the game. Key partnerships, again, breaking it down into other various aspects. For shoes, it was the manufacturer and the athletes. For Fitbit, it was the mass manufacturer for the wearables. Tie-up with the mobile companies like Apple, Samsung to onboard their product or allow them, tie-ups like Google to have their product on the Play Store or Apple to have it in the Apple Store. For Dream11, it was a very different challenge. Their challenge was tie-up, because Dream11, clearly it was cricket-oriented, so tie-up with the BCCI or the ICC, because to showcase their product, cricketers who would be involved in endorsing their product and in advertisements. Legal, because they were facing so many legal challenges, both contractually as well in courts. So these were the key challenges that they had to address before they even went on to the startup journey. Potential size of the market. Now every startup has to understand what the size of the market is, and everybody has a different size. Like shoe market, as I said, they were only catering to elite level athletes. Their market was very, very limited. A Fitbit market was much bigger because they were saying that every person who is wanting to exercise is their market. So they said that this is our market, literally everybody. Dream11, I think their market is the Indian cricket fan. I think that's what the key target was, the Indian cricket fan. Most times when I end up advising startups, one of the key issues that people look at is the vision of the founder. And I think that is something that was touched upon in the first and the second panel. That what is the vision with which the founders are coming? One, having a vision, don't compromise on it, don't cut ends, like Aditya said. One, like, and dream big, but have some rationality behind that. Like a Fitbit had revolutionizing the wearable technology system. They started with measurement, and then they said we want to revolutionize technology. That's how they pivoted. Dream11 started to become a daily fantasy sport operator, and now they've pivoted to become a sports conglomerate. So again, you start out with a journey, but you have to be ready to pivot. So again, what is your initial vision and what is your future vision? And I think those are other key aspects that you need to look at. Now, there is a pitch book competition subsequently. So just some pointers that you could look at or should be aware of when you are pitching to investors. One, uniqueness of your product. Second, scalability. Three, ownership of rights and assets. That is something I'll address a bit further. Fourth, strength of the core team. Who are your core people with which you are going to start up and how they are going to be part of your journey. And more importantly, how you have tied them up. How they are going to be, how do you ensure that they are part of your journey in the next 5 or 10 years. And that's a very, very key aspect when you go to invest. Fifth, regulatory challenges or hindrances. And sixth is, does it cater to the original vision and will it cater to the vision of the investor? Not only does it have to cater to the vision of the startup founder, but it has to cater to the vision of the investor to whom you're going. So I think an aspect that I would always tell you whenever you're going for a pitch is study the investor before you actually pitch to him. Because each investor will have a different motive to invest in a company. Now, on the IP front, because sports as an asset, it is not like a traditional asset like a cement plant or a steel plant where you will have machinery, where you will have land, where you will have a building. Mostly sports is not the asset-based business. Sport is more intangible asset-based business, which is asset which cannot be held physically. So sport, all valuation in sport, or most of the valuation in sport is based on intangible. And what are these intangible assets? Is just, let's discuss it. Because that idea itself cannot be protected. So how do you protect the idea? How do you take the idea forward? One is idea you protect it through copyrights. Is how you brought the idea into a literary form. Second is you protect the brand that you developed. You protect it through trademark. And the brand you protect not only through filing your trademark and your logos, but also to enforcing that brand. Now, those enforcement happens through injunctions. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but simply if somebody is straightforward copying your brand, go to the court and stop the people. Otherwise, you're diluting your own brand. And why is it important? Is because these IPs help you not only to protect you from other people coming into your market, your competitors, but also is a source of revenue. So something like a copyright now. If I am a sports broadcaster, like Sony or Star TV, then essentially I need to acquire those rights. I paid good money to acquire those rights from, say, a BCCI or an IPL or a Pro Kabaddi League or a PHL. So you pay good money to acquire it. So now you need to protect it. And so one, you protect it, automatically get protected once you create it through copyright reproduction rights. And you commercialize on it by selling out advertisement space, by selling it out to subsequent people who are going to put it on television, royalties, For patent, it could be through license fees. So a lot of people don't go directly from B2C. A lot of companies are just B2B. They are selling the software or the technology to other companies. Something like a Fitbit. They started with a journey of they wanted to go to B2C, but now they're more B2B and now catering more to a person like an IBM, Samsung, and Apple, and they're earning a license fee from it. Even if you see an IPL or Olympics, they're really protecting the logos, the emblem, the mascots. Designs. Now, it's very easy to, you have a shoe, it's very easy to make copy a shoe, and that could be very much a product or your business model. But can you do that? The answer to that is likely no, because most likely a top shoe company would have protected their design so that somebody cannot copy it. Similarly, if you are coming out with a product, even as a shoe or any other sports wearable, you should protect it so that nobody else can copy it. Data has become the new oil. It's probably the most valuable product that any sports tech can have, and you need to protect it. In its raw form, it cannot be protected. The only data that can be protected is in its processed form. So you need to understand how you are going to protect the processed data through copyrights. Mostly what happens is a lot of you guys will have a user interface. That is, a sports tech will have a user interface. People are also protecting the user interface lookout so that people cannot just simply copy that, like an Apple. Now, the uniqueness of a one-touch center button and then the scrolling. Apple protected that user base or the user interface. Microsoft, the Windows, they protected the user interface of going to a start and then you're getting a program list and then how you go about it. So they are able to protect those user base or the layouts through that system. And patents are not only, then I go to patent. So patent is really the process. And as I said, shoe is one aspect, but now people are protecting the club technology, like a golf club technology to reduce, say, a swing or a miss it. Gym equipment so that it gives you maximum strength. In fact, Adil Sumariwala, the Athletic Federation of India president, he was talking about it that earlier the Germans had protected a technology in the javelin throw which helped them excel, and they were not ready to give that technology to India. So what they did is Athletic Federation of India with an Indian startup actually went and studied that product and developed an Indian product of its own where the javelin throwers could actually train without having to actually go at the venue. Somebody touched upon the esports. They actually made a kind of a technology where somebody could train with a particular technique indoor, and the results are to show with Neeraj now winning a gold medal. And that's not something that happened overnight. It happened through technology as well as advancement in nutrition and injury recovery. So all of that came into perform picture when we're talking about excelling in sports. Something that a lot of people miss, and I think Sohail touched upon in the first session, is the key people. Now, once you come out of the startup, initially you're all friends. Everything is hunky-dory. बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, सबको सब हम दोस्त हैं, कोई गड़बड़ नहीं होगा. Unfortunately, हम वकीलों की तभी जरूरत पड़ती है जब गड़बड़ हो जाता है. So it is better that you protect yourself गड़बड़ होने से पहले, so that everything is in black and white. You protect your core team. Couple of things that the investor look at when you are coming in is what are the products that I
giving you the list of the IPs, like it could be a copyright, patent, trademark. So have you assigned it to the company? अगर individual के नाम पे कभी रह जाता है, because IP in a product or any aspect remains with the person who's developed it. तो अगर आपने वो IP company को नहीं किया है, बाद में जाके झगड़ा हो सकता है, and that will kill your company. So initially itself you have to realize कि IP हमें company में transfer करना है. So that is one aspect that you need to look into. Another aspect that you need to look into is आपके key लोग कौन हैं, founders कौन हैं, promoters कौन हैं. You have to lock them in for a long time. That could be through a long-term contract. That could be through, हम लोग के legal में बोलते हैं lock-in clauses की, अगर 5 साल से पहले चले गए तो कोई पैसा नहीं मिलने वाला exit पे. So then that is how you lock in the period. They are entitled to salaries, but to keep the core team going, you have to keep a certain period where they will continue to work. You have ESOP policies that if you keep working hard, if you perform well, we are going to give you extra stock. You give milestone-based revenue share so that good people stick with you. So these are all aspects that you need to be aware of when you're looking at monetizing your, or at least strengthening your team to monetize your product. Now, vision of an investor is something that I'm just giving you maybe a 5 minutes before you actually go for your pitch deck, because that's something I would advise everybody to study the investor before they actually pitch to them, because everybody is coming in to put money with a different perspective. Now, some investor may be coming in because he loves a particular sport, because he might have played a sport in his earlier days. Some people may be coming in because of political alignment. So that's something that I've also seen, where a particular person invested money because he wanted to be aligned to a certain political class, because that had some power in particular government. So again, vision can be anywhere. PE VCs are really looking for an exit, so you have to show them how, if they invest money today, they will get a exit at a X value tomorrow. Some people are coming in for development of indigenous sports like kabaddi. It was not a sport which was at the global level. So initial investment was made that they wanted to take the Indian sport to the global level. So like a kabaddi, kho-kho. The vision was initially to take an Indian sport to the global level. So again, you need to be aware of it, because if you just click with the investor that, okay, my vision is aligning with yours, most likely half your job is done, and then you're really working on alignment on the scale of monetary and alignment on the scale of your scalability. But that's again a key aspect that you need to be aware of. Very quickly, the key methods of valuation. The first is a market-based method of valuation. This is something where you are assessing who your fellow competitors are in the market, and then you're deriving a value from how those fellow competitors have sold their product, and what is the value on which they have sold their product. And in addition to that value, you get a value for your uniqueness of your IP, your intellectual property rights. That's where your addition comes in. And the second addition that comes in is the differentiator, and how your product is different from the other products and how it can be scaled up. Different products have different valuations. So again, you need to figure out in which sector is your product fitting in. Is your product fitting into the health sector? Because health sector has a maximum X factor. X factor means that if you are saying that this is your revenue, then the health sector will give you the maximum X growth, so maybe a 25X. Next would be a tech sector, which will give you a far lower X. Then could be a news. News probably, I believe, is a lesser X factor. So again, you need to figure out where your product is fitting in and how many X growth you could get into that. The income-based approach is another based approach where it's not only the current income, because most startups will not have the current income, but it is what their future income can be. And the money that is coming in from investors is not going to be what will your income be in 10 years. It will essentially be, yes, your income can be X in 10 years, then what is the value of the money that I put in today, assuming those risks and then discounting the valuation that could be there in 10 years based on the money I'm putting in today. And that this is called a discounting method of coming at a valuation. And those are the aspects that you need to look at. A lot of times now, you're seeing problems with one of the top few unicorns at the top end is because they based their valuation on certain inputs and assumptions which were wrong. So it's not that you can show the world or the investor the cloud and not deliver in it. You have to give the assumptions or the inputs based on tangibles, because be rest assured, if you do not achieve it, that's okay. But if you've given wrong information based on which you've actually got the money, you could actually be sued for fraud and you could be in trouble. So again, those are aspects that you need to balance out eventually, that yes, you need to show a picture which can of growth, but your assumptions have to be correct. You should not be making wrong assumptions. The third is really an asset-based approach. Somebody like Udit would know about it, because that's really infrastructure-based approach, where essentially the old valuation method goes, what is the value of your asset and what are your liabilities, and they simply calculate your value based on that, and then they give you a certain X factor because of the novelty. So those are the three ways really broadly the valuation of tech startups or really sporting startups are done. Thank you. I know there have not been any questions previously, but happy to take any questions. If none, I'm good. I follow the same. Thank you.
So I would request her to please stay back with us for a few more moments, because either, as I said, our audience is very intelligent or they're a little shy asking the question outrightly. Probably they'll reach out to you later. And thank you very much, sir, for those minute details and nuances which are going to be extremely helpful basically for our emerging startups. And before I let you go off stage, we would like to thank you for your contribution and your presence in the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave. I would invite Sri Vishmay Viswasji to kindly come on stage and felicitate with the Spurt sir on behalf of everybody present here. Thank you very much. I thank Mr. Singhania, and I would request him to please be seated. And अनुरोध करूँगी व्यास जी से to kindly विश्मय विश्वास जी से कि to please felicitate Shri Nagarajan M, IAS Collector Mehsana, Gujarat. So please. Thank you very much. I would request to kindly felicitate Mr. Gaurav Thareja, Assistant Manager in West India. So please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting part of the conclave. I'm sure all of you have been waiting for the pitch book competition, first of its kind, at the first of its kind event, Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave, to happen. We will be starting the battle amongst the top 8 finalists in next 5 minutes. If you would like to make some calls or do something like that, but please be seated. We'll just take 5 minutes to get the stage ready, and we start with the pitch book competition after that. Thank you. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this moment to extend our gratitude, express our gratitude to our partners who have joined hands in making the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave, I believe, a huge success. Might you join me in giving a round of applause and thanking Sports Authority of Gujarat, Transtaria University, Sportscom, iHub, Startup India, Sportsworks, and The Bridge. Thank you to all our partners for joining hands in making the marquee event. I hope on behalf of all of you I'm speaking, a huge success. Thank you to everybody for that. And as I said, in the next 5 minutes, we'll be starting with the pitch book competition. I would request our top 8 finalists to please be ready, as there are certain very stringent rules, but in the interest of time, and for everybody, for our jury members as well, I would request all of you to please stick to the rules. 4 applicants from across the country, and a total 8 startups were shortlisted to the finals. I would start by inviting all the 8 finalists onto the stage, please. All the 8 finalists. ATM Sports, Baller Athletic Private Limited, Co-Learn, FanPlay, GamePoint, Hyperlab Sport Tech Private Limited, India Khelo Football, and Play CKC, our top 8 finalists for the pitch book competition. May you please join us on stage. I believe we are waiting for 3 more of our finalists. All right, as we... All right, so as we wait for 2 more of our finalist startups, ladies and gentlemen, just look at these faces. They made it to the first pitch book competition's finals. Can we everybody give a huge round of applause for all our finalists and wish them all the very best, good luck. We have an amazing jury and they are going to be very serious in getting the marking and everything. But being here at the very first edition of Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave, congratulations to all of you and all the very best. Thank you very much. Please be seated. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we now move on to the final leg of the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave, and that is the pitch book competition. Pitch book competition wherein a total cash prize of 25 lakhs rupees will be awarded to the finalists. That has already been mentioned in the morning, 25 lakhs. The initiative aims to incentivize innovative strategies and recognize pioneering efforts within the sports startup sector. The winner of the pitch book competition will get a cash prize of 10 lakhs rupees. And the runner-up, the first runner-up, will be getting 7 lakhs rupees cash prize, and the second runner-up will get 4 lakhs rupees worth cash prize, and 1 lakh will be awarded as a consolation prize to our rest of the finalists. So all the very best, and once again, congratulations. As I had mentioned earlier, we had received a total of 64 applications from across the country. A total 8 startups were shortlisted by the jury. And now for our finalists, some important details to take a note about. The finalists will be called upon the stage in alphabetical order. The finalists will get 7 minutes to present their business pitch. A buzzer sound will be played after 5 minutes for a 2 minutes remainder left warning. 5 मिनट के बाद एक buzzer sound play किया जाएगा, जिसका मतलब आपके पास और 2 मिनट का समय बचा हुआ है. A long buzzer will be played at the end of 7 minutes. Business pitch extending beyond 7 minutes will attract negative marking. This is an important one. I request all the finalists to please pay attention. 7 minutes से अगर ऊपर तक आप business pitch continue करते हैं, that will attract a negative marking. Post presentation of the business pitch, the judges, the jury panel will engage with the startup for a question and answer session. The question and answer session will be up till 8 minutes of time. Time will be displayed on the big screen as well as on the stage monitors. आप सामने देख सकते हैं आपके पास कितना समय और बचा हुआ है. Timer will start as soon as the startup comes to the stage. I guess all the rules I have laid out clearly. अगर कोई confusion है तो आप अभी बता सकते हैं. Before we start, as I said, total 7 मिनट का आपको समय दिया जाएगा business pitch करने के लिए. 5 मिनट के बाद एक buzzer बजेगा, जिसका मतलब आपके पास और 2 मिनट का समय बचा हुआ है. और exactly at the end of 7 minutes एक लंबा buzzer बजेगा जहाँ पे आपको रुकना है. अगर 7 मिनट के beyond भी आप अपना pitch continue, business pitch continue करते हैं, तो आपके लिए negative marking किया जाएगा. Apart from that, उसके बाद 8 मिनट का समय है for a Q&A with our jury, esteemed jury here. The time limit and everything आपके सामने रखे screen में display होता रहेगा, so you can have a look and have an idea how much time you are left with. So with that, I think it's about time to welcome our esteemed jury panel on to the stage. Before that, are we ready to start this? I guess in this hall, only 8 of our startups will be nervous and probably a little quiet, but rest of all us can be a little louder. Are we ready to start with the pitch book competition, everybody? Can I have a round of applause as we start the first ever pitch book competition? All right, so now our esteemed jury, जिनको ये दायित्व दिया गया है कि इनमें से हम आज के दिन में जो सर्वश्रेष्ठ हैं उनको आप तक पहुंचाने का, I would request all of you to join me in welcoming them onto the stage. Our first jury for the pitch book competition is Mr. Abhishek Desai, founder Crick Heroes. He was with us in the panel as well. And second jury is Mr. Puneet Balan, chairman and managing director, Puneet Balan Group. Third jury is Mr. Tenzing Niyogi, CEO, Coco. Well, Mr. Niyogi, with more than 19 plus years across sport strategy planning, broadcasting, sponsorship, development of league, sports, IP and events. He has led integrated sports programs with a national and local relevance. As the CEO of Ultimate Coco, he is currently developing India's first professional Coco League, which was launched in August 2022. Sir, a very warm welcome to the stage and to the event. And our final jury is Mr. Jalaj Daniji, founder president, Sportscom Industry Confederation. And now, without taking any further time, I would request our first finalist, ATM Sports, to kindly come onto the stage and present their business pitch. All the very best, and I would request you to please stick to your times and give your best shot. Can we have a round of applause, everybody?
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'm Murgesh. Let me introduce myself. I've been an entrepreneur for about 12 years now. So in 2018, when I exited my first startup, fitness being closer to me, I wanted to build a technology in the area of fitness. So when I did my homework, I understood that, when it comes to sports exclusively, the adoption of technology was very, very limited. And beyond that, acceptance of sports science was very limited in a country like India. So we wanted to solve this problem, and we strongly believed that technology is the way out to disrupt this challenge. So that's when I brought in my co-founder Neil, and from then on we have been building this product, and we are at this stage currently. So what is ATM Sports? ATM Sports is a platform that enables high-performance solutions for sports organizations with the data they collect. And how we do this is we simplify sports science through technology. So the gaps which is existing in the sports ecosystem is, we all are evident about this. So there are different stakeholders when it comes to sports teams and the sports clubs. So that includes the coach, the athletes, the strength and conditioning coach, the sports scientists, the medical professionals, everybody. So there is a lot of data also which gets collected across all these segments. But this data is not put to the best use. It becomes a huge challenge for the organization to take decisions out of the data which they collect in the first place. And beyond that, they do not have the sports science expertise in a large scale. So this becomes a huge challenge. And if at all they want to interpret the data, the challenge is that it becomes expensive for them because they have to allot resources for that, so it becomes damn expensive. So what is the solution for this? That's where ATM comes in. ATM is a platform, it's a single data layer on which each stakeholder can collaborate that they can take informed decisions around that, and they can enable the team to move towards high performance. As an effect of this, we give improved performance in the field. The second one is, of course, the healthy players with a longer career, and of course, we give increased talent protection. So as of now, ATM is available both on the web app as well as the mobile app. So when we say that, say the entire stakeholders can collaborate through this technology which we have built. That is, from an athlete standpoint, he gets a notification as to say, as and when the coach schedules a session, they can give their insights around the training load, the wellness through the mobile app, and they can stay updated in times on a real-time basis with the platform we have built. This is my team. That's me, my co-founder Neil. He's been a big data engineer for about 12 years now. He's instrumental in building the technology. And the third person is Alicia. She's been a sports scientist. She joined us during our early days. She joined us as an intern. She's French fin swimming champion, and now she coaches the French fin swimming team as well. So this is the list of features which are there on the platform. I'll break it down so that you understand it. So the ultimate problem we are solving is we have made the technology more simpler to the core. So how we do that is, so we closely interact with the users. So during our early days when I traveled across the country to meet the athletes, we found that athletes were having challenge interacting with the technology. So when I came down, I sat with the technology team. They came out with a solution that they have. So on ATM, we have about 108 languages through which the users can communicate through our technology. So this has brought in significant compliance from the user standpoint. And of course, the coaches can also stay updated as to what is the progress which is happening when it comes to sports science, or say the assessments which are there on the platform altogether. So we have an exhaustive injury management, which is the biggest threat for the athletes itself. The athletes can report the injury, the medical professionals can step in to resolve the problems, they can conduct the treatments, there is a diagnosis data bank which is on the platform, so that way the entire ecosystem can collaborate. So we have all the Kalo India assessments on the platform. When I say that, the tools to ingest the data, the dashboards are made more simpler so that the stakeholders can take informed decisions. And beyond that, we have built protocols. That is, the sports science team has built a protocol, making the assessments more simpler for them to understand, and as to say how they can conduct these assessments on the platform. We have a female health module, which is a very interesting thing. Ideally, the female athletes can report their period date. So subsequent months, the period notification goes to the coaches as well as athlete. And during this phase, during the different phases, there is a recommendation which goes to the athletes as well as to the medical team to ensure that they don't overtrain, or so they take care of their nutrition, whichever is required. These are the few of the features which are there on the platform. So this is an update around the customers whom we are working with. The top line covers the customers. Subsequently, we are also working with certain state sports bodies. Say we are in advanced stages of onboarding certain state bodies. So from the financial standpoint, we did raise investments. We have raised investments from the government grants as well as certain angel investors. Since our launch in 2021, we have generated revenues of about 50 lakhs now. But this year, we are supposed to cross those numbers. So in the coming 12 months, we are targeting to take our product, that is ATM Sports, to about 120 customers. And we are very soon launching an assessments initiative, which is going to be the one of its kind product globally is what I would call. So that is an automated assessments initiative wherein the assessments can be conducted on the platform, and the data collection and the report generation will be on real time. So that we are targeting to take to 200 schools in the coming 12 months, and then eventually we'll be taking it to the defense also in the future. To give you a quick update on the global sports tech market, we work with the sports tech. We understand that the athletes, the coaches, and the organizations have started adapting technology. In fact, this market is going to be about $50 billion in 2026. It's growing at about 17% year on year since 2021 to 26. So this gives us an opportunity, and we are already there. Of course, all these organizations want to stay updated around performance optimization, performance improvement, as well as prevention of injuries. And beyond this, the next category which we will be targeting is aspiring athletes. Aspiring athletes market size is pretty big. Of course, millions of athletes want to train more extensively, like as good as the professional leagues. They also face the similar challenges of, say, monitoring the performance, optimizing the performance, and also reducing injuries. So that is another segment which we'll be targeting. A third target category which we are targeting is the consumer fitness. And we expect that the consumer fitness market could be $1 billion in the near future, $1 trillion in the near future. And we would ensure that, so the platform is optimized so that it gives personal recommendation to the coaches, the athletes, or say to the users as well. So that's what we are confident about. And beyond this, the strengths which we have gained till date, the validation which we have acquired till now will enable us to scale up from here. and also the associations which we have. We work with athletic federations. We work with athletic communities. So this gives us the confidence that we'll be able to scale up from where we are currently. So these are the quick update around the achievements which we have made in the year 2022. We got one of the promising startups during the 75th Independence Day from the Department of Science and Technology. Department of Science and Technology, during our initial days, they supported us by giving us the grant. So that has helped us to come to this level. We gained the Best Athletic Management System Award from Global Soccer Conclave. We have strategic partners that includes JSW Sports, India Accelerator, as well as Made It. Made It was the incubator under which we got incubated during our early days. And in fact, we were asked to participate.
Thank you very much. Now the forum is open for questions by our jury.
Hi. First of all, congratulations for building this. You have made a great progress.
Thank you.
Would like to understand what are the different data sources you guys work with? Where do you collect data from?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Where do you collect all the data from? Like, what are the various data sources which comes to your platform, and then I believe you guys process it and give the insights?
So to give you a perspective around what we focus on, we focus on performance and health of the athletes. Performance and health of the athletes. So the data collection happens to different modes. One is through our app, the athletes can give in data. That the coaches can plan their sessions on the web app, so that way the notification goes to the athletes, the stakeholders, everybody. That's one mechanism. The second one is if at all the team has historical data of the athletes, all they got to do is ingest the data onto the platform and the magic happens. When I say magic, the dashboard pops up, the intelligence gives them insight as to say what is the progress they have made. And the third mechanism which we do is we collect the data from the equipment, sports-oriented equipment. So we integrate with them so that the data comes into our platform, so each stakeholder can take decisions around the data which they see. So these are the mechanisms currently under which we collect the data on the platform.
Tell me one thing. This is a great one, by the way.
Thank you.
You spoke about consumer segmentation, and you're looking at this is a sports-based model. I want to understand, are you looking at who's your TG here? Are you looking at the sports federations and the amateur athletes, or the professional athletes, or are you looking at making this a consumer piece? Which one is the first preference for you?
So immediately we are looking at the sports category. That is the organizations is what we are targeting now. The reason is we are very new to the space, and we do not have enough resources to reach out to the mass. So now we are already working with certain sports bodies. Sports Authority of India is one of our customers. Their centers are using our platform. And beyond that, like say privately run academies are using our platform. This season, this PKL season, Haryana Steelers is using our platform. The second season, they have continued to use the platform. So that gives us confidence that, okay, we are creating value to that ecosystem. And beyond this, like say the French Fin Swimming Federation is using our platform. So these are target audience immediately. Eventually, we'll move towards aspiring athletes. That will be the second step which we'll be looking at, because already we are receiving reception from the aspiring athletes and the coaches to start using the platform, because they collect data, but the data is not put to best use. So they will need intelligence to take decisions around that. And the third segment is when we are looking at going to the consumer fitness market.
Can you dwell a little bit on technology, as in how proprietary it is and how you are building that for your organization? And then when the users are availing, how does it integrate with other IT platforms that they are already using? And secondly, just give us some flavor of the financial viability of the company.
Our strength is we have an in-house technology team, and we have an in-house sports science team. That's the differentiation which we have brought to the Indian ecosystem itself put together. So the complete technology is built in-house. That is Neil's team, who's the technology team, builds the in-house. Of course, the technology involves both the front end as well as the back end of the development. So we have our team who builds that. We have web app as well as a mobile app team who builds the complete architecture and the solution in-house. So coming to the second point of how the data is collected, again, to amplify on what you asked me, was the second question about how the data comes in, sir? Yeah. So in terms of financials, we had raised investments. We were supposed to raise investments November 2022. We were not successful in raising investments then. So, but I mean, however, our current focus is towards onboarding customers, so that gives the confidence to the investors also. I mean, of course, in our Indian context, the investors still don't believe that sports is going to be disrupted. You know, they haven't gained the confidence yet. But I mean, since we are one of the early movers into the space, we got to stick around until the scenario changes. Now we see that there is a lot of reception. So eventually,
but I think what Mr. Dani was trying to implement was, what are your revenues right now? What are you looking at? What is the current scheme of things, and how are you projecting your revenues?
Yeah. So on the revenue side, since we launched the product, we launched our product in 2021. You know, from then we have generated revenues of about 50 lakhs till date. Again, that is one. I mean, we are in advanced stages of discussions to onboard certain customers. So wherein we'll be meeting out our numbers in the coming 12 months. You know, that's what we do. How we charge our price our customers is, we charge our customers based on the per user model, which we license out our product to the customers on an annualized basis. We insist them to pay in advance for the first 1 year. So that's how we charge our customers as well.
So you have raised, I think, 1.45 crores. That's
yeah, it's about 1.3 crores is what we have raised.
And you had made a revenue of 50 lakhs.
Yes.
That was which year?
We raised investments in last year, 2022. The revenues started generating. We started generating revenues since 21 late.
So what is your projected revenue for 24?
We had expected to generate a revenue of 1.5 crores. Yeah.
Have you achieved it?
No. We will fall short on that. There are reasons to that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to understand the charging scheme better, per athlete revenue, how much you guys are putting right now?
So it's available on the website also. We charge about 3,600 rupees per athlete per annum.
Okay. Yeah. And how many athletes do you plan to onboard this year, next year?
Currently, there are about 2,000 athletes using our platform. The first year when I said 1.5 crores, 1.5 crores revenue targets, that includes the sale of the licenses plus also the assessments initiative, because we are going to launch another product line of ours, which is an assessments initiative. That will be an automatic assessments, which will go to start with the schools. The assessments will get conducted and the reports will get generated on a real-time basis and submitted to the stakeholders. That will also include this revenues which we are targeting. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and that concludes our business pitch of ATM Sports. Congratulations, you did well. I think our judges were pretty contented with your answer, but we will wait for the results. And meanwhile, our next finalist, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Baller Athletic Private Limited. Please come on stage. You know the rules, and I would request you to please stick to the time limit. And all the very best.
Good evening, and thank you so much for having us over here today. Distinguished panel, guests over here, and to the Startup Conclave for organizing this event. It's absolutely appreciated for us to be selected over here. Just a quick hands up. How many of you guys, I know the MC has spoken quite a few times, how many of you guys are tired right now? Facing some type of fatigue? We've got quite a few show of hands over here. So imagine, I'd just like you guys to imagine you've just finished a long workout or a long day and you're feeling completely drained. Now, this exhaustion doesn't just fade away, it lingers over to the next day. It's a problem faced not only by a few, but by millions across the world. And this is the challenge of fatigue. Especially now coming down to the world of sport. Milliseconds count, and this is the core difference between victory and defeat. I'm Tanvi Daswani, founder and CEO of Baller Athletic, and we recognize the magnitude of this challenge. And we're committed to take this heads on. So as an athlete, or people who are into fitness, or people into sport, you tend to give it your 100%. Your training is on point, your nutrition is on point, your circulation, your hydration is on point. Athletes tend to give it 100%. We're here at Baller Athletic to help you play the percentages, the 1%, 2% improvements that you can get without the use of pills, powders, or programs, just with the use of clothing. That's where we come in. So we operate on the science of far infrared. Now, far infrared, it's a form of light, it's a form of energy. It's emitted by the sun, certain minerals, as well as the human body. So if we look at the human body, the amount of energy that we emit, we, on average, take out about 100 watts of energy just through the process of far infrared. Now, hypothetically, if you capture that energy in 24 hours, we can power 100-watt light bulbs. So it's a tremendous amount of energy that is just being expelled or wasted. So how do we operate? All our clothing is infused with bioceramic minerals. And how these minerals work, as your body emits far infrared, the minerals in the fabric capture that energy, and it recycles it, it refeeds it back to you. So far infrared penetrates your skin 4 centimeters, expands your capillaries, enhances your blood flow, aids in the activation of water molecules, production of nitric oxide, and even in the reduction of lactic acid. So what I'm trying to say, it helps you perform better, speeds up your recovery, and even can improve your sleep. Now, naturally, we have tested the technology of far infrared across the board. I'm just going to quickly skim through 2. These are tests conducted in European sports centers and performance labs. The first one is a balance test where 120 participants, 80% of the participants found a measurable improvement in balance. Now, why is this so important in sport? Having strong balance, it's like your energy center. Having a strong balance can even prevent risk of injuries. We've done tests for audiovisual stimuli or reaction time. Today, wins are calculated in nanoseconds and millimeters. Any improvement in a reaction time that an athlete can get in decision-making abilities is an improvement. Lactic acid release, the soreness that you can get from post-training muscle soreness. There's an improvement in the reduction of lactic acid post-wearing Baller Athletic clothing. Now, we have worked very closely over the years with the best of the best in the country. We've done seasons with the Bengal Warriors where players felt energized, well-rested, and improvements were observed in their recovery patterns. We've worked with ATKMB where about 70% of the squad reported longer and better sleeping patterns. We've done 2 seasons with them. Mumba, I know Sohail was over here. We have promised him his delivery in 10 days to get their travel gear. Rajasthan Royals, we've done 5 seasons with them where, again, players felt improvements in their sleep patterns, reduced post-training muscle soreness or DOMS, and generally an overall sense of well-being. So we've completed 5 seasons with them as well, and the players love the gear. They train in it, they sleep in it, they lounge in it, post-match workout, soreness and recovery. Players love it. Over and above, we've also, over a very short period of time, grown an amazing community of athletes. And these are athletes all the way from Olympic levels to Wimbledon players to state, national, district level. For us, every athlete that's willing to give it 100%, we're happy to work with them. And these are just some of the testimonials that athletes across, and these athletes are part of a community. We've never paid athletes to come on board. We don't have the influencer approach. These are real athletes that come, they wear our products, they try our products, they measure their progresses with some type of wearable, whether it's a Whoop, an Apple Watch, an Oura Ring. They give us the feedback, how they have felt recovering in between their sets, or their overnight sleep patterns. And through it all, we built an amazing community of athletes. So a little bit about our product offering. Again, all our designs are primarily activewear, and we also work with our community of athletes to build our products. We've also got an amazing sleepwear, which that also doesn't only cater to athletes, but it caters to the general audience, because who doesn't like a good night's sleep? So that is pretty much the technology of Baller Athletic. Apart from the activewear and the sleepwear lines, we've even got verticals that we work with institutions, so Premier Team academies. Recently, we took our learnings from the athletic community and we said we would bring this out into a wider audience. So we're speaking to a lot of corporates today. We've been successful. Just recently, we started our corporate program, and we've been relatively successful in corporates from the oil and gas industry, the BPO industry, and even companies that are supplying raw materials to the EV. They've all seen the value add and having a little bit of performance benefits even for their employees. So you can just have a little bit of a better work day. They invest in the sleepwear for their employees so that their employees can wake up feeling a lot fresher, a lot better, and having a better day overall. So that's a little bit about Ball Athletic. We're all about here to enhance human performance in a non-invasive manner, just with the power of far infrared. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much on time, and quite a lot of information, in fact. Thank you very much. I would now request our judges for their question, if any.
Thanks for that. Quite
Pleasure.
interesting. Can you throw some more light on financials?
Right, so the company was primarily bootstrapped by me up until last year. We just recently got funded a couple of months ago. That was pretty much going into building team and building inventory. So we've gone aggressive into our D2C space as of August this year. From August to date, we've clocked in about 30 lakhs in revenues just from our D2C verticals. And we're on point to get to about 60 or 70 lakhs by the end of the year.
What is the price range you sell these merchandise for?
I'm sorry, I can't.
What is the price range, like your products?
The average selling price of the product is about 1,800 rupees.
Okay.
Yeah.
So primarily towards like elite athletes, I believe.
I wouldn't even call it that. I would call it like a sub-premium category, a very high-quality sportswear with the USPs. Because all sportswear that you're going to get in the market today, they're all amazing products that you get, but they focus more on like style, fit, and fashion. We are style, fit, and fashion with the added advantage of bioceramic minerals that can also take your workouts to the next level and also aids in recovery.
When you're saying 1,800 bucks, that is for a pair?
No, for one product, on average.
One product.
Yeah,
And what is the
AOVs are around 2,500.
Right. Okay, that's the MRP.
The average order values that we get
Order
is about
value.
2,500.
So SKU value is about 25.
Yes.
And the durability for this would be?
For the chemistry in the fabrics, it's over 100
No,
washes.
from your science perspective, as in the bio.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's valid for over 100 washes. We have tests from SGS.
100 washes.
Over 100 washes.
Okay. So about 2 pairs a year, kind of a deal. Yeah, if you're talking about professional athletes, then they're wearing at least minimum a day.
I'll just get
Yeah. Right. Right. And is this patented by you?
The suppliers that we work with, we have European partners. They are working on the patents, and we have the exclusivity in India.
Right. And any other competes in the market?
So as of now, we don't have any direct competition. We're India's first and only company that has far infrared technology into sportswear. But in effect, yes, competition is there. I mean, there are established brands like the Nikes and the Reeboks, etc., that also do sell excellent sportswear. But in a direct competition manner for far infrared and bioceramic minerals, there is no homegrown brand that has
that's what I wanted to know.
Most of the sale happening online?
Most of the sales today is our D2C vertical. And like I mentioned, we've also got our institutional sales like the premier teams that we have. And we have just opened up a corporate sales strategy. So a lot of corporates that are investing today in employee wellness, which is the need of the hour. So we've been successful right now over the past 2 months with 3 corporates. Like I mentioned, in oil and gas, which I would have never thought of, oil and gas, EV supplies, and BPO. And it's just getting started right now. So we're just rolling out our corporate program.
What are your projected revenues for next year? Because the way I'm seeing it, this is a mass brand. I don't know why you just need to focus only on sports. From a fatigue standpoint, I'm saying.
Exactly. So
Right?
fatigue is a global problem faced
Yeah.
by millions. We started off with sportswear. And I think, like I said, we took the learnings that we got from working with elite teams and elite athletes, and we said, okay, if an elite level athlete is getting benefits because they are taxing their bodies to the ultimate. why don't we take this and even move it out into a wider audience? Let's tap into sleepwear. So then we expanded our sleepwear range because you may not work out, but everybody sleeps.
Right. So from that perspective, what are your projected revenues for next year?
2 crores is what we plan to push out for the next following year. We are also in talks with companies in the Middle East and in the Far East. They would like to take our products and showcase it over there and sell it over there as well.
Don't you think for the Indian audience, I mean, if that is your primary market, the price point is slightly on a higher side, or you haven't felt so far?
You know, that's a great question, right? But I think the Indian consumer today, you know, there's been a massive rise in health and fitness. There's been a massive rise in global trends, what's happening over here. And the Indian consumer, I believe today, and we have seen it, you know, in these past few months that we've gone on D2C, they are willing to spend money on good quality products. Our return rates are less than 3%. And if it's anything, it's a sizing related issue. Very rarely is it a production issue. So I believe the Indian audience is ready for quality products. It's just a lack of it today. I'm not saying that there are no homegrown brands that are not making quality products. Some of them are even more expensive than us. But I believe for the value add that we are adding, something that can help you physiologically, I think we're very well priced over here. And I think the market has spoken of these past few months, but you know, as we keep on growing our D2C verticals and keep on offering our product ranges, we do have, like our sleepwear, for example, is about 1,200 rupees a t-shirt. So, like I said, our averages, the jackets are a little bit more higher. You know, we're even introducing men's boxer shorts that can end in sleep, so that'll be way below the 1,000 rupee price. So I think we're relatively well priced for the USP, for the physiological benefits that you're getting for sleep recovery and muscle performance.
Fair point. But from that perspective, I think you must have also evaluated the outside India market, right? Probably there you may not face this issue at all.
You know, again, when we look at the Middle East, I was just there a couple of weeks ago. You know, that market, yes, our price points are much higher, and there are different value adds. So if we do enter that market, we will have a separate range for that market because we don't want to compete with our Indian styles. But that market, yes, we can make a little bit more. The Far East, on the other hand, it's a little bit competitive to India. So, you know, based on those decisions, we can, you know, choose the markets that we want to be in and send the relevant products to those markets. Of course, keeping quality across the board the same.
All right, so are there any questions? No more. Okay.
Great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great presentation and all the very best. We're waiting for the final results. And meanwhile, I welcome our next finalist. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Co-Learn. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. All the very best to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shrishti and I'm the founder and CEO of Co-Learn Education. Before I tell you what Co-Learn is, let me share 3 stories with you. Meet Siddharth Pawar. Siddharth used to be a security guard. Today he's a successful cricket umpire. Not just that, he has also topped Cricket South Africa exam at the global level, level 1 umpiring exam. Meet Anusha Ramchandran. Anusha used to be working in IT for 14 years. Today, she's head of analytics and customer care at Sports for All. Also meet Sujoy Shetty. And Sujoy used to work at Radio Mirchi, and today Sujoy is working at one of the leading IPL franchisees called Rajasthan Royal, and that too at a whopping 20+ lakhs rupees package. Now what's common amongst all of them? All of them are pursuing their passion. All of them are leading their dream life, and all of them are proud Co-Learn alumni. And not just them, thousands of those success stories have been, we have been instrumental in transitioning thousands of people in sports. Now, where is the problem? 93% of Indian students are only and only aware of 7 career choices. And just because of that, they opt for traditional options like doctor, engineer, and accountant. And very soon in their career, they realize this is not their first passion. That's where we come into the picture. But seen in sports, everybody wants to be just a Virat Kohli. But then, the reality is you can develop the whole meaningful system, you can make it, you can become an athlete maker and have a very meaningful career. And that's where we come into the picture. So what is our solution? Kolan helps people transition their passion into full-time profession in the field of sports. We are a sports edtech platform. Through our live online courses and mentorship programs, we help people transition into sports. We are also backed by Google Accelerator. We are backed by IIM Bangalore and IIIT Hyderabad. Both the institutions have also invested in us. What do we exactly do? We make people, cricket umpires, sports analysts, sports commentators, sports journalists, sports scientists, sports social media managers, and sports event managers. And these are the places where our students have been, these are the placements which have been facilitated by us. And a lot of these companies come regularly to us to hire people. How do we do what we do? So we have non-traditional courses. We have live trainings from celebrities who train on the platform. Mentorship is where the magic happens, and it's 6 months for us, and we do extensive career support. We understood very early in the Kolan's life that outcome-based learning is the key to success in education, and that's where we focus today. And so this is, I already covered that, so I'll not go into it, and this is the result of it. Our placement rate today stands at 76.3%, and all thanks to IIM Bangalore for that. Now, we have, okay, one more thing which I wanted to mention is that we have given India almost 300 plus active umpires, 200 plus active sports analysts, and 40 plus commentators. Some of our students, thank you. Yeah. And this was our IPL, this year's IPL performance, where students actually worked directly with the likes of Harsha Bhogles, KKRs, RRs, CSK analysts, so on and so forth. And this year we are going to double or maybe 3 times this number, where directly students have worked with IPL teams. Now that's me. I used to be an investment banker, and I've left my job in Dubai. I've worked in investment banking for 11 years, and 2019 October is when I shifted back to India. I'm a CFA charter holder and a CAIA charter holder. That's my people. These are outer layer, the people who have supported us extensively when we were nothing. These are trainer network. We have 60 plus trainer network, and these are core trainers who have helped us every time. This is my inside team. We all come from middle class families and tier 2 and tier 3 cities, but with a lot of dreams. Most of them have worked in sports or have been athletes. These are our advisors who have given us mentorship, who have given us support when we needed the most. I'll not go detail into it. This is our partners. Again, these are the people where we are also the education partner for Wheelchair Cricket Team of India. We are also, Squash and Racket Federation work with us very closely. And then Officiating Collective, which is an Australian company, indirectly also has Simultoffel in it. These are the awards and achievement. We were part of G20 Summit. We represented Karnataka government in the EdTech category. The most proud collaboration for me is Army Sports School, because when Army is the biggest medal winner in India, and when they put your trust, it's the next level. Okay, I'll go deep. So this is my, I'll not go into this, but we also got selected by Karnataka government and everywhere else. What is the competition? Rajasthan Royal also does courses, Sportjo and Equal Field. These are direct competitors, but our differentiator is outcome-based learning, and our model is little different, which I'll go into deeper once we have. What's the revenue model? We do courses from 12,000 rupees to 75,000, and we also get sponsorships from HPCL, Pernod Ricard, Wheelchair India, and all that. What is the addressable market? So 14 lakh schools in India, and under the NEP policy, one of the vertical is sports education, and we want to go deeper into it. 50,000 colleges in India want to go into the college network. And on the right hand side, B2G, the government is the biggest employer of sports in India. We want to get into it. We have started working with the Odisha government, want to work with Gujarat government and a lot of other governments as well. Even, what is our target in the next 4 years? Getting to 14,000 schools and college networks, 6,000 sports academies, and all these things. Now go to market, multilingual program. where we are into cricket. Right now, it's cricket, football, and tennis. We want to get into more of these sports. This is our projection for now. This year, we will planning to close at 2.2 CR. But this year, we will be slightly negative because we have spent a lot on a lot of technology and things like that. This is the current traction. These numbers are little September numbers. We do have December numbers, November, December numbers as well. Where is our global footprint? So this is where our students come from across the 21 countries. Now Indian sports, 7 to 100 medal. Where is the growth coming from? Prime Minister's this one, and these are the 11 sports leagues that everybody spoke about. So we are developing that ecosystem. So thank you so much. This is our ask. Thank you, sir. Yes, so I finished, but yeah, just took
Thank
some
you very
time.
much, ma'am. And thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
okay, sir.
Niyogi. That was very chivalrous of you, as she spoke in a single breath. But I think a round of applause for Srishti here for being women in business and such a powerful woman in business. All the very best for that. And now I request our jury for any questions.
I hope you.
I'm fine, sir. Please go ahead.
Can you dwell a little bit more on the placement? You talked about certain percentages, but now that you've run it for a while, how long do they stay in those jobs? Do they get promoted, increments? Any
yes.
of that kind of data, how value add happens to your candidates?
So, sir, for us, the placement is anybody who is earning regular income after doing the course. Sports is also a very big gig economy. So for us, even a gig worker who is regularly earning money is a placement for us. It's not necessarily a corporate placement, but still. For example, an umpire, if he is doing more than 8 or 10 matches, he is employed for us. Now those numbers, sir, when we were not incubated by IIM Bangalore, we were not focusing on that number. It was very organic. If student happens, it's good. If doesn't happen, that's fine. But from last 1 year, we have been focusing a lot on our placement records. And today, in any of our courses, you can't take just an admission. You actually have to go through a 3-step selection process where first you have to do a quiz, then you have to do a case study, then an existing umpire or an analyst or a commentator or a journalist has to take a personal interview. And he has to tell us, and this is independent. This is not like I am doing or my team is doing. This is independently done, designed by, again, IIM Bangalore. And that's how we want to improve our selection process. Now 76% also includes the gig workers as well, apart from the full-time placements.
My question to you is, like you said that he was working with Radio Mirchi and now he's working with Rajasthan Royals, one of the gentlemen, as marketing. So do you analyze that he is fit for this role, or is he fit for umpire, or do you all do a study over that what would be his specialized, where he'll be? Suppose if I'm wanting to get placed in sports, I want to become an umpire, but I'm not qualifying for umpire, then what?
So sir, so the selection process is actually done before you come into the system. So there are two kinds of people who come on the platform. One who is very focused. He's already figured it out that he wants to be an umpire or an analyst. The other one who is still at exploratory mode. That मेरे को नहीं पता, मेरे को sports बहुत पसंद है, and I want to get into sports कैसे भी करके. तो सर उसके लिए different counseling होता है. उसको हम एक स्पोर्ट्स एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोग्राम होता है हमारा, which is 10-hour kind of program. हम उसको उससे we ask him to do that so that he understands कि उसकी calling कहाँ है. There will be always margin of error. We are also human. But with this process, the margin of error has gone literally very, very low today. So in my cohort today, I know that, and all the trainers know that who is going to get placed where in our mind. That okay, this is the broad persona of the person, this is the broad persona of the company which may hire them.
So you said outcome-based learning, right? So for example, if somebody does not get a placement, like is there any like guaranteed placement or no?
Sir, we don't guarantee anything.
Okay.
What we do is best effort basis. Now, if you don't get placement, sir, our students come from sports background. Now the best part about a sports person is he doesn't give up. And his ideology is as long as he is part of the game, he will one day hit the 100. And this is what we keep telling our student. But at some point in time, if he's tried enough, we have a lot of examples, sir, where a student did not make it for 100 days or something, then Saurashtra Cricket Association came and hired him as an analyst. So this happens. And secondly, student just doesn't come for his first job with us. He's already working somewhere in most of the cases. So for him, it is like, I'll wait and watch and I'll get either Rajasthan Royal or MCA or something like that, and I'll check at that point in time.
So we want to know the revenues of your company, how it started, because the numbers went too fast.
Sorry.
On the presentation.
Yeah.
And what is your growth plan?
So sir, this year we are going to do 2.2 CR. Last year we were profitable. We did 43 lakhs at an EBITDA margin of 8.9%. This year we are planning to do 2.2 CR. Our margins will not be positive for this year because we are also in the fundraise mode. So, and it depends on the fundraise as well. So, even if the fundraise doesn't happen, we will we'll at least close at 1.5 CR. Because, yeah, we are putting a lot of money into technology and things like that. A lot of courses are becoming hybrid, because hybrid is the way to go ahead. Also talking to other geographies as well, like MENA and Dubai. I was part of the government's Dubai plan as well. So that's where the hybrid goes. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
No, just want to understand, how do you scale this? So for example, because you will always need more tutors as and when more students are enrolled. So is there a plan of, like doing this via technology so that, this is far more scalable than what it is right now?
Sir, I understood one thing, that recorded sessions in sports, totally recorded sessions in sports will not work. Because sir, you can't showcase somebody 42 laws of cricket and say that tomorrow you become an umpire. There has to be a discussion, there has to be a lot of mulling over, a lot of discussions and debate around it. But hybrid is the way to go. And second is, sir, we have students who have made it really big. Like we have MCA toppers, Maharashtra Cricket Association toppers also, Mumbai Cricket Association toppers in our cohort right now who are our students. So we are developing them as a second line of successors, where a celebrity like Gaurav Sundaraman or Sri Harsha sir will just be taking 2 or 3 classes, but majority of the chunk will be taken by my students who have made it big in life. So and we are training them. They will just not come just because they have become an MC umpire. There will be a proper training, and we have started this with umpiring. And you won't believe, sir, we have just done one cohort. We have 5-on-5 rating every single day for 18 classes for the same trainer who is our student.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Fan Play.
My heart is racing, but thankfully I have a product, world's first sports tech platform connecting IoT and wearables. That's me and my co-founder Vinay, with combined experience about 50 years or so, and we have been there, done that. Vinay is my co-founder, more on the software side, and me on the hardware side. I've experience from healthcare domain, semiconductor domain, and so on. So our big vision is to foster healthier generations through connected sports. So what are we looking at? So India, though we talk about a big demographic dividend, we are looking at a huge problem too. And if we don't address it today, by 2060, we will have 70% of the population which will be obese. And what does the World Health Organization recommend? They recommend that children should get at least 60 minutes of physical activity daily. However, only about 20% of the children do that. So the question is, are we measuring the problem? If you look at it, there are a lot of periodic assessments which go on. There are companies which go to schools, assess, but are we really looking at the health aspect of it? There are assessments from Khelo India which looks at the biomechanics, the yo-yo test and so on, but are we collecting data? So Fan Play to the Power of IoT is a platform where we have built a complete holistic platform. It's a data platform starting from fans all the way till elite athletes. And we have already, sorry. Sorry about that. We have already launched it in 2020 with CSK, RCB, and some of the IPL teams, and also the football franchises like KBFC. Right now, we are at a point where we have finished our pilots and we are about to go a large scale. So this is a unique jersey which we have started manufacturing in India. So this monitors heart rate, so it's an athleisure wear. It monitors heart rate, monitors motion, respiration, temperature, and in future we will have hydration and also muscle activity. So this is very unique in the sense that it has got stainless steel fibers embedded as sensors, and the data gets collected and you can view it on the app. We launched this in IPL 2022 with CSK, also in national colors with the Ministry of Textiles. Sorry, these videos are not playing. Yeah. So sorry, there's some nice videos out there. So we worked with CSK Cricket Academy very early on, and now we are, one of our major partners is Combat Kinetics, which is into mixed martial arts. And we are also having one of the largest meditation and yoga school, which is trying out a smart jersey. And this is what you get out of it. You basically get a real-time report, and in that we also monitor what are the various parameters which you need to see. So these are like maximum effort, which you normally get onto a CPET machine and do that, but through our system, we can basically get the entire report. So in terms of competition, I think we are way ahead in terms of having this as a connected platform. But more importantly, we are also future-proofing it. So we already have 3 patents filed for this. We are going to add a few more patents in the muscle activity and in the sweat monitoring space, which makes it a complete smart jersey. And in terms of market sizing, there are kids who are like 400 million in India, about 250 million go to private schools. And we think that if we are able to address the urban population to start with, we have a significant market. So in terms of project milestones, we have already done the pilot phase. We are now at the scale-up phase. And hopefully, if that gets going, then I think by 2025, we should be in the growth phase. So these are the tier 1 clientele which we have at this point in time. Our business model is currently B2B, but we are planning a B2C model going forward. Target price is around 8,000 MRP. And there's also a subscription-based model for this. And these are our partners. And I want to call out is Australia's Griffith University, which is one of the foremost in sports science. And we have started a project with them too. And these are our strategic partners who we onboarded recently, you know, both of them. And the support we need, obviously the investors, and we want exponential growth, but the reality is that, you know, any merchandise, any physical product today in India has a sort of a linear growth. So we are open to licensing this or, you know, getting in orders from bigger institutions like the Gujarat government can give these smart jerseys to 10,000, you know, children and so on, right? So in terms of overall vision, we see that this is a journey for us. So if you want more number of medals by 2036 of the Indian Olympics, I think we should be looking at a way to gather data at the school level, at the grassroots level, and then grow beyond, the 2047 vision. We also want to be the global sports tech company, so we are not just restricted to India alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you dwell more on can you dwell a little bit more on financials, please?
Since inception, we have made about 30 lakhs of revenue. Last year was pretty tough for us because of the COVID supply chain situation. Though we had 1.5 crores worth of order, we couldn't execute it fully. But this year, we are trying to get to a 6 crore kind of revenue. We are significant sign-up with Karnataka government and Delhi government through a service provider. They are trying to cover about 50,000 kids with the smart jersey and gather data. So hopefully we'll make that revenue. The key challenge has been the working capital side of things.
So just to understand, it is essentially a device which is there in the jersey, which makes it a smart jersey and basically collects a lot of data about the athlete.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Sorry, just to understand the product correctly, it's essentially a device which is there in your T-shirt, right? And which collects data from your body, and the data gets basically accumulated at one source, right? Maybe an app or something.
Yes. So this is if you know about Polar Belt and Garments of the world.
Right.
They have significant problems, but this is a comfortable, washable athleisure wear.
Okay, so you can wash it with the machine?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's the major differentiator, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. So can other brands also use your product?
Yes. So right now we have tied up with, I wouldn't say tie up, I mean we have a preliminary order from one of the #1 retail brands. So we are open to licensing this out because I think that is the way to achieve quick scale.
Okay, and do you need to charge it or anything or no? Nothing?
No, see the electronics comes separately, so you need to fix it, attach it to the jersey. So this jersey can be washed. The electronics has to be removed. The electronics processes the ECG,
okay,
and you get the data out.
Tell me what is happening to that data? As in, what's the next step to that? We know we're collecting that, but what's the next step from, should there be another collaboration where you expedite that data, explore that data, because that's step one.
Yeah, so
right?
we, once the data is collected, depending on the use case and the end customer, we process a report. For example, for the kids in the cricket academy, they are looking at injury prevention. So we look at how much rest the child has got, right, after a training session. And as you know, kids do not like to miss a training session, right? So they want to come and keep training. But the coach now has the data to say that you need to go on rest for 24 hours or 48 hours and then come back for training. Whereas for the mixed martial arts kind of athletes, they train every day and they have 4 hit cycles every day, right? And they are training for championship. And they can't afford to rest. So they need nutrition and the coaching and all that which comes through, right? So for them, we give the report which shows all the trim scores.
This is part of your dashboard?
Yes.
This is part of your dashboard?
Yes. The moment the session is over, they get automatically a report from us.
And this product works indoors as well as outdoors?
Yes.
Like the sports bras?
Yes, yes. So we have a version where we...
It's not working on Wi-Fi, is it?
Pardon?
What is it working on?
It works currently on Bluetooth, but there's a version where it can do the Wi-Fi also through proprietary radio signals also. So if it's for a group monitoring, right, you don't have a 1:1 kind of data communication, we have a group. So for schools where classrooms, they want to do joint activity monitoring, this can come up through a different radio frequency. So both individual and group, both are possible, and both indoor and outdoor.
So how are you selling your product now? It's only
Right now it's institutional. We are anyway planning right now for a D2C kind of model. By next quarter we'll be launching it. Again, this is test phase, testing the market, how it receives, because there are a lot of fashion elements also which can be built into it. But beyond that, we want to create this as a D2C brand. But then the credibility and the usage comes from the elite teams which we work with.
So how many t-shirts of yours is in the market now?
So right now with Combat Kinetics and the school children put together about close to 1,000 units we have been able to supply, because we have now brought this technology to India and manufacturing it. So that's what is happening right now.
So why not sell just the device? Why the T-shirt also?
Oh, that's because this has got that stainless steel fiber inside, which is a very unique technology. The normal ECG, when you take, you have metal electrodes.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So this replaces that. So there's very comfortable innerwear actually. So many of our clients are now saying we can use this instead of smart watches, right? So this is like a very comfortable innerwear. You won't even realize that you're wearing with sensors. So, so the cable and the sensing part is embedded in this. The electronics separate, so you can remove it and wash this separately. Yeah. So basically, it's a smart athleisure kind of model.
And this positioning of this chip of yours,
yeah,
it's in the front chest, is it?
Yeah, on the rib cage, on the sides, two sides. Yeah.
On the two sides?
Two sides, to pick up the left and right heart rate.
How big is it?
Can I hand out?
No, I'm talking about the chip.
The chip is just a small coin cell kind of
So
thing.
I'll tell you what happens in, say, most of the leagues, which is either man-to-man combat or independent, not largely independent sport, but team sport, is the prevention of injury with chips.
Yeah.
Right? Because, say, for example, you take kabaddi or kho-kho or football, any other team sport, there is bound to be injury which is happening. For
Yeah.
example, in kho-kho, we can't have zips
Right.
for the skydive because it'll all
Yeah.
get scratched up. So you have to have round necks.
Yeah.
Smallest of things.
Yeah.
So
So-
while in practice, how does that function?
So, so this was a very unique problem way back, even 10 years back, for cricketers because they couldn't put this bulky stuff, right? We ran into engineering problems, but today the electronics is very, very small. It's the size of a coin cell. In fact, the mixed martial athletes are using it, which is probably the extreme sport of combat sports, you can imagine. We are also trying with Star on the Kabaddi League. We are just about trying to get a pilot going for that, but we are not getting the time slot because the league has just started. But we will be able to solve those issues by repositioning the electronics in different spaces. So we have tried repositioning it here on the shoulder, and it's very light. Even if it breaks, it's not going to harm the player.
Right, so thank you very much. I think our jury...
Thank you very much.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
All the very best. And with that, we move on to our next finalist. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and wish them all the luck. Let's welcome Game Point Netplay Sports on stage.
Good afternoon, the jury and the audience. My name is Aditya Reddy. I am the co-founder and CEO of GamePoint.
Can't hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Aditya Reddy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of GamePoint. What the heck? Okay. Can I just use this? Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon. Is it better now? Okay. My name is Aditya Reddy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of GamePoint. GamePoint is a technology-enabled full-stack sports company. We run a chain of multi-sport centers based in Hyderabad. So we have sports like badminton, basketball, swimming, table tennis, and other sports. Before we go into the business aspect of it, a quick background about ourselves. My co-founder Siddharth has an IT background, more than 20 years experience in IT sector. I'm an alumnus of IIM Calcutta 2003 batch. I had founded a test preparation company called Gate Forum earlier, ran it for 11 years and exited in 2016, and then started GamePoint with Siddharth. We have a team of about 70 people full-time working with us who are building GamePoint and are supported by an angel investor network. Currently in India, I think there are two major health challenges that we are facing. One is the increasing prevalence of lifestyle diseases like diabetes and obesity. And the second is in terms of mental health issues. It can be depression or even stress. These are being faced both by adults and children. And we are trying to solve for these health challenges through sports. At GamePoint, we believe that sports has the power to transform both individuals and communities. And our mission is to enable everyone to be physically fit and mentally stable through sports. So far, we have enabled about 2 lakh people to play sports, and our goal is to reach about 1 crore over the next 5 years. I won't talk too much about the market opportunity because all of you in the sports sector understand this space very well. But what I would say is the overall sports market can be divided into 2 aspects. One is the spectator sports, and the second is the participative sports. GamePoint is in the participative sports segment. And in this space, it's very unorganized and fragmented market, and there's an opportunity to create a market leader here. GamePoint currently operates 8 centers in Hyderabad, and we have 4 main product lines. Coaching programs is one of our main aspects, where we train young students in the ages of 6 to 12 to learn sports. We also have a book and play facility where people can come and play various sports. Then we've done more than 300 corporate events and also sell sports equipment. Last year, we had done a revenue of about 10 crores. These are various sports that we have at GamePoint, a mixture of individual sports and team sports. I'll just show a quick video of one of the centers. This is one of our centers in Hyderabad. Centers in Uppal, in the eastern part of Hyderabad. We have 8 such centers, which is a mixture of independent centers. Some are located inside school premises and also residential communities. We have a target group in terms of customers are individuals 6 to 18 years for children, and from 18 up to 60 years for adults who do membership or book and play. And like I said, we've done more than 300 corporate events with companies such as these. Technology is one of our major strengths and differentiator for us. So we use it for improving customer satisfaction as well as internal efficiencies. I won't spend too much time on this due to lack of time that buzzer. But the idea is to use technology to increase both our competitiveness as well as we scale up. If you look at the participative sports market in India, there are probably 6,000 to 7,000 individual sports centers across the country. individual, only badminton, only turf, or multiple sports centers. Then you have centers which are multi-sport like Fitso Baikal, Sporthood based in Bangalore. Then we have aggregators like Playo. The Huddle team is here today. And then we also have coaching organizations like Tenwick, Edu Sports, and so on. And of course, large retail brands like Decathlon, probably the largest sports brand in India with 3,000 crore plus revenue. GamePoint, we don't have such a large network of centers, only 8 centers, but we are a full stack model where we try to provide entire services to the customers. Our plans is to expand from 8 centers currently to 120 centers over the next 5 years. The idea is to go in asset-light model where we will use underutilized sports infrastructure in schools, societies, and other places, try and utilize them and monetize so the people around it benefit. Like I said, last year we had revenue of about 9.5 crores, and our goal is to increase to 140 crores over the next 5 years. I know we're not raising funds here primarily from here, but our plan in this round to raise 20 crores so to fuel our expansion plans. So in summary, the participative sports sector is currently quite unorganized and fragmented, and we believe that GamePoint is well positioned to take advantage of the situation and become a market leader in this space. Thank you.
Thanks, Aditya. Can you share more on how you line up or procure your physical infrastructure and how do you maintain it?
Are you asking about how we set up the centers? So out of 8 centers, currently we have 3 independent centers. The first center that we set up, we actually took the land on lease and we custom built the whole infrastructure to build the model. But post that, the idea is to use existing sports infra, like we partner with schools and use the school infrastructure post school hours. Before school starts 8 a.m., after 4 p.m., weekends and summer holidays, and try and manage those infrastructure to provide our services, coaching programs, book and play, tournaments, all of those things. Did I answer your questions?
Also, can you dwell on how much you spend on maintenance of these facilities once they are set up?
Right, so the maintenance cost of sports infra is not too much. It is largely hygiene and keeping it safe. It's especially important if you use the infrastructure in the right way. For example, badminton courts. If I start going and playing badminton with these shoes, then the flooring gets spoiled quite easily. So we try and ensure that the flooring and other infrastructure is maintained in such a way that while usage itself, we are very, very careful that the right footwear and right way it is used. Once it is there, I think typically flooring lasts about 6 to 7 years because of a high utilization thing. At GamePoint, we are open from morning 5 a.m. to midnight, 12 in the midnight. And out of 19 hours, we are utilization of 50 to 60%. So a 6-year period, the maintenance so far, all the centers that we have been reasonably well maintained. So the cost is not very high at this point.
All of these centers are owned by you right now, or do we have any partnership with the schools, just the way you said?
Right, out of the 8 centers, there are 3 centers which are independently managed. We don't own the land in any of these places, they're all leased. But we also partner with schools where we utilize the infrastructure post-school hours. We also work with residential societies. For example, there's a society in Hyderabad called Rainbow Vistas, a very large community, 2,500 apartments, and they have very good sports infrastructure. So we are the sports partner there, and we conduct coaching programs for almost 7 or 8 sports there, and about 300, 350 students are training with us at the center. So idea is to use underutilized sports infrastructure, be it schools, societies, even rooftops of commercial buildings, and in some cases even the government infrastructure which can be available for private use, and try and monetize those infrastructure.
You did a revenue of 10 crores, you said. 10 crores was your revenue, right?
Yes, last year, FY20.
What was your operating cost?
So last year we were EBITDA negative by about 10%. So this year we will be having about little more than 11 crores as revenue, and we will be EBITDA positive over 4 or 5% margin we will be having this year. Because we have significant corporate costs in terms of for the technology investment and the corporate team. If you take out the corporate costs, we will have a margin of about 20-25%. So unit level economics, we are positive, but overall the company last year was negative, but this year will be profitable.
Do you have any expansion plan to other cities?
We do have plans. Right now we are only in Hyderabad, but over the next 2 years, the idea is to expand to 4 more cities, 3 more cities. Bangalore, Chennai, and NCR. These are 3 markets that we are looking at. But the larger goal is we are looking at the top 20, top 25 cities in India, even beyond the metros. I think there is demand for such kind of services, even in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. The infrastructure issue we'll have to solve in terms of availability of existing infrastructure or building new infrastructure. We have also got inquiries as a franchisee model, where people from smaller towns have contacted us that they will build and they ask us to operate. So we will look at that expansion model as we go along.
And how much does it cost to build a new center if it is owned by you guys?
If it's a completely new center with multi-sport, let's say we do 6 badminton courts, 1 football turf, 1 basketball court, roughly the cost would be 1.5 to 2 crores would be the capex if you build it from scratch. But if it's an existing infra like a school, for example, they already have basketball courts, they'll already have some football ground. Then we only have to improve for example, improve the flooring a little bit, put up lights so it can be used in night time. So some upgradation cost might be there, but that will not be much, maybe 25-30 lakhs to upgrade the infrastructure. The fresh center would be about 1.5 to 2 crores would be the capex.
And your average occupancy per week across your centers?
The occupancy is at 2 different levels. For badminton, the occupancy is quite high. We have close to 60% occupancy in badminton.
Yeah, but I'm just saying badminton is part of the overall infra setup, right? So your operating costs, your overheads are part of the whole deal.
Yes, it's across all sectors. Why I say this outdoor sports, indoor sports occupancy is different, because outdoor sports open to sun, there's weather conditions involved. So there the occupancy is about 35 to 40%. The indoor sports like badminton, it goes up to 60%. And this is, when I'm talking occupancy, it includes 19 hours in a day, 5 a.m. to 12 midnight.
Into 7.
Sorry?
Into 7. Into 7 days.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Whole week, right?
Yeah, 7 days, 365 days a year.
Do you hold any city-based leagues or some tournaments, or have the people who are organizing tournaments in Hyderabad come and used your infrastructure for that?
Yes, so we do organize, there are 2 kinds of things. One is a lot of companies, corporates, and even schools come and organize tournaments at our venue, where we support the organization in terms of preparing the draws, umpiring, refereeing, medal distribution, prizes, physiotherapy, photography, lunch, the entire support we provide, but it is their event that we organize. The second is Game Point itself organizes tournaments. For example, last few years we've been organizing a corporate badminton championship. It's an inter-corporate tournament where we get 16 to 20 teams from different companies, and we organize the entire event. So at both kinds, we host some tournaments and we organize some events as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
All the best.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir, and all the very best. With that, moving on to our 6th finalist, let's welcome Hyperlab Sport Tech Private Limited. And all the very best for your business pitch. Come on, everybody. Ek baar zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Let's wish them all the luck. Thank you.
That is GF. Is it working? Hello. Hello. Again. Thank you so much. This is next. Hello, I'm Idat Parikh. I'm founder and CEO of Hyperlab. We are basically into building next generation sports. We are basically into, we are basically into building next generation sports and fitness technology. So when we started researching कि sports and fitness actually होता क्या है, it came to us कि it is basically combination of 3 things: stamina, agility और reflex. and there are tons of product to practice your stamina. Recumbent cycle ho gaya, treadmill ho gaya. But what is there to practice your reflex and agility? And that is the market gap that we wanted to solve actually. And to validate the same, we went to the coach and athlete. And one thing that they told us is that sports pura randomness and ambiguity pe hai. वो तुम practice कैसे करोगे वो मेरे को नहीं पता. Second thing they told us is कि agility तो आज भी practice करते हैं. But the thing which is missing is the data collection. If I am doing a agility drill today, I am doing it tomorrow. What is the improvement? What are my strengths, weaknesses? I'm not able to know that. And third thing that they told us कि sports tech ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि बहुत नया है. वो पहले से exist करता है. But the only problem is कि it is accessible to only elite players. Ronaldo हो गया, Messi हो गया. जो beginners है या intermediates है या जो advanced player है, वो कैसे practice करेंगे, वो tech कैसे use करेंगे, वो उनको नहीं पता. To sum up with all the problems and come up to a solution, we started a company called Hyperlab. And this is the first innovation that we had, 51. So it is basically a laser assistive device. It has patent in India, US and 130 more countries. We are the first of its kind. So idea was pretty simple. हमें दोनों virtual और physical world को combine करना है. We want agility to be practiced on floor also for my lower body, on the wall also for my upper body. I want multiple people to practice on the device, and it can be used in multiple sports. This was कि ऐसा कुछ बनाना है, and that's when we started prototyping it. So on the left is the very conventional way of doing any drill, and on the right you see the first POC of Hyperlab, which is basically projecting a green laser dot. It exactly knows at what distance it is projecting, where in field of play, मतलब कौन सी direction में it is shooting the laser, कितने time में I am able to reach that point. And one good thing is it is random. It can be programmed to random, it can be programmed to a sequence, it can be anything. It is virtual. So ये सारा data जो हमें मिल रहा है, distance, direction, time, उससे what we are able to get out of it is your reflexes, agility, stamina, direction analysis. कौन सा direction मेरा अच्छा है? When does stamina drop actually happens after doing a drill? उसको पता चलता है कि मैं थक गया हूँ, and it gives me a recovery time. So all of this can be calculated to it. Secondly, ये जो projection है, that is going to be same across the world. आज मैं US में कर रहा हूँ या इंडिया में कर रहा हूँ, the projection or the drill which I am giving on the command is going to be same everywhere because it is something which is projected by the device itself. A robot is doing it for you. So you can have comparison throughout the globe. आज मैं कर रहा हूँ या फिर someone sitting in US is doing it, I am able to compare that. This is the initial testing that we have done with Sai, and right now we are in talks with them, Sai Gandhinagar. This can be used in any sports, whether it be Kho-Kho, Kabaddi, Badminton. So this is where we have reached till now, but we don't want to stop here. The thing is, let's say if I am a medium intermediate level athlete, और मेरे को साइना नेवल के साथ compete करना है. So we have a software which we are making, in which you just have to upload a video from YouTube of Saina playing into it, and you can exactly track कि वो कितने सेकंड पे कहाँ drop दे रही है. वो टाइम पे अगर मैं उधर नहीं पहुँच रहा हूँ, laser is giving position over there. If I'm not able to reach to that point in that time, it will move to another position in the same field of play, and then it can tell me how good I am against her और क्या मेरे shortcomings है. We, as I said, we have received Indian patent and US patent both, and we have signed PCT. So when initially we started, बहुत पहले 2 साल पहले, we thought कि अपन product बनाएंगे, वो product कुछ, it was being made under 35,000. The making cost was 35,000. So when we started going to athletes, no, we understood कि हम तो पहले top level 5,000 athlete को ही focus में ला पाएंगे. And that is not our company's goal. Our company's goal is basically very clear. We want to make sports tech for all. So we started researching again. We started doing R&D again, and we brought the cost down to 5,000 of manufacturing the whole product. 5,000, and we sell it for 25,000 right now. We have not started selling it. It is going to be in sales from March. We are into production right now. So this can be used in sports, rehab, It can be used in gyms where they have Zumba spaces and that is not getting occupied. क्योंकि उधर Zumba time के सिवाय कुछ होता नहीं है. So this can be deployed over there very easily. And this can be into physiotherapy also, where it is projecting things on my wall and I am able to track it. We are a beautiful team of 15 people who have made all of this possible, and it has been since last 2 years we have been working on the device, and now it is in the stage that we are going to manufacture it. It is first of its kind, पहली बार पूरी दुनिया में. This was the initial versions, and this is what we have reached now, and this is the final thing that you see in front of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Can you tell us a little bit more about the background of the team and advisors and how the technology has evolved, and what do you think is the differentiator?
So basically, sir, we are 15 people. 5 of them are from software, 5 are from hardware, 2 are from firmware, 3 of us are designers. I have my background as industrial designing. So this is my graduation project with which we started. And after graduation project, this got converted into full-time startup. So we have hardware, software, firmware, and designers working together. On the technology part, initially the cost was coming around 35,000 because we started with cameras. कि कैमरा को इंटीग्रेट करते हैं, वी विल सी कि उधर पहुंचा कि नहीं पहुंचा, उसमें एज प्रोसेसिंग लगता है, उसमें डिलेज लगता है, और कोई भी एकेडमी होगा वो कैमरा अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता है, उतना एज प्रोसेसिंग वो भी अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं. एंड दैट इज़ नॉट द कोर ऑफ व्हाट दिस प्रोडक्ट डज, कि हम एनालाइज करें कि वो पहुंचा कि नहीं पहुंचा. दैट कैन बी डन विथ सिंपल टेक ऑल्सो, एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट वी अंडरस्टूड इन दिस 2 years. So we started using LiDAR technology. LiDAR that we call, this works on TOF, time of flight. So it analyzes whether on the point I have reached or not. If I have reached, it will move to another position.
So how will you get the data of whatever test you are doing or the athlete is doing on this machine?
So, sir, basically, abhi, one difference is, very small difference. It basically gives you a feedback where you are supposed to go. When we run, Garmin tracks everything. It is not that we are tracking something new. But here we know the position of the dot, where we have told the user to go to. So what happens is, with Pythagoras and everything, it calculates at what distance it is projecting, at what angle it is projecting, in which direction, left or right. Once I reach there, it goes to another point. So it knows कि ये distance क्या होने वाला है. Whatever distance I am going to cover, वो कितने time में हो रहा है वो मेरे को पता चल रहा है. Speed, distance, time से सर पूरा निकल रहा है. और good part is कि जो software we have made, which is app basically, you can make your drills also in that. आप बोलो मेरे को 6 मीटर पे point चाहिए, it gets the point at 6 meter right corner, वो हो जाएगा. वो उसको पता है कि मैंने 6 मीटर पे रखा है, उसको पता है मैंने tap किया उस पे. If I cut from center, it is not going to identify. And secondly, it has, because it is virtual thing, there are multiple modes. तो वो मेरे को 3 सेकंड का बफर देता है, and it then randomly throws a point. So मेरे को भी नहीं पता, डिवाइस को भी नहीं पता, ऐप को भी नहीं पता what the next point is going to be. Then again I have to come to the center, wait for 3 seconds, beep, 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 another random point. उसके अंदर for gyms we have introduced a hit sort of thing. So it identifies कि मैं कितनी मेरी base speed क्या है. And then it starts the AAML or algorithms basically starts understanding कि ये इसका 6 किलोमीटर बेस स्पीड है, अब इससे ज़्यादा पुश करना है. So it starts blinking if I'm not able to reach at time, and then it gives me a visual feedback कि अभी मेरे को और करना है, और करना है, और करना है.
No, fantastic product. First of all, congratulations
so much,
for
sir.
making this. I think it has a lot of use cases, no doubt. I just want to wish you all the best first for this. Truly innovative. I haven't seen something like this before.
Thank you, sir.
So in terms of team sports, I think I don't have a question, but probably one use case which I can think of is, let's say if a team purchases this, Right. Then probably, it can also be gamified further, that, all the athletes of the team can also compete with each other, just like a yo-yo test, for example.
Right.
So I think that can be a very interesting use case for a team sport.
So that is something which has already been implemented in the application. You can sequence a team into it. You say five people are going to play around it. It will call out my name, and then I have to do the drill. Everything is shown on television also. So this is the protocol that we are using, which can be shared on phone, and it gamifies the whole experience. And that is how it is. We are getting POs for gym in this fashion only, because it gamifies the whole hit workout wala thing.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So there can be a gym leaderboard also.
Right.
Cool.
Thank you so much, sir.
All the best.
Thank you.
This is amazing. I like it because I'm a big believer of agility in life in general, and I believe everyone should play sports because of that, right? So this is great for the masses. I think Abhishek literally asked whatever I wanted to ask. Basically, how do you benchmark and make it more competitive, right? I'm not getting to understand that side of the story, exactly what he was saying, that how do you put 15, 20 data points together and create a benchmark so that there's a competing and an order of merit?
Right.
That is very important.
Right.
A. B, how are you going to tackle the serious sports aficionados or amateurs or semi-professionals or professionals? Because this looks like a massy product, and you've repeated gyms at least 4-5 times in your pitch. But how are you going to tackle the sports market, and what is the pricing that you're looking at? How are you looking at that scalability? That I would love to understand.
Okay, sir. So, sir, as I told, this is good for masses. Masses के लिए perfect है. But sports के लिए there is one more thing which is required. कि अपन हिल रहे कि नहीं हिल रहे. I'll just answer the second question first. We have not looked into the pricing point, but right now we are working on a system called IMU, Initial Measurement Unit. So it is basically, it calculates your inertia on body. So it gets on my chest or belly. So what happens is the device exactly knows at what point it is projecting, right? Then the IMU, Inertial Measurement Unit, which is going to be for sports segment only, and it is going to be pretty expensive, not cheap at all. So that it is going to measure कि जब उसने मेरे को point दिया, at what second I started moving, at what second I accelerated, at what second I deaccelerated.
Is that going to be the data point?
Yeah.
So just a out of the box question.
Yeah.
We've been trying to figure out say for example, Kho, that when I'm sitting and someone gives me a Kho, what is my lag time?
Right. That is going to be identified. And that is...
When I get a Kho and I get up, you can actually measure that what the lag time is.
What the lag time is, what is the acceleration time, what is the deacceleration time, what is the stopping time. At stopping, if I'm overshooting or not, everything. And that is that sensor.
How is that happening? Infra?
Sir, it is Inertial Measurement Unit ka sensor.
From infra and the camera?
It is a sensor which comes. And what the USP of ours is, because we have a patent for that. So what the USP of ours is, it gives you a position. Now it knows that you have already tapped on the point, but still you are going further in that direction. That means you are overshooting. So वो सब एक sync में एक system में काम करता है. That is the USP that we have, and that it measures everything with heart rate.
Okay. I'll have to understand more about it, but I still have a lot of questions on that side.
Please, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I had the same thing, that then you will need more than one camera in the field of play.
Yes.
And then how will you synchronize all of them?
So, sir, this first of all is a LiDAR system. Secondly, what we have also, I'm talking a lot of patent because we have procured them. So we also thought that this is going to be a single dot for once, but आगे scale करना होगा तो you need multiple points also. So this is a stackable system that we are going to make further, in which you mount 3 or 4 of this device. But the whole device is of this size only. So what we are going to, this is just the mount. What we are going to do further is you stack one device on the top, second on the top, third on the top. You have multiple points across it.
So what he's asking is how do you integrate the three?
It is the software part, sir. Software can do it. Right now it is working on BLE, Bluetooth protocol. it is synchronized together. It is synchronized together.
Well, I sincerely apologize and hate to be the villain here, but we are beyond the time limit. So I think I'll thank our jury and thank you for such an interesting idea and startup. Our jury seemed to be quite intrigued with the idea and there is so much to work on there. Thank you very much. Our 7th finalist, ladies and gentlemen, and now welcome India Khelo Football. Can we have a round of applause? All the very best to you.
Hello everyone, this is Hitesh. I am representing India Khelo Football. Thank you for this opportunity, jury. So before wasting any much more time, I'll dive into it. Kya IKF hai kya? So we are basically a not-for-profit initiative formed in 2020, formed with a single objective that we have to create a structured career path for aspiring football players in India. And how do we do that? By integrating grassroots football with professional football, which is currently missing at pan-India level. So with that objective in mind, we set out 3 visions for ourselves, that we wish to be the largest feeder of Indian football talent to the world. We wish India qualifies for FIFA World Cup, and we have helped India do that. And the last thing was to create more Chetris and Changtes. So operationally, what IKF is basically is a platform which on one end brings players scouted by itself, and on the other end it brings in all the opportunities from across the globe and connects them in a very unbiased and transparent manner. Now what we do at macro level is, in order to create a structured career pathway, there are 3 specific components to it. First one being scouting, which is talent identification. Second is player development, and third is placement. So when it comes to scouting, we do 5 specific activities. We'll go into detail each one of them later on, where we identify the talent. And through those activities, we connect them to the Indian clubs, international academies, and US universities via showcase events. And we have started solving the piece of player development as well, wherein the players who do not get scouted in the initial round or are raw, we place them after polishing them. So these are the 3 pieces that we go through in order to achieve our objective of creating a structured career pathway. So our first scouting event is IKF Trials, which is our marquee event. Under this, we go to multiple cities and villages across India. We conduct scouting events. We scout exceptional talent. We bring top 100 players together each year, where all ISL and I-League clubs participate, and they handpick the talent which we have brought in from across India. The journey till now has been, in our season 1, when we started during COVID year, we went to 70 cities, we assessed 2,000 players. In our season 2, we went to 40 cities, we assessed 5,000 players. And just yesterday, we finished our season 3, the city trials, where we went to 50 cities, and we have assessed more than 10,000 players. And there are corporates which come in as sponsors for this event. Our second scouting activity is, again, IKF Trials, but it is funded by government and CSR fund. So there's one event which we do in Naxal-affected areas along with government of Maharashtra in Chandrapur, where they fund the whole event, we conduct it. And there's another trials which we do with Tata Steel Foundation, where we go to their centers and we scout exceptional talent. And from both these projects, we integrate them to our IKF trials and provide them the platform to get scouted. The third thing, scouting activity that we do is being a scouting partner for private organizations, where Sports Village, we are the scouting partner for Sports Village, for Tenwick, and various other private tournaments, where it's their event, we simply send our scouts, we use our expertise and scout exceptional players from there, and integrate them to our IKF trials. Our fourth activity, scouting activity, is workshops, where we bring in Premier League Academy scouts from UK. The major takeaway for that is to do technical assessment report of Indian players, so the players understand where do they lack, where do they have to work upon. But another takeaway from that is, these Premier League Academy scouts, they give us a list of high-performance exceptional players, and those are then sent to our international academy partners, and they offer scholarships to the Indian players. 3 of them will be flying by March in Spain, Portugal, and Poland. The fifth one, which will be India's first US University Connect program, wherein for first time in India, we'll be connecting talent directly to the US university coaches. We already have more than 15 US universities who have tied up with us. It will happen in February on the same venue where we are currently. So with those events, we scout talent. The ones who are raw talent, they get polished. We bring in a panel of experts and they go through a very dedicated player development program. We are conducting one with Pubmatic, which is a NASDAQ listed company. It's a CSR funded project. One of that player has already been scouted and placed in Srineri Deccan FC. There's a unique program which we do with VectorX, wherein we recommend 5 players every season, and they own that 5 players and support them in totality. And there is again one CSR project with Sports Village Foundation, which is currently going on in Patna. Coming to the last piece, which is placements. So we do that via showcase events. All our events results into a showcase events. So we do send a periodic list of players which has been scouted by IKF to our partner club and academies. We generate interest in talent from these clubs, and once a year we host showcase events for them, where they come physically, they see the player, they tell us whom they like, and they take them away. Through all these activities, we have developed a scouting expertise, and on which we have worked tremendously in the last 3 years. So first and foremost is certifications. We have literally created the scouting ecosystem from scratch. We have more than 100 scouts in India who have been trained by PFSA. We are also their partners. It's one of the UK's largest scouting body. We have created processes to convert any event into a scouting conducive event. We have generated our own India-specific reports for the players. And last but not the least, we have started using technology. We have created our video analytics platform so that a central QC of the scouting can happen. What are our future plans? So in the first 3 years, the idea was to validate what we were thinking of creating a separate space in this ecosystem of Indian football, which got validated. We piloted few certain revenue generation activities. And in third year, we haven't been able to sustain this whole initiative in a very bootstrapped manner. What we go from here in the next 3 years is we focus on scalability, which will happen through technology. We want to reach out to more players. That's where our technology platform will come into place. And since we have now started showcasing exceptional players abroad, there are more opportunities which we are bringing in from across the globe. In terms of sustainability, we are looking at providing certain services to people who can afford, which are players and academies. The pilots for both have already been conducted. And there are more sponsorships which are already coming in CSR projects which we have started receiving. Of course, both of these we are able to achieve, there will be more impact. That's all from my end.
Thanks. Can you talk about financials?
Yeah,
and,
sure.
Second is, scouts are central to the whole thing.
Yes.
So can you dwell a little bit on how do you go about selecting them, onboarding them, careers for them, the whole thing?
I'll do that. So I'll answer the second question first. So what we did was, when we started, we understood there aren't too many scouts in India, and coaches do the scouting traditionally over here. So we understood it's a very different role altogether. A different hat has to be worn. So what we did was we tied up with PFSA, which is world's largest scouting body. It's based out of UK. Almost all topmost clubs, be from Juventus, United, everybody follow their scouting processes. And we brought the certification program in India. We are their India partner. We started a certification program first to train these scouts. So they became trained in PFSA level 1, that is talent identification at grassroots level. Then with the learnings which we had, we created our own certification program to add to it. And last is we brought in mentors, which are Premier League Academy scouts who mentor these scouts. So these are the 3 things we did for training. The second part is before sending a scout to any of our trial, these scouts are not from that particular city or region. So if there was an event over here in Vadodara, the scout had came in from Pune. So we try to minimize the unbiasedness. The second thing is, the third thing is we videograph all our trials, and that video comes to us centrally and it is fed to our video analytics platform. So the scouting happens at 2 levels. First is by observation, by a trained eyes, and he has his own set of criteria with him. He sends his reports, and then there are videos. We videograph all our trials, which comes to our video analytics platform, and we have a central QC team who goes through everything, and they match it, and then we get the final exceptional players, say from Vadodara. And then for those specific players, we do a detailed technical assessment reports where each of these players are rated across 40 attributes. So that's the output of one single trial, and we did it for 50 cities this season. Now coming to the next question about financials. So sir, primarily, just to set the premise, we are a not-for-profit initiative. We are here to maximize the impact, societal impact, and to give the Indian football and the aspiring football players a right platform. But having said that, in terms of financials, in initial 2 years, myself, my co-founder, his name is Funny Bhushan, we have pumped our own money into it to create this platform at pan-India level. In season 3, as I told you, we did certain activities like workshops, like US University Connect, providing our scouting expertise as services through which we generated our own revenue. And because of that, we also started receiving sponsorships and CSR funds. So through that, currently, it's season 3 going on, year 3. The whole setup is operationally in a bootstrap manner, it's self-sustainable.
Is there a restriction on how many cities you guys operate in, or you guys operate overall India, in all cities?
All cities. So just to give you an example, this season we started from Srinagar. We went to 14 cities in Northeast. We covered Pondicherry. Last season we even went to Andaman and Nicobar. So this season we have covered almost, except Punjab, we have covered all the states in India. So yeah, there is no, this thing is, the idea is we don't look at what are the traditional hubs of football. We feel that talent is everywhere, and after our first season, that belief got solidified because we found talent in the regions where others would have not dared to go till now, or to spend money to go there. So hence we thought that even if there is a small probability of finding a talent, we must go there. And to our utter surprise, every city, every village that we have went to, our events have been overbooked. So it's not that the players are not playing football, it's just that a right platform has not reached them. And if you can build that trust that your platform is unbiased, they are ready to come and showcase that talent over there.
So when you say you go to cities,
yeah.
So you go, are you invited or you see any tournaments happening there? Because you're talking about Srinagar.
Yeah.
And I remember that 14th of November to 27th of November, there was a Kashmir Football Championship which happened there for the people of Srinagar and or Kashmir, and 22 teams participated. So did you all go and do any scouting from there or no?
So we operate in two models, sir. First is when we call IKF trials, these are our own trials. We conduct those events on our own with the help of our regional execution partners. So those are IKF trials. We promote them on our social media platform, players register to us, and then we conduct the events. The second one is those private organizations or tournaments, they invite us to be their scouting partner. So there are now tournaments happening across India, they keep on happening across India. So they reach out to us and they say whether you can come on board as a scouting partner and provide the pathway through my tournament as well. So now that is a scouting as a service which we have started providing to the private organizations and tournaments.
Would you, so I was with the FIFA folks a couple of weeks ago, the new hub that they started in Odisha. And the head of FIFA coach was sitting with me and we were discussing about scouting. So it's very interesting that you're doing something. But do you see a collab happening for, because that's the first one in India. But is there some collab, or because you're already tied up with the European guys? What I'm trying to understand is that their mechanism is also quite similar, but they give a head scout who comes after, he's a well-traveled folk who's done the bits in China, Europe, and so on and so forth, and he comes and figures out the physical and the mental ability of a particular player, and then one benchmark is created overall across India, and then whoever matches to that particular benchmark, which is maybe the SAARC benchmark or the Asia Pacific benchmark, then you start joining in there. But is there a benchmark that those scouts are creating, or, and that is number one. Number two is, when you go to particular cities, is there a registration fee, or is it a FOC kind of a scenario, free of cost?
So I'll start from the bottom. So we charge 250 rupees for our IKF trials, we do. So just to ensure that the players who register, they take it seriously and they come on the event. So that's one thing. The second question being, the FIFA thing coming over here, Arsene Wenger was here, and they are setting up their own residential program. So there is, when I said we, in initial 2 years, we have created our own space in the Indian ecosystem is, we have created such a platform where right from a grassroots academy to ISL club, everybody reaches out to us. the academies reach out to us that they want to provide more opportunities to their players, and Mumbai City comes to me when they need players. Now coming to your question, those people are going to the FIFA guy who has come. He will be there in Bhubaneswar and be seeing the talent, and they will be taking 30 odd talent every year. But someone has to go across India and do that first level of rejection.
Yeah.
He won't be able to travel to 50 cities. Even Indian clubs are not able to
So
do
you're
so.
almost like a channel partner there, right?
Yeah, so we are the ones we can also act as a feeder. Like, just to give you an example, there are few
Is
new...
there any compete?
Sorry?
Do you guys have any competes in the market?
I'm sorry,
Do you have any competition in the market?
No, we don't. Currently, we are the only platform which has in tech terms, have an open API at both the ends. So, and there is no one else. So, of course, there is the Reliance Youth Foundation who does this, what we do. So, but we are the ones who...
But your reach must be much higher than that.
Yeah. So, in season 3, we basically simply got that trajectory, yeah. So, when coming back to your question of FIFA thing, even Indian clubs who are there in India are not able to travel and do that first level of rejection.
Fair.
And basically apply that SOP across all cities, whether the trial is happening in Kolaba or in an SF elected area in Chandrapur. And we have been able to do that because of very right processes and use of technology at the right places. So we are someone whom everybody wants to collaborate with, because we provide the talent to everybody. Just to add, last season we had 15 ISL and I-League clubs who participated in our season 2 finals. So almost everybody came to our trials to scout talent. And this season we are opened the doors for the academies as well. So we are expecting more than 30. And now we have people reaching out from GCC region to allow their players to get that opportunity over here in India. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you very much, and all the very best to India Khelo Football, our 8th and the final finalist for this year's pitch book competition. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Play CKC. All the very best to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello and welcome. My name is Swapnil Manish, and I'm the founder and CEO of Play CKC. We are building Asia's first sports fan engagement platform that is powered by gaming. Over the last 2-3 years of our existence, we've been recognized at several forums. We were part of the top 100, Forbes India top 100 startups to watch out for. We were also selected as part of India's first sports tech cohort created by JSW Sports and India Accelerator. And we were among the top 2, actually, among sports tech applicants for fan engagement. Can I use this? Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, all right. So we were also among the top 2 among sports tech applicants for fan engagement by Melbourne Renegades, which happens to be a Big Bash franchise. So what is the problem that we are solving? Now, the basic premise, the basic philosophy that drives us all at Play CKC is that sports fans love live engagement. They love to engage when there is live action. This was true when Gladiator was a sport. This was true when sport was followed on radio. And this is true today when sport is followed on interactive devices. But look at the primary mode of sports gaming, live sports gaming in India. It's actually fantasy sports, which is nothing but live engagement. It's not live, it's not live engagement, by the way. It is pre-match engagement. So there's a huge gap, and most fans loving live engagement and fantasy sports being pre-match engagement. The numbers actually bear it out. 500 million cricket fans in India, out of which 53% of them would be gamers of some kind, casual real money, and only 13% of them actually pay and play on either a betting platform or a fantasy platform. So there's a massive, whopping 87% who we believe are not served adequately by any gaming format. And why do we say gaming and mobile gaming at that? Because the audience that every sports broadcaster and sports administrator wants to attract, keep them hooked on to live sport action, is the 16 to 30 generation, which is a generation, by the way, which has grown up using mobiles and for whom gaming is second nature. How big is the opportunity? We are actually operating at the confluence of sports tech and gaming. Gaming, we all know it's a massive market. India, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, which is our focus market, 16.2 billion. But what is more important is, within sports tech, fan engagement, which will be 7.3 billion in the next 3 years, is actually the fastest growing segment. It's growing at CAGR of 28%. So I'll just move on to the product very, very quickly. So what exactly is a product? So this is, our flagship game is a game called Predict, which has 3 elements to it. One, it is about making live engagement, live predictions while the match is on. It is, number one, presented in a very, very simple multiple choice question format for the gamer. So this just eliminates all kind of complications that one sees in fantasy. Secondly, these predictions are generated throughout the match. So it solves for live engagement, which is one of the primary ways to engage. Lastly, it is all generated by our own proprietary prediction engine, which what it does is actually consumes live ball-by-ball data or minute-by-minute data in case of football, and then generates questions on the go without any human intervention. And the questions are very, very contextual to what is happening on the ground at that point in time. This is a free-to-play game. The rewards are non-cash. And quickly, I'll move on to our second game, which is a simplified version of fantasy. We like to call it match winner fantasy. 3 elements to it. No team combination restrictions. You're not creating a team of 11 players, 6 batters, 4 bowlers, 1 wicket keeper. You're just simply selecting match winners who could be all batters, all bowlers, all all-rounders. So that's the one, first point. Second is there are no credit point restrictions. Thirdly, every gamer, whether a casual gamer who just has 10 minutes to create a team or a real money gamer, traditional real money gamer who likes to spend an hour, both of them just get 1 entry per contest. So that just evens out the field according to us. This one has both free and paid contests, and there are real money rewards apart from non-cash rewards. Yeah, in terms of competition, there is a variety. It's not just fantasy. You would expect fantasy to be there, Dream 11, but there's also opinion trading platforms like Probo, and we also consider the likes of Sportskeeda and Genius Sports. Genius Sports is, by the way, a US entity, completely B2B, and Sportskeeda also as our competition because they're engaging with the fan live. Our journey and learnings, we'll get into this. 70,000 users, 60 plus minutes per user per day. This was average engagement during marquee tournaments, and our average CAC is 15 rupees. Quickly moving on to our go-to-market strategy. So far, it has been B2C. We've utilized the traditional, the social media channels, the non-digital channels, and brand marketing. What we want to do going forward, in fact, currently we are integrating with a sports broadcaster, is the B2B2C approach, where you can actually implement your gameplay on the broadcaster's platform. The gameplay can happen on their platform. The reward experience will happen on our platform. Similarly, with clubs and teams, I already talked about Melbourne Renegades. We talked to them last year. We were in the top 2. And where we were presenting a curated gaming and rewards experience for Melbourne Renegades. And this is a model which Genius Sports in the US already works on, by the way. Our target audience, 16 to 30 years, sports fans who are casual gamers, and people who are essentially sachet consumers, people who like to spend in very, very small installments. We're targeting 1 million users in the next 12 to 15 months with a D1 retention of around 45%. Now, this is where we are disrupting further. This is what we are, over the last 3 years, whatever our learnings have been, this is what it has led to. We are now disrupting the traditional fantasy, revenue monetization model, which is the contest entry amount pooling model, which you see on the left-hand side. Here we believe the gross margins have a very, very limited upside. Now with the GST, it's more so. What we are moving towards is a prepaid subscription model, where we are completely removing the contest entry amount. So every contest, no, the contest won't have any entry amount, and I can't see the slides. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Basically, 7 minutes are up. So, yeah, there was a long warning, probably.
For 5 minutes? Sorry, can you just give me 30 seconds?
All right, okay, sure.
Can I take 30 more seconds? Sorry, I didn't hear the first one. So yeah, the prepaid subscription model is where we are moving to. We'll remove the contest entry amount from all contests, and we'll delink contest entry amount from rewards, where we believe the gross margins have a very, very significant upside potential. Quickly moving on, we can talk about this in detail. What have we done so far? In terms of fundraise, we have raised around $80,000 last year using CCDs. The founders have contributed around 55 lakh, $66,000, and right now we're raising $0.5 million. Thank you.
So you said about the funding that you have raised, but you have not spoken about the revenue that you have earned.
Yeah, revenue is still very, very early stage. Very early stage. We've tested 2 revenue models, and we're doing right now the Predict game is free to play. So that the revenue monetization will happen at a high level. The Select game, which is the 6-player fantasy, has been monetized. We also monetize the free to play game in a different way, through reward stores. We're doing hardly 25,000 rupees per month. That's what we're doing right now.
What is your projected revenues?
So projected revenue for the next 12 months, if we can implement the prepaid subscription model, we're targeting around 3.5 crores for next 12 months at a user base of 800,000 users.
Sorry, I did not understand your new pricing model. Can you just explain it again?
Sure. So
you're basically asking about the GST and 28%, right? Yeah, that's what I want to understand. How does that implement, and how is it differentiating between all the other fantasy competes?
Sorry? No, I'm not changing the slide. He asked about this particular slide. Yeah, so the difference between the 2 models. So what we'll do in the prepaid subscription model is we will remove contest entry amount for many contests. There will be no entry amount for every contest. You'll need a participation card. Or in case of Predict, you'll need, for predicting every question, you'll need a Predict card, both of these will be part of a prepaid bundle, starting with the freemium pricing. And what the bundle amount will do is, so the bundle is actually selling the right to play the game, in a way, right? The rewards will be paid separately. They'll not be part of any pooling that is done on the contest level. So, so in terms of the math, if you look at the fantasy sport model, out of, say, the contest entry amount pooling model, out of 100 rupees, 20 rupees goes to the operator, 80 rupees goes back to the winners. Now with the 28% GST, the gross margin to the platform comes to 14.4%. And there's more downward pressure on that now, because the gamers are also getting impacted by the 28% GST. Now with this model, even at 28% GST, and assuming an Apple Google share of 15%, because this is subscription, you still have 57% to fund some rewards. And by the way, rewards now with non-cash rewards can also be sponsored. So this next 2 years, this is our margin, projected margin of 25%.
And how do you plan to grow your user base?
Yeah, the user base, both B2C as well as B2B2C, where we will tie up with sports broadcasters, sports teams, and sports data providers. Yeah, we are already integrating with the sports broadcaster.
Okay, Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Well, thank you very much. And that concludes our pitch book competition's business pitches, but definitely doesn't conclude the pitch book competition because we are yet to know who came out as the winner for this year. I'm sure all of you will agree all our 8 top finalists were amazing. पर 19-20 के फासले में कौन आज विजय होंगे? Who will be our winner? Who will be taking home a cash prize of 10 lakhs, 7 lakhs, 4 lakhs respectively, and a consolation prize? Winners will also get a 1 lakh cash prize. All of that will unveil shortly. We'll take a 5 minutes ka quick break to do the final compilation of the scores and get back to you. But please do not leave your seats. If we are ready with the scores before 5 minutes, we probably will do the announcement as well. all of them were outstanding. It is a task, almost impossible task, to choose who gets to be the winner and first runner-up and second runner-up for this year. So I believe even our jury, judges, had a difficult time getting them marked for their business pitch that they did, wholly and solely basing on today on this pitch book competition. It's taking a little longer than we hoped, but I would request everybody to stay with us. We are expecting the results at any moment now. Thank you. finalists. And let me remind you, our top 8 finalists made it to the finals by battling 64 application and participants in the first edition of the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave's pitch book competition. So we had the best of the best, and unme se bhi best ko chunna was the most difficult task. But thanks to our esteemed jury members, they took some time, but they have finally reached to a verdict, and I have the names of our winners. But before I announce and tell you who is the winner, I want to know कि आप सबको क्या लग रहा है about the pitch book competition and the pitches you heard. Did you find it extremely interesting? If you did, I want everybody to give a round of applause for all our top 8 finalists. Amazing, amazing. As I said, all the ideas, all the businesses, all the pitches were amazing, but the results are solely and primarily based on how the pitch went for the 7 + 8 minutes on this platform today. So basing on that, there were numbers and there were markings, and there is our winner as well. So before I tell you who is our winner, to do the honors, I would request everybody to please join me in welcoming back on stage Shri Ashwini Kumar, sir, our Principal Secretary, Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities. जोरदार तालियों के बीच हम सर का स्वागत करेंगे. मंच पे मैं स्वागत करना चाहूंगी श्री R.S. नीनव माझी का, डायरेक्टर जनरल स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात. I then also welcome Shri U.A. Patel ji, Joint Secretary, Sports Authority of Gujarat. Shri R.D. Bhatt ji, Secretary, Sports Authority of Gujarat. And Shri Udit Sheth, Founder and Chairman, Transtedia University. All right, so before I start announcing the names, I would invite on stage and I would request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly felicitate Mr. Tenzing Nyogi, our esteemed jury members and CEO of Ultimate Coco. We are truly thankful, sir, for your presence and for your insights and for all the hard work. I'm sure it was a very tough task to judge our finalists for the pitch book competition. Thank you, Mr. Nyogi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I begin by welcoming our consolation prize winners. And when I say consolation, it's not exactly a consolation. It is equivalent as they reach to the finals. So it's a gesture and it's a gratitude for their commendable job that they have done. I begin by inviting ATM on stage. ATM, our first consolation prize winner. And they are getting a cash prize, a check of 1 lakh rupees. And our next consolation prize winner is Fan Play. Congratulations, getting a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees. Our next consolation prize winner is India Khelo Football. Congratulations to you. A check of 1 lakh rupees. And our next consolation prize goes to Play CKC. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much. I would request all of you to stay back as we are going to have a group photograph at the end of this. And now moving on, 4 of our finalists have already gotten the consolation prize. That remains, और 4 हमारे contestants finalists बचे हैं. And let me tell you, there are no more consolation prizes to be given. That means, yes, that means in the first edition of Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave and the first edition of Pitchbook Competition, we have a tie for a position. And that position is the 3rd position. And with the consent and approval of the government, it has been decided that the cash prize that was for 4 lakh rupees for the 3rd position, because we have a tie, is now being increased to 5 lakhs, which will be equally given to both the winners in the 3rd position. So ladies and gentlemen, I think that this requires an extra round of applause, because in the matter of 5 minutes, in the last moment when we had a tie, the prize money was increased instantly to 1 lakh rupees. That is the commitment that the government has for the sports startups, for all of you. Thank you very much for that. So now, the 3rd position mein tie hua hai between, oh, I love the silence. Our 3rd position में हमारे बीच winner है Hyperlab. Congratulations to you. And sharing the spot with Hyperlab is Baller Athletic Private Limited. Congratulations to both the winners for the 3rd position. Both of you will be getting, so previously we knew it's going to be 4 lakhs, but we didn't know we are going to have a tie. So here we have both of our winners who will be getting 2.5 lakhs of prize money each. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to both the winners for the 3rd position, or might I say the 2nd runner-up position for the Pitchbook competition. Now moving on to the 1st runner-up. Now I really want to have all your attention and want to know कि और ऐसे कौन से 2 finalists बचे हैं जिनका अभी तक मैंने नाम नहीं लिया है. Somebody is keeping quite a track of it. Yes. It is Game Point and Co-Learn. I would request both the participants to kindly come on stage before I make the announcement that who is going home with 10 lakhs cash prize and who is going home with 7 lakhs cash prize. Check. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have Co-Learn and Game Point, the top 2 finalists for the 1st edition of our Pitchbook competition here at the Gujarat Sports Startup Conclave. First of all, a huge round of applause to both of you. You made it here. You are at the top. Amazing. If you could come here. aa jaiye please samne. Aaiye please. Reaching here is itself a huge achievement. And now I want to know, before I announce the names, and I'll just take a minute, to know कि हमारे दर्शकों को क्या लगता है कि कौन होंगे विनर. Everybody? Co-Learn, and I'm getting names also Game Point. Huh? Who thinks it's Game Point? Can you show of hands? And who thinks it's Co-Learn? We have a clear winner. The winner is Co-Learn, ladies and gentlemen.
And that deserves a bigger round of applause. We have our winner co-learn and our first runner-up game point here. This is a picture-perfect moment. We have on stage our Honorable Principal Secretary, sir, our DG, sir, our Secretary, sir, our Joint Secretary, sir, and also the founder and chairman of Trans India University, giving up the cash prize of 10 lakhs to our winner. Congratulations, Srishti. And now, our first runner-up game point. I would request Shri Kumar and our other dignitaries to kindly do the honors, and everybody please join us in congratulating Game Points, 7 lakhs cash prize they have won in this first edition of Pitch Book competition. Okay, I would request you to kindly stay back. And I would invite all our other finalists, our winners and our consolation prize winners, all our 8 finalists, and also I would invite our jury members, as we would like to cement this lovely occasion. This is a picture-perfect moment, having all our dignitaries together, and we'll take a photograph as we move ahead. I think Srishti went ahead and kept her checks very safely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one final huge round of applause. The power, the passion, and the talent behind the Pitch Book competition. So I think we are in sports. Everybody is a fit person, so they can little kneel down a bit. Well, thank you very much. And once again,
Good wishes and all the very best to all our startups. They are at the primary state of their long journey and may it be extremely special in the coming times. Please take your seats for the next 5-10 minutes. सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी कृपया अपने आसन ग्रहण कर लें अगले 5 से 10 मिनट के लिए. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would invite Shri Udit Sheth, founder and chairman, Trans-India University, for the closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. It's a final push, so I would request all of you to just take your seats, breathe a little bit. You guys have been such a great audience today. So grateful. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and participating. It's been such a great event, and I think I've been asked to deliver the